Life Simulator. Listen to bro, cultivation leads to certain death. Chapter 121. Stop fighting. 10 days later, Duan Ming returned to the soul-breaking sect. To this end, he disguised himself carefully and turned himself into an ordinary person. I want to take advantage of the chaotic situation, sneak in and see the situation first. The reason for being so cautious is, on the one hand, that the system is too deceptive and people cannot afford it. On the other hand, the soul-breaking sect has a total of 8 elders, all of whom are at the foundation building stage. Although Fang Leng is dead now, the sect still has considerable combat power. Unless necessary, Duan Ming didn't want to confront him head-on to avoid any accidents. However, after he wandered around the periphery for several days, he felt more and more that something was wrong. Normally speaking, at this time, the soul-breaking sect and the Lingyun sect were fighting against the Joyous Union sect, so the number of people coming in and out should be quite busy. But after observing for several days, I didn't see even a single person, which was very strange. The midday sun was particularly dazzling. At this moment, Duan Ming was lying in the shade of a tree, with his eyes closed, nurturing spirit. Of course, he looked like he was asleep, but in fact he was concentrating on releasing his spiritual sense and constantly exploring his surroundings. This is a method that can only be used in the foundation building stage. It is neither a martial art nor a divine ability secret. It is just a high-level application of true qi. It is almost equivalent to a human radar. The stronger the spiritual sense is, the larger the range it can detect. This method is not profound, it can even be said to be extremely simple, but one must enter the foundation building stage before being able to use it. After stepping onto the foundation building stage, Duan Ming could clearly feel the difference between immortals and mortals, and what it meant that a summer insect cannot talk about ice. To put it simply, the qi refining stage is actually a strong man who has initially mastered the method of using true qi, but is still immortal in essence. It's just that during this stage your physique will become much stronger, and you'll be able to use the true qi in your body to cast some spells. However, after reaching the foundation building stage, the situation becomes completely different. At this stage, the cultivator can not only control the true qi in his own body, but can even mobilize the spirit qi of heaven and earth, which means he has a preliminary understanding of the rules of the world. The so-called world rules have a unique name in the immortal cultivation world. All monks call it Tao. Enlightenment. Enlightenment means understanding how the rules of the world work and how to use them. In other words, using true qi to cast spells is a technique, which belongs to the method level. Understanding and mastering the rules of the world is the Tao, which belongs to the research level. From this aspect alone, the gap between the two is immediately apparent. They are completely on different levels. In short, one sentence shows that Duan Ming has now reached the level where he sees mountains as not mountains and water as not water. The whole world has completely changed in his perception. While Duan Ming was using spiritual sense to investigate, he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy. This was the first time in several days that fluctuations in spiritual power had been detected. Previously, the soul-breaking sect was like a pool of stagnant water, eerily quiet. Because of this, Duan Ming even suspected that the entire broken soul sect had been destroyed and no one was left alive. However, adhering to the principle of caution, he did not rush in and kept hiding in the dark and observing. Now, due to a sudden accident, the fluctuation of spiritual power felt was not strong, but it was extremely strong, which immediately aroused Duan Ming's thoughts. Could it be that the soul-breaking sect was really destroyed? Duan Ming looked a little puzzled. Having personally experienced the cunning of Qing Yuanzi and Yang Origenzi, he remained highly alert and could not believe that the two of them would fall into the trap. Instead, he would continue to suspect that the reason he did not feel the fluctuation of spiritual power was entirely because a trap had been set here, waiting for him to fall into the trap. However, now it seems that Duan Ming was indeed overthinking. If it is a trap, then how do we explain the fluctuation of spiritual power at this time? There are 3 spiritual powers in total, fighting each other, and the fight is extremely fierce. It is definitely not as simple as an ordinary sparring. After thinking it over again and again, Duan Ming stood up and decided not to wait any longer. He went there in person to find out what was going on. He just waved his hand, and an F-22 Raptor fighter jet appeared in an instant. Then he stepped on it, and then took off into the air and flew. Soon, in less than half a minute, Duan Ming entered the headquarters of the soul-breaking sect and returned to this place that was both familiar and unfamiliar. As soon as you enter, what catches your eye is a scene of desolation. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there is not a single intact building. Almost all of them have been destroyed, with broken eaves and walls everywhere. Obviously, the previous perception was not wrong. There was indeed a problem with the soul-breaking sect, and its base camp was destroyed. Moreover, there was not even a single person in sight here, or to be more precise, there was not even a corpse or bloodstain. It was as clean as an uninhabited area. This also made Duan Ming more confused. He couldn't figure out what had happened and why the soul-breaking sect had become like this. Fortunately, the three spiritual power fluctuations were still fighting, which gave him a target and he knew who to ask about the situation. About a minute later, Duan Ming arrived at the pit of 10,000 souls and dived in. As the sensation of spiritual power fluctuations became stronger, he got closer and closer to the target. After a while, he saw the source of the three spiritual power fluctuations. What was unexpected was that he knew all three of them. He couldn't help but frown and ask loudly, "Wang Fa, Zhang Feng, Chou Bao, why are you three fighting?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two men in the corpse turned around and saw Duan Ming standing on an F-22 Raptor fighter jet, all with expressions of disbelief. Wang Fa and Zhang Feng were fine. Although they looked surprised, they were more happy than frightened. However, Chou Bao's performance is very intriguing. The moment he saw Duan Ming, the expressionless Chou Bao actually showed some human-like confusion, just like the unlucky guy who received a wedding invitation and was struggling over whether to attend the wedding of his ex-boyfriend-girlfriend. At the same time, Zhang Feng took the lead in responding and told the general course of events. "Chou Bao has become a spirit. He tricked us here and then attacked us. We wanted to ask you, what exactly happened?" Hearing this, Duan Ming was also stunned. He looked at Chou Bao in confusion and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But before he could open his mouth to speak, Chou Bao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly stood up and shouted, "I am free." Then it immediately withdrew from the battlefield, leapt into the pit of 10,000 souls, and was gradually swallowed by the darkness. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, and Duan Ming was immediately confused. It took him a long time to react. Could it be that because it can't use the skills, it broke free from its restraints and became a spirit? But there's no need to jump off the building. I'm not an unreasonable person. Why bother? Freedom, if you want to leave me, you can just tell me. After all, we are brothers who have shared life and death. I won't enslave you. Looking at the bottomless 10,000 souls pit, Duan Ming felt mixed emotions and had no idea how to resolve this misunderstanding. Chapter 122 Reunion is also separation. 10 minutes later, the three serious illness triangles met again and explained the whole story of what had happened in the past few days. During the conversation, the matter was not complicated. To put it simply, after the twins returned to the sect, they immediately dismissed the disciples and disbanded the sect on the spot without any hesitation. However, during this process, a series of fights broke out, leading to many bloody incidents. Moreover, Duan Ming was impressed by the twins' decisiveness. The other party could actually go to such lengths to save his life, abandoning such a huge foundation just to avoid a head-on confrontation with Duan Ming. From this we can see that these two people must have a way out, otherwise no one can be so decisive. Of course, it also shows that the two of them are heroes who can take on or let go of things. In short, even Duan Ming himself did not expect that one day he would be able to defeat the enemy without fighting and force the two major sects to disband. For a moment, the three of them were filled with emotion and sighed, especially when he saw Duan Ming, whose temperament had undergone a drastic change. Wang Fa was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. "I never thought that brother Duan would succeed in foundation building after just a few days of not seeing him. I am really envious of him." Zhang Feng at the side also spoke up at the right time. "I may be envious, but if I were to be refined, I would definitely not be able to hold on. Although it is an opportunity, I must be able to enjoy it." After saying this, Duan Ming had no intention of showing off. Instead, he was very self-aware and said slowly, "Each of you has your own opportunities. Although I took the lead in foundation building, I believe that you two will catch up sooner or later. It's just a matter of time." In Duan Ming's opinion, whether it is Zhang Feng or Wang Fa, they are not comparable to ordinary cultivators, and their future achievements will definitely not be bad. Therefore, the small foundation building is something that the two of them will accomplish sooner or later, and it is not something that is out of reach. In response to this, Zhang Feng and Wang Fa smiled at each other and nodded slightly. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in their hearts. After talking about Duan Ming's recent situation, Wang Fa suddenly changed the subject. Thanks to the secret letter you sent me before, Zhang Feng and I were able to hide in the wild and not return to the sect, so we escaped. I didn't expect that Master would actually. Hey, yes, that's right. 3 days before Duan Ming started refining, he deliberately revealed the news to Wang Fa and told him almost everything he knew, just in case. It was because of this that he and Zhang Feng escaped the subsequent disaster and were not involved in the sect's internal strife. However, Wang Fa still finds it hard to accept that his master, Yang Origenzi, is actually such a hypocritical person. He feels a little complicated for a while. However, Zhang Feng is different. He is definitely the happiest one. That's great. Why are you looking so miserable? I'm finally free and I don't have to be tortured by Qing Yuanzi anymore. How should I put it? I feel like I owe Mr. Duan another favor. That's right. Wang Fa smiled bitterly. Masters are like clothes, and brothers are like limbs. At worst, you can just change one. Brother Duan, is that right? Duan Ming and Wang Fa had talked a lot of dirty talk, but he never expected that the other party could put it into practice, which was very appropriate for the situation. At least, the masters of these 3 people are all bad people, none of them is a decent person, so it is a good thing to replace them. As he spoke, Wang Fa's eyes dimmed and he sighed again. But you still have to be careful. According to rumors, my master has been spreading rumors about you since he returned to the sect. The corpse-born child, the blood fiend 5 elements pill, everything has been exposed. It's obvious that he is deliberately making enemies for you. I guess he wants the righteous monks to join forces to strangulate you. If you cannot defeat the enemy, or are not sure you can defeat the enemy, then find him a few opponents to consume his energy and test him. This is a tactic that can be used in any fight. Duan Ming had actually anticipated this, but he didn't take it too seriously, otherwise he would have forced the twins to stay and killed them one by one. He knew that in the immortal cultivation world, all were driven by profit, whether good or evil. Few people had a true sense of justice and were determined to kill him, the scourge. What's more, a person's reputation and the shadow of a tree are actually part of his strength. There's nothing wrong in making others afraid of you. At least, this way, the plans of most villains can be dispelled. Who would dare to provoke the 6 spirit root monks without some ability? Moreover, Duan Ming now had another reason, and because of this reason he even hoped that someone would come to cause trouble for him. The stronger the better. The reason is simple. The stronger the person, the more property he will have. So after killing him, you will have the resources to recharge the system. There was no other way. When faced with a system that was greedy for money, Duan Ming could only keep fighting and robbing money. After the 3 of them finished chatting, Duan Ming glanced at the 10,000 souls pit again, and then said with a hint of regret, I came back today just to look for you too, and also to rob the sect. Now it seems like there's nothing left, so there's no need for me to stay any longer. Next, I plan to go back to Duanjia village and Wufang city to deal with some personal matters. I wonder what plans you two have. All good things must come to an end. At present, Duan Ming has already completed the foundation building. In the upcoming battle, Zhang Feng and Wang Fa will certainly not be able to help much. Therefore, he did not think of taking the 2 away with him, but instead hoped that they could find their own way. Besides, the road ahead is long. With Wang Fa and Zhang Feng's qualifications, they will catch up sooner or later, and it won't be too late to meet again then. In fact, Zhang Feng and I had already discussed it before you came back. Wang Fa smiled slightly. I plan to join Sword Pavilion, and he decided to join the demon hunting team. Sword Pavilion, a sect that is more powerful than Lingyun sect, Duanyun sect, and Joyous Union sect combined, has a deep heritage that can be traced back thousands of years. And because the sect mainly practices swordsmanship and its offensive power is extremely fierce, few people anywhere dare to provoke it. As for Wang Fa, it is obvious that he is a sword fanatic, so joining Sword Pavilion is indeed a natural choice for him. The Demon Hunting Team, an organization that specializes in hunting down hell demons, may not sound very powerful, but in fact it is an existence that no one can ignore. The reason is very simple. Although the Demon Hunting Team is small in number, each of them is an elite and possesses many secret methods to restrain the hell demons. And because the hell demons have a very bad reputation, the Demon Hunting Team naturally has a very good reputation. As long as you are a member of the Demon Hunting Team, you will be welcomed wherever you go. As for Zhang Feng, who is cursed as the 10-direction demon, he probably has his own plans. Maybe he wants to continue to develop his potential, or maybe he wants to find a way to lift the curse. In short, The demon hunting team is indeed suitable for him. Hearing that both of them had their own paths, Duan Ming didn't say anything more, but just silently wished these two brothers in life and death well in his heart. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Let's see the world and find ourselves. When we meet next time, I hope we can each gain something. Chapter 123. Return to Duanjia village. After meeting, we will eventually part. Not long after, Duan Ming, Wang Fa and Zhang Feng had a farewell dinner and then left, heading for their own paths. Heading west, Duan Ming sat in the illusory armed helicopter and headed towards Duanjia village. The distance is not short, but the foundation building stage allows imperial skywriting art, so it doesn't take much time for Duan Ming. Just like that, he sat in the illusory armed helicopter and returned to the starting point, the place where everything began, almost 3 days later. Above the sky, armed helicopters made a buzzing sound. Duan Ming, who was sitting in it, could already see Duanjia village from afar. At this moment, it is just evening, and you can still see smoke rising from the kitchen, which is quite lively. Without alarming the villagers, without making a big fanfare, and without returning home in glory, Duan Ming landed in the distance, and then specially disguised himself before entering the village. As soon as he entered the village, he saw a group of little kids squatting on the roadside playing in the mud and catching insects. It seems that he has recovered from the disaster. Looking at the innocent children, Duan Ming couldn't help but smile, and suddenly he dreamed back to his weak time. However, this also explains some problems. At least it proves that Duanjia village has recovered from the attack and become vibrant again. Without stopping, he walked all the way towards the clan ancestral hall. In Duan Ming's opinion, there is only one purpose for his return to Duanjia village, which is to investigate the origin of Xiaoyaoju and its correct usage. Therefore, the only places that can be visited are the clan ancestral hall and the homes of the 5 elders. However, the 5 elders he was familiar with had all been killed in the battle, without a single one surviving. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to go to the clan temple to gather information and see if there was a newly elected leader. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, Duan Ming arrived in front of the clan ancestral hall and was intercepted. "Stop, who are you?" A young man who looked very similar to Duan Ming came over with a wooden stick in his hand. "You are not from the village, right? I have never seen you before. Tell me, what are you doing here?" "This person is in charge of guarding the gate. He is also my aunt's child, Duan Ming's cousin, Duan Tian." The other party did not recognize Duan Ming. After all, he had disguised himself and put on makeup, so it was not surprising. But no one knows why Duan Tian, who comes from a wealthy family, has fallen to the point of guarding the gate of the clan ancestral hall. "I'm asking you a question." Seeing that Duan Ming didn't answer and was a little dazed, Duan Tian shouted again without any hesitation, "Who are you, where are you from, and where are you going?" 3 classic philosophical questions. Faced with such a profound question, Duan Ming really had no idea how to answer it, but he didn't need to answer. He raised his hand and rubbed out a small spark, then made a noise, and the flames danced into the word, death. "I am Fang Lang, an independent cultivator. I once had a relationship with Duan Yinghong. I wonder if I could inform her that an old friend is visiting and would like to invite her to a gathering." Duan Ming lied without blushing or beating his heart, and casually used Fang Lang's name. It was estimated that he wanted to imitate Han Li and use a fake name everywhere. Seeing this scene, Duan Tian was naturally scared to death. He was no young boy and knew clearly how terrifying monks were, so his attitude instantly became respectful. "My lord, please forgive my rudeness. I shouldn't have offended you." After saying this, Duan Tian was very tactful. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to admit his mistakes. In fact, he didn't need to go to such an extent, it was really too humble, but this also indirectly reflects the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. If you are inferior to others, you may die at any time. "My immortal, my mother, Duan Yinghong, can no longer be with you. I hope you will understand." Duan Tian is no pushover, at least he knows how to use conditions to create advantages for himself. Just now, Duan Ming deliberately made the words, origin, and old friend, very clear. In fact, it was also to make Duan Tian realize that this was an opportunity. Sure enough, this kid was very sensible. He knelt down and kowtowed respectfully, then silently shed tears with red eyes as he recounted Duan Yinghong's unfortunate experience. Duan Ming naturally pretended to know nothing about this. "What do you mean? Did something happen to fellow Taoist Duan?" Upon hearing this, Duan Tian cooperated very well and immediately began to speak. "Immortal, there is something you don't know." After about 3 minutes, Duan Tian recounted the entire incident in detail. Although the process was incomplete and he himself did not know many details, he had to admit one thing, that is, this guy did not exaggerate. How should I put it? He is very smart, even too smart. If someone else encountered this situation, they would definitely think of asking Duan Ming for help in revenge, or taking him in as a disciple. Therefore, intentionally or unintentionally, they will describe things in a way that is favorable to themselves, and they will inevitably add fuel to the fire. However, Duan Tian restrained himself and said exactly what he wanted to say without saying a single unnecessary word. At least from what Duan Ming heard, this kid never insulted him at all during the whole process, and his character was extremely calm. The reason for such behavior is not difficult to understand. It is estimated that Duan Tian still wants to curry favor with others, but he dare not be clever, so as not to ruin his future. After all, they had just met and their friendship was not that deep. If he found out later that the matter was exaggerated, Duan Tian would definitely get into unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the boy was careful and did not say a word. He just told everything he knew. In this way, he can show that he is the son of an old friend and is in trouble, but at the same time he will not be disliked by others because of his smooth talk. So that's how it is. After hearing the description, Duan Ming pretended to sigh and shook his head. "I never thought that this farewell would be the last time we meet. What a pity." After expressing their feelings, both of them were silent for a long time and no one spoke again. At this moment, Duan Tian was thinking about how to gain the trust of Fang Lang, and get more benefits, preferably to become his disciple. Duan Ming was thinking, this kid is quite cunning, should he cut the root of the problem? In short, each of them has his own ulterior motives and plans. "Hey, let me introduce your new clan leader. I'll talk to him and see if I can be of any help." After a long silence, Duan Ming, who took the initiative, once again brought up the topic, wanting to take the opportunity to find the new patriarch of Duanjia village to find out some information. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He only heard Duan Tian respond with great sorrow. In reply to the immortal, Duanjia village no longer has a clan leader. Everything in the village is controlled by the Duan clan. We have no right to discuss matters. Hearing this, Duan Ming was stunned at first, and then fell silent again. This was not the first time he had heard of the name of the Duan family, but he had never seen them before, so he was naturally very curious. In fact, after Duanjia village suffered a disaster, it was no longer able to protect itself. Soon, the Duan family's head sent people to take over this place, completely controlling Duanjia village in their hands and manipulating it at will. Duan Tian's property was also in the process of being liquidated and all was turned over, thus becoming a poor gatekeeper. Chapter 124 Clan's secret place inside the clan ancestral hall. Duan Ming was sitting in the main seat, enjoying his tea leisurely. Duan Tian was busy running around, fearing that the service was not good enough, but he did not show any attentiveness, and he knew the right measure very well. After about half an hour, after they had finished drinking tea and eating cakes, Duan Ming finally brought up the topic and asked slowly, "You are the only one left in such a big temple. Why do you insist on staying here?" Hearing this, Duan Tian did not dare to neglect and quickly bowed to answer, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, as if he was unsure about something. In reply to the immortal, "When my mother was alive, she taught me that anything in Duanjia village could be destroyed except the ancestral hall. Since the Duan family took over the village, no one has come to clean the clan ancestral hall, and I can no longer fulfill my filial duty. I can only do my best to protect my mother's last wish." This is true, but it is mixed with a bit of selfishness. Duan Tian is still expressing his predicament, hoping that Fang Lang can help him. It's a pity that he asked the wrong person for help. Logically speaking, Duan Ming could even be considered an enemy and was definitely not someone who would save him from the dire straits. In this case, you are thoughtful. Duan Ming seemed to have seen through Duan Tian's little thoughts and realized that he was hiding something. He wanted to test him and took out a bag of money and handed it over. "Here is some silver, take it and live a good life." Duan Tian didn't answer, he just stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. He could naturally feel the good intentions, but it was not what he wanted. He could tell that Fang Lang and his mother had a very good relationship. At least the other party's words revealed a lot of information that was difficult to fake. However, even so, Fang Lang was still unwilling to accept him as his disciple and avenge him, and only used a mere silver to send him away. For a moment, Duan Tian looked quite conflicted. He didn't dare to refuse, but at the same time, he seemed unwilling to do so. Plop. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Tian could no longer hold on, and suddenly fell to his knees, crying out in pain, "Please Master Fang, please accept me as your disciple and avenge my mother." Seeing Duan Tian's look, Duan Ming knew that the other party had fallen into the trap, and estimated that he would reveal more information in a while to impress him. In order to ensure the authenticity of the information, Duan Ming pretended to be deep and seemed extremely embarrassed when faced with the request to become his disciple. Why bother? Mortals have their own happiness, and immortals have their own troubles. Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? Not good. At this moment, Duan Tian was quite tough, no longer respectful as before. His expression was full of cruelty. "I can't avenge the murder of my mother and the destruction of the village, otherwise I would be unworthy of being a son. I beg Immortal Fang to help me." Duan Ming still pretended to be embarrassed about this. After a long silence, he continued, "Do you know that your enemy, Wang Fa, is a disciple of the Lingyun sect's leader? With his power, he can destroy you with just a wave of his hand. Even Duan Ming, I heard that he has become a peerless six-spirit root monk. With your qualifications, you will never be able to take revenge in this lifetime." Hearing this, Duan Tian trembled noticeably, but he quickly calmed down. "Master Fang has misunderstood. Although I have not studied much, I can still distinguish right from wrong. Duan Ming is my cousin, and he ran for the election as a scapegoat for me, and he never hit my mother. It is neither moral nor logical for me to hold a grudge against him. At least in my opinion, everything he did was to protect himself, and I would do the same if I were in his shoes. As for Wang Fa, I do hate him in my heart, but I hate the Wang family behind him even more. All of this was planned by the Wang family. I may not be able to kill Wang Fa, but I have hope of destroying the Wang family, and that is enough." Duan Tian spoke with utmost sincerity, and there was no sign of lying, except that there were slight discrepancies in the details. For example, he didn't know that Duan Ming had actually been plotted against a long time ago, and he was not his scapegoat. It was just an excuse. However, all this is not important. At least, these words are useless to Duan Ming. They do not contain the information he wants to obtain, so they are worthless. Even so, I dare not accept you as my disciple. The risk is too great. He didn't finish his words, he only said half of them. As for what the second half meant, Duan Tian could naturally understand it. Without any surprises, Duan Tian, who had no other options left, could only do his best to grasp the last straw and said in a deep voice, "I only ask for the mercy of Immortal Fang. Accept me as your disciple, and I will definitely reward you handsomely." A generous reward. Duan Ming's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, this kid really has some goods in his mind. In his opinion, Duan Tian had shown a hint of hesitation before, and it was obvious that something was on his mind. At the same time, he was Duan Yinghong's son, so he should know some information more or less. Now, if you are willing to say it yourself, it can save you a lot of trouble. Just tell me, if it is really useful. I, Fang Lang, will never go back on my word and guarantee to help you get revenge." Duan Ming stroked his fake beard and said calmly. At this point, Duan Tian had no way out and could only go all out. He said loudly, "There are 4 techniques in Duanjia village: brute force technique, super speed technique, longevity technique, and wisdom technique. They are all secret, techniques that are not passed down. According to legend, this martial art has been passed down for thousands of years, and there is a huge secret hidden behind it. I don't know what it is specifically, whether it is true or false, and I dare not make any guarantees. But, as long as Immortal Fang is willing to accept me as his disciple, I am willing to take him to the clan's secret place to see it for myself." Finally hearing what he wanted to know, Duan Ming nodded slightly. "Indeed, your mother is practicing the Mingzi Ju. She even boasted to me about it before. This generous gift is enough for me to become your disciple." Then, Immortal Fang, "No, master, did you agree?" Duan Tian's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Duan Ming's response, he kowtowed 3 times, as if he was afraid that the other party would refuse. Duan Ming was naturally happy to see this happen, and just treated it as a way to amuse the child. He then said, "This book, The Sea of Maggots, Flies and Corpses, is my master's unique skill. You can take it." Adhering to the principle of doing the whole thing, Duan Ming was not stingy and handed over the secret book casually, which made Duan Tian blush in an instant. Thank you, master. Duan Tian took the secret book and did not dare to neglect it. He stood up and said, the clan's secret place is right here. It's better to go there sooner rather than later. How about I take you there now? Walk. Faced with a duck that came on the shelf without being driven, Duan Ming naturally had no reason to refuse. He wanted to see if the so-called clan's secret place could give him the answer he wanted. Just like that, the two of them, the master on the surface, walked step by step towards the inner hall, opened a secret door, entered the basement, and gradually disappeared. Chapter 125 Heavenly King Gaidaihu, I am the transmigrator. 10 minutes later. Under the leadership of Duan Tian, Duan Ming walked through the long and narrow passage and came to a basement about the size of 2 bedrooms. As soon as he walked in, he was stunned, completely shocked and unable to move. Master, this is... Duan Tian was eager to show off and was about to introduce this place when he suddenly saw his stunned master. He couldn't help but ask, Master, are you okay? Duan Ming did not answer, or rather, he did not hear it at all. At this moment, the only thing left in his mind was an idiom, oh shit. The room is not big and can be seen at a glance. There are not many objects in it. It is obvious that they have been moved around and someone has been here before. However, these are not the point. The real point is that the whole room is full of weird runes, with a large number of incomprehensible runes on the walls, floors, and corners. These runes are extremely strange and seem inexplicable, yet full of the beauty of outlines. While making people confused, they will inevitably be deeply attracted. In short, she looks like a beauty with a veil. No one can see her true face, but just the partial appearance that is revealed is enough to attract people's attention, certainly. The most important thing is that Duan Ming understood it. The reason is simple and crude, because the room is full of incomprehensible runes, which are written in the characters that the Chinese are most familiar with, Chinese characters. At this moment, Duan Ming's brain was not enough and he was on the verge of collapse. He frantically scanned the words in the room. 30 miles of fame and glory are dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of journey are clouds and moon. Words on the wall. I look at my sword by lamplight while drunk and dream of blowing the horn in the camp. Words on the floor. A solitary smoke rises straight up from the desert, the sun sets over the long river. The words on the roof. Heavenly King Gai De Hu, Wo Shi Transmigrator Ideographic Period, Zhao Luo Li De Wien Zi. Duan Ming felt numb, with goose bumps all over his body from head to toe, and his body couldn't stop shaking. It's just a shabby little house. It's just a small room that's not very hidden. It was just a small house that didn't take much effort to find. But it hides a shocking secret, which shocked him so much that he fell to the ground and his head was buzzing. Master, are you okay? Just as Duan Ming was immersed in the shock of the Chinese characters, Duan Tian felt more and more that something was wrong and kept shouting. Oh, it's okay. Duan Ming came back to his senses after a long while. He looked at his cheap apprentice with a little embarrassment. This rune is very wonderful. I am fascinated by it. Can you tell me what is the meaning of it? Still pretending to be stupid, still asking questions. Although I can understand the so-called runes, there are still many things behind them that are worth exploring. In reply to Master, I don't know much. I just know that this place is an ancestral inheritance, and only the elders of the clan are qualified to enter. If it weren't for the sudden change, I would have no chance to enter here. Oh, by the way, my mother once mentioned that this place is related to the 4 law manifestations, but I don't know the specific details. Duan Tian has completely trusted Fang Lang, and tells him everything he knows without hiding anything. He looks like he has been sold out, but still insists on helping count the money. This made the thick-skinned Duan Ming feel a little embarrassed. He felt that he, as a cheap apprentice and a stupid cousin, was really enough. However, he did not care too much about it at the moment. He continued to focus on the Chinese characters in the house and tried to practice the Xiao Yao Ju, to see if the information Duan Tian said could bring any surprises. Fortunately, just after the technique was put into practice, Duan Ming clearly felt a fluctuation of spiritual power. Then, the Chinese characters in the entire room suddenly emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the entire room. The sudden accident scared Duan Tian to death. He looked at the glowing words and then at the mysterious master. He was stunned. Master, what did you do? Duan Ming did not give a direct answer, but just smiled and said slowly, Silly child, don't believe it so much in the future. Oh my god, Just when Duan Ming was about to show off and say something naughty, he suddenly felt a heavy blow on the back of his head, and it hurt like being hit by a sledgehammer. The next second, before he could react, everything went dark before his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he opened his eyes again, he had been teleported to a brand new basement. Glancing around, I found that this place was much larger than the previous room, at least as big as a basketball court. Not only was the entire room filled with Chinese characters, but the items placed inside were also very complete. It was obvious at a glance that it had not been damaged, at least no one had been there for a long time. Duan Ming walked and stopped, constantly patrolling the room, searching back and forth, trying to obtain any information, no matter whether it was useful or not. Finally, he stopped in front of a small table that was only 1 meter long, his eyes fixed on a slightly yellowed book. This book is very inconspicuous and looks like it should be thrown into the garbage dump and recycled as waste. However, its cover caught Duan Ming's eyes. There were 8 big characters written on it, the technique of summoning souls from another world. In an instant, Duan Ming's brain short-circuited again, and countless conspiracies and tricks emerged, almost enough to be written into a novel. Without any hesitation, he picked up the book and started reading. No. 136, Duan Bu, summoning failed, died. No. 137, Duan Yao, summoning failed, died. No. 138, Duan Kui, summoning failed, died. No. 139, Duan Zheng, summoning failed, died. No. 444, Duan Ming, was the summoning successful? It remains to be seen. Turning to the last page, he saw his own name, written clearly and distinctly. All of a sudden, Duan Ming understood everything, and figured everything out. No wonder, you've been targeting me from the beginning, that's why. I was actually summoned here. This is unscientific, but it's very spiritual. Duanjia village, why can they summon souls from other worlds? Isn't this too incredible? After reading the notes, Duan Ming continued to search, trying to find more information to answer the doubts in his mind. Not long after, he found another notebook, which was sealed and kept extremely well. This notebook was written entirely in Chinese characters and only had 2 or 3 pages. The content was very little, but it was enough to shock Duan Ming's sensitive heart. Just by opening the first page, he was completely shocked. There is no other reason. Because there is only one sentence on the first page, just a simple sentence. My follower is Immortal Cultivation World Fun. Is it fun? Is your system a bummer? Chapter 126 Mystery revealed. Looking at the tattered and yellowed pages of the book, Duan Ming fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time. He was like a sculpture, or like an old monk in meditation, standing there for a long time without moving an inch. It was not until nearly 10 minutes later that he let out a soft sigh and recovered. This is a bit too much. It's beyond my expectations. Originally, Duan Ming thought that this trip would at most help him figure out the origins of corpse-born children, or ancient bodies, but he never expected the harvest to be so astonishing. It's almost like going out for a walk and saving the world by the way. It's extremely outrageous. In short, the way things developed was completely beyond his expectations and was beyond his contemplation. However, things have come to this point. No matter what feelings Duan Ming has in his heart, he can only choose to accept it and bear it all. To be honest, he really wanted to see, what exactly did his senior want to do? Soon, Duan Ming continued to look through his notes and opened the second page. My name is Duan Fuyong, I am from China. I accidentally migrated here and started my journey of cultivating immortality. By chance, I learned about the great danger that I would encounter in the future, so I made a backup plan just in case. The Duan family is my descendant and my backup. I taught them the Xiaoyao and otherworld summoning technique, and asked all my descendants to practice this method and try to summon. There is no need to explain the summoning technique. I came to this plane because of it, and I have not yet figured out the secrets. However, the Xiaoyao is a technique I created myself, which can be broken down into 4 parts to train: strength, speed, body, and intelligence. This method looks like body refining, and is a low-level practice that is not worthy of being considered a high-class practice. However, after practicing it to great accomplishment, it can change your physical condition. The reason why this method is passed down is very simple. It is to help you, the later ones, to better adapt to this world. Before you learn about this technique in detail, you need to know, all visitors from other worlds are corpse-born children, because our souls and bodies have not been completely integrated. To put it simply, the other world is the corpse, we are the children, the flesh is the container. This world does not allow you and me. In general, it would be more appropriate to call us children of the other world, rather than children of corpse-born. So from the very beginning of its advent, the transmigrator was doomed to be unlucky, being targeted by the world's will, and encountering setbacks everywhere was bound to be a common occurrence. Of course, there is no need to worry too much about this. As long as you continue to practice the Xiao Yao Ju, your soul and body will be united sooner or later, and this problem will be solved. But before that, you will have to suffer some hardships. In short, remember that if you want to practice the technique to great accomplishment, you need a vital elixir, Blood Fiend 5 Elements pill. You need to kill 5 5-element spirit root monks. At this point, you can change your physique and break through the bottleneck. It's just that after many tests, I found that physical constitutions vary greatly and are not the same for everyone. Like me, I have the burial body. Multiple tests have shown that there are also tyrant body, sacred body, demon body. The exact number of types of physiques has not yet been clearly explored, and you need to explore it yourself. And the effects are different for each body type, and it is unclear what the effects will be. Everything depends on fate, and I cannot provide more information. However, I can tell you everything about the Blood Fiend 5 Elements pill. Its effect is simple and crude. Anyone who takes this medicine can be called a 6 spirit root monk. The 5 element spirit root, no need to explain, just try it a little and you will understand its subtlety. The key point is, blood spirit root, which needs to be used in conjunction with hell blood. Kill the hell demon, obtain the blood essence, and fuse it into the spirit root, then you can seize the opponent's talent ability. This is the magical use of the blood spirit root. The only thing you need to note is that starting from the foundation building, you can only capture a realm once, and there is a limit to the number. Therefore, how to match and what kind of talent ability to seize is up to you to consider. In short, remember, there is no best, only the most suitable. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Finally, I have provided all the information that should be provided. If you are still not satisfied and want to become stronger in the immortal cultivation world, come to me. Tianing Prefecture, Forbidden Place, Mingdao Temple, there are treasures I left behind. If you want them, go and get them. After reading the notes, Duan Ming fell into deep thought again. During this trip, the secret was finally revealed, which fulfilled a wish. We also learned the complete information about the Blood Fiend 5 Elements pill, and knew how to exert greater combat power, which can be said to be a fruitful harvest. However, the solving of one mystery is accompanied by the emergence of a bigger mystery, which is really regrettable. Judging from the notes alone, they are indeed advice and instructions left by the predecessors to the successors, and there is nothing wrong with it. But Duan Ming did not forget that the 3 words, great danger, were mentioned in his notes, which were extremely eye-catching. Just ask, for a senior like the other party who was able to create the Xiao Yao Ju by himself, what kind of danger could it be that would make him so nervous that he had to make arrangements early on and leave a backup plan? Duan Ming naturally knew nothing about this, but he had already joined the game under such circumstances. Whether he likes it or not, as a transmigrator and having practiced the Xiao Yao Ju, he is destined to be on the same front as his predecessors and be bound together. In other words, he will have to bear some of the pressure for future dangers. He has no choice. This is equivalent to there being a big pit ahead, quietly and silently waiting for Duan Ming to jump in, with no way to get around it. Of course, good and bad go hand in hand. Although you will fall into the trap sooner or later, the benefits are still given. Duan Ming naturally didn't know what was inside the forbidden area, the underworld temple, but he could guess a little. It's actually not that difficult, at least that's what the notes hinted at. The first sentence informed Duan Ming that the life simulation system was one of the novice gift packages given by his predecessors. However, there was no mention of it later, as if it had never existed. Is this normal? This is not normal. How can such an important plugin not be mentioned at all? This is unrealistic. Therefore, Duan Ming was almost certain that the treasures hidden in the forbidden area, the underworld temple, must be related to the system. Either it is an upgrade or the functions are improved. In any case, it will definitely not be too bad. After all, he still needs Duan Ming to grow up and help him. Therefore, after much thought, as long as Duan Ming's mind has not changed and he still wants to become stronger, then he must go to the forbidden area, Mingdao Temple. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Anyway, I don't have the ability to do more now, so I might as well get the benefits first. As he spoke, Duan Ming took out a small bottle from his storage bag, placed it in front of his eyes, and looked at it for a long time. Chi-I's blood essence, talent is for teleportation and mental attack, it is worth fusing, should we let it become the first victim of the blood spirit root. Chapter 127 Fang Chong 10 days later. Duan Ming has arrived in Wufeng City and successfully found the Lang's winery. Just as Fang Lang said in his suicide note, his descendants are indeed scum. How should I put it? There are a total of 73 people in the clan, but I can't find even one person with the qualifications to practice. All of them are spirit roots without attributes. In other words, this group of people, like Duan Ming before them, could only achieve the 9th level of qi refining in their lifetime, and that was all. Based on this, even if Duan Ming had the idea of cutting the grass at its roots, it disappeared at this moment. There is really no need to bother with ants. Of course, there is also the family's attitude towards him, which can be described as extremely respectful. At this moment, Duan Ming was staying in the study, concentrating on checking the notes left by Fang Lang. Although they are all basic knowledge, they are indispensable and just make up for Duan Ming's understanding of the immortal cultivation world. After a day and a night of reading, he learned that the so-called immortal cultivation world can actually be divided into two parts. First, qi refining stage and below, all are mortals. Simply put, even a qi refining stage cultivator who has already embarked on the path of immortal cultivation is nothing more than a stronger mortal, still no different from an ant. Only those who succeed in foundation building can be considered to have truly embarked on the path of cultivating immortals and have acquired a certain amount of capital. In other words, the foundation building is a watershed that completely separates immortals from mortals. Although everyone is of human origin, it is difficult for monks who have reached the foundation building stage to regard mortals as their own kind. It's almost like a 1,000-year-old monster that has cultivated into a spirit, and then looks back at those animals that have not yet developed intelligence, and is also unable to treat them as companions, let alone equality. Because of this, practitioners at the foundation building stage and above often don't even look at mortals. In their eyes, mortals are no different from pigs and dogs, with not much difference. Second, all cultivators at the foundation building stage and above are immortals. As long as foundation building is successful, it means leaving the secular world and truly stepping into the immortal cultivation world. At this stage, the whole world is different and completely separated from the mortal world. Forbidden land, secret realm, ancient tomb, mysterious island, monster kingdom. A series of areas that mortals cannot set foot on, like a beautiful painting, slowly unfolded before his eyes, allowing Duan Ming to feel how vast and magnificent this world is. Therefore, Duan Ming was like a person obsessed with reading a novel, spending the whole day and night in the study without sleeping. Boom boom boom. Just as Duan Ming was fascinated by the scene, 3 knocks on the door suddenly sounded, followed by a clear female voice, melodious and gentle. Master Wang Fa, excuse me, I've got some tea and pastries for you, is that convenient? Hearing this, Duan Ming raised his head slightly, waved his hand casually, and the door opened with a bang, instantly scaring the woman outside the door. Fortunately, she had a very good heart. After just a moment, she immediately recovered and respectfully brought in the tea. The woman's movements were not slow, but she did not seem panicked at all. Instead, she displayed the demeanor of a great person, and it was obvious that she knew how to serve others. Soon, not long after, she filled the teacup, arranged the pastries neatly, and retreated quietly and respectfully without saying a word, carefully closing the door. She is sensible and smart, but like me, she has no talent for cultivation and no attribute spirit root. After the woman left, Duan Ming suddenly said something that could be considered as his evaluation of the woman. This girl's name is Fang Chong. She is one of Fang Lang's descendants and was sent to serve Master Wang Fa. Specifically, she herself is dedicated, sensible and intelligent, and so far, there is nothing to fault with her. Duan Ming could see what the other party was thinking. Like Duan Tian, he wanted to become his disciple and embark on the path of cultivating immortals. It's just that Duan Tian's performance was extremely obvious, while Fang Chong was more conciliatory and never took the initiative to express her attitude. She just tried her best to show her best side. Duan Tian ran away. I guess he saw some clues after I was teleported, guessed something, and then he ran away without a trace. As he was talking, Duan Ming suddenly felt like making fun of me, and he said softly, "Come in, I have something to tell you." The door opened again, It was obvious that Fang Chong had not gone far. She had been standing at the door waiting for instructions, which was considered to be the ultimate in serving others. I am here, please give me your orders, master. No matter what it is, the Fang family will do their best. Look, this was said with a humble and upright attitude. Obviously, Fang Chong was very clear about her position and knew what attitude to use towards Duan Ming and how to serve Duan Ming. This book, The Sea of Maggots, Flies and Corpses Sword, is the famous skill of our Grand Master Feng Lang. I am passing it on to you today, which can be considered as a good relationship. Duan Ming still didn't look up, but took out the martial arts technique and threw it in front of Fang Chong. When the other party saw the martial arts technique, his eyes, which were as calm as water, finally showed a slight fluctuation. However, she did not dare to reach out to take it. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly said, "No merit, no reward. Even if it is the blessing from our ancestors, we still feel guilty for accepting it. I wonder if Taoist Wang Fa has anything else to tell me. Otherwise, I really don't dare to take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ming finally couldn't help but raise his head and moved his gaze from the book to Fang Chong. He really didn't expect that the other party could be so calm and still hold himself back in the face of huge temptation. It was truly rare. Facing Duan Ming's aggressive gaze, Fang Chong knew the situation very well. She lowered her head with a hint of panic and shyness, not daring to look him in the face. How should I put it, the girl is indeed pretty and her expression is not pretentious, which makes people want to protect her. Unfortunately, Duan Ming was a straight man and didn't buy it. He said in a cold tone, "There is indeed something I need you to do. Master, please give me your orders. I will go through mountains of swords and seas of fire." Fang Chong lowered her head, but her tone was very firm. Duan Ming narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, smiled and shook his head, turned his gaze back to the book, and said calmly, "Master had an enemy, and we fought for many years before we finally destroyed him. But his descendants are still alive in the world, and in order to avoid future troubles, they must be eradicated. I don't have that much free time to look for trouble with ants, so you guys will do it for me and make sure it's done. Remember, this man's name is Duan Tian. If you meet him, get rid of him." After receiving the task, Fang Chong smiled for the first time in a long time, quickly picked up the Sword of the Sea of Maggots, Flies and Corpses, and then backed out of the study. She did not answer or agree during the whole process, but all her actions had expressed her stance. She would definitely keep this mission in mind and would not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Only after she completely left the study did Duan Ming unconsciously smile. Is this the feeling of being able to control the life and death of others at will? No wonder Master always likes to play tricks on me. It's really fascinating. Chapter 128 Profound Heaven Continent. After reading the notes, Duan Ming fell into deep thought. He closed his eyes and rested for a long time before opening his eyes again. Although this trip did not yield any substantial gains, and no spirit weapon law treasure was obtained, its significance was extremely significant. At least it made him understand what the immortal cultivation world is, which is completely different from his previous ideas. Simply put, this world is called Profound Heaven Continent, and the whole world is divided into 9 provinces. Heavenly Origin, located in the center of the continent, is the most mysterious area on the continent. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and each mountain peak reaches into the sky, stretching for countless miles. Even flying with a sword would not be able to pass through. There are monsters and hell demons along the way, appearing one after another, making it difficult to move forward. Because of this, few monks enter it, not knowing what is hidden inside. Chiyuzhou, Mushenzhou, Yongningzhou, Hualanzhou, and Yunmozhou. These 5 continents are the residential areas of the human race, filled with towns of all sizes. Duan Ming himself is in Wufeng City in Yongning Prefecture. However, each state is separated by mountains extending from the Heavenly Origin Mountain, as if each state is a world, independent between heaven and earth. It's as if these mountains are so separated, as if everything is deliberately created by humans. Because of this, the probability of a mortal crossing states and reaching another world is almost zero and impossible. Only those who practice Taoism can fly with swords and barely break into other continents from low-lying areas. The remaining 3 states, Lost Desert, 10,000 Mountains, and Thunder Lake, are all monsters' territories. These 3 states are absolutely forbidden areas for human beings. Not to mention ordinary people, even the top masters of the Gold Core period will never return. Duan Ming was once kidnapped by a monster race girl in a simulation and taken to the Monster Kingdom. According to the map, he should have been kidnapped and taken to the nearby Lazy, which is close to Tianning Prefecture. In short, in Profound Heaven Continent, unless you are a cultivator, you can only be like an ant, living in a state for your entire life, and you cannot leave even when you grow old, get sick, or die. However, to some extent, it may not be a bad thing for ordinary people who are content with the status quo. At least they don't have to worry about unrest, or being swallowed up by other forces at any time, or suffering from war. As far as Tianning Prefecture is concerned, this is a prefecture and a country, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Of course, as long as they don't provoke those who practice Taoism, they can live a peaceful life. The worst that could happen is you run into an evil cult like the soul-breaking sect and have your graves dug up, and that's about it. The above is the most basic information about Profound Heaven Continent, which also allows Duan Ming to have a clear understanding of the world. However, this also gave him a new sense of crisis, and it was the kind of trouble that could not be avoided. Although a state or a country is good, it is extremely dangerous for him. There are 12 major sects in Tianning Prefecture, attacking each other, scheming against each other, and vying for supremacy. The soul-breaking sect that he had joined before was actually just a branch of one of the major forces. To put it bluntly, the disciples of the big sects, in order to obtain cultivation resources, found a remote little place, circled the land and became the king, exploited the mortals, and plundered all available resources. The 12 major sects all turned a blind eye to this method, never questioned it, and even acquiesced to it. After all, a state is so big that it is difficult to manage it comprehensively. In this case, it would be better to let the disciples of the foundation building stage take care of it and just pay tribute regularly, saving time and effort. In other words, Duan Ming has invisibly offended at least 3 major sects. First of all, the soul-breaking sect, to which Fang Lang belongs, was born out of the Soul Palace. As the name suggests, it is definitely not a serious sect. Secondly, Lingyun Pavilion, founded by one of the twins, is affiliated with the Sword Pavilion, which is the force that Wang Fa is preparing to join. Finally, the plan of the Joyous Union sect was also destroyed by Duan Ming, which more or less formed a bad relationship between them, and this sect was attributed to the Red Mansion. In a word, Duan Ming has offended the disciples of these 3 sects without realizing it, and they will definitely become enemies in the future, and there will be inevitable fights. And because of his special identity, he would be regarded as a corpse-born child wherever he went. It was basically impossible for any force to be willing to take him in. As a result, he could not seek refuge in other sects or rely on others. He could only act as an independent cultivator and wander between heaven and earth. Based on this, Duan Ming thought a lot. But there is no good solution at the moment. He could only hope that Wang Fa and Zhang Feng could do better, so that they could lend him a hand when he really got into trouble. After reading all the books, Duan Ming glanced at the small black box beside him and stared at it for a long time. This small box was found in a warehouse and is extremely inconspicuous. If it weren't for the items left behind by Fang Lang, they would probably have been thrown away as waste by the Fang family. However, Duan Ming could tell the origin of this object at a glance. It was meteorite iron, exactly the same material as the one used to hold the suicide note. Furthermore, this item is sealed, and it is impossible to open it without the spiritual support of the foundation building stage. Obviously, Fang Lang left this thing here on purpose, waiting for him to discover it. He activated his spiritual power and opened the small box. Inside was another letter, but this time there was an extra red pill. "Master, what are you up to again? You are really haunting me." Duan Ming sighed, slowly opened the letter, and then frowned. This letter is not long, just a few sentences, nothing more. The first sentence. The revenge for the extermination of the clan must be avenged. The second sentence. The forbidden place, the underworld temple, opens every 10 years on the night of the full moon. The third sentence. Red blood pill can remove tea poison from the body. There are only 3 sentences in total, and each one arouses Duan Ming's interest, and he can't help but want to explore and ponder them. First, Fang Lang has mentioned the blood feud more than once, but has never revealed who his enemy is. The reason is probably because his enemy is too powerful, so he dare not even mention his name. Just like Voldemort in Harry Potter, everyone only dares to say that person but not his real name. Secondly, the Forbidden Area, Mingdao Temple, is Duan Ming's next destination, and no one knows why Fang Lang knows so much about it. But after a little thought, I can figure out that the meteorite iron was brought out from it. Third, should I take the pill or not? There are only 2 possible results. After eating it, you will feel detoxified and feel relaxed from then on. Or you may get poisoned after eating it and die. In short, Duan was not sure whether Feng Lang would plot against him, and for a moment, he was somewhat hesitant. He knew it was a gamble. He bet that his great-grandmaster Feng Lang would use the lives of his descendants to harm him. If it was really poison, his descendants would definitely be buried with him. Feng Lang must have thought of this. And with his ruthless temper, he is capable of doing such a thing. But there was no need for Feng Lang to go to such great lengths. Doing so much just to kill Duan Ming was simply an overreaction. If they really want to give in, they can just pass the message back to the Soul Palace. Then Duan Ming will definitely be hunted down and his situation will definitely be worse than it is now. Therefore, after thinking it over, Duan Ming always felt that Feng Lang's real intention was not to protect his offspring at all. I'm afraid he wants Duan Ming to help him get revenge. Chapter 129 Timeline No. 1547 inches. How about we simulate it first and see the situation before deciding whether to take the pill or not? When saying this, Duan Ming almost gritted his teeth and felt great pain in his heart. He still hasn't been able to forget the disappointment of the system. Even though he has Goldfinger by his side, he can't use it as he wishes. It's really frustrating. However, it is undeniable that the system is indeed very useful. It can basically predict the future and avoid disasters and seek good fortunes. Therefore, no matter how expensive or deceptive it is, you still have to use it. In desperation, Duan Ming could only start with the martial arts, and successively sacrifice the 9 Nether Corpse Refining Method, Maggot and Fly Corpse Sea Sword, and Golden Light Sword, in exchange for simulation points. Anyway, he can't use any martial arts except Xiao Ju now, so it's useless to keep them. It would be more practical to exchange them for simulation points. Moreover, Duan Ming had a little idea in mind and wanted to try and see if he could fix the bug. Simply put, although the skills require sacrifice, it does not mean that you cannot learn them again. Based on this, Duan Ming thought about sacrificing his skills in exchange for simulation points, and then relearning them in the simulation. In this way, a virtuous cycle can be created with endless simulation points to use. Certainly. All of this was just planning and imagination, and Duan Ming himself didn't have high expectations. In his opinion, the system will never accept such behavior and will inevitably take various restrictive measures. Just like playing games, even if players find a bug, they can indeed exploit it in a short period of time to benefit themselves. But after the next update, the bug will definitely be fixed, no doubt about it. He could even guess what the system would do, which was nothing more than the same methods used by game companies. Point 1. Reduce the benefits of sacrifice. Each time you sacrifice the same item, the benefits of the next sacrifice will be halved. Point 2. Directly prohibit the sacrifice of the same items, such as, the same technique can only be sacrificed once. Point 3. He was simply unlucky because he was unable to learn new skills due to his physical condition. In short, as a player, Duan Ming is definitely powerless in front of the system and can only passively accept everything, whether he is willing or not. Recharge successful. Current balance is 42 simulation points. With a slight ding sound, the recharge was received and the net income was 33 simulation points. How to say it, these 3 skills, which are Duan Ming's 3 most impressive ones, were only exchanged for 33 simulation points, which is really a bit stingy. Almost each book is only worth 11 simulation points, so it's a losing deal no matter how you look at it. However, Duan Ming did not get angry but laughed instead. He felt extremely satisfied and happy as if he had finally seen Detective Conan go to junior high school. Of course, Duan Ming is definitely not stupid, he is just afraid of being cheated. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment, and vice versa. It's like trying to pick up a girl. If you lick her and chase her every day, you will be extremely sad if you don't get her in the end. But once you have a nonchalant and indifferent attitude, whether you get it or not in the end, you won't have much emotional fluctuations. In short, in Duan Ming's opinion, the system's ability to give him 33 simulation points was already a sign of mercy and kindness, and it showed that the system had a change of heart. Not long ago, he was still worried that the system would really get stuck at 9.9 simulation points, just to tease him. Fortunately, all this did not happen. On the contrary, a price beyond expectations was given, which naturally made Duan Ming very happy. Excuse me, do you want to use the life simulator? Each simulation consumes 10 simulation points. Confirmed for use, this simulation is, timeline number 1547. At the age of 17, you found the red blood pill in the Wolf's Winery in Wufang City. You took it and eliminated the corpse poison in your soul. At the age of 17, you discovered a secret compartment in the small box containing the elixir. You opened it and found a map of the Underworld Temple. You learned its location and decided to wait for the right time to go on an adventure. At the age of 17, you tried to rebuild the Maggot Fly Corpse Sea Sword, but you were unable to learn it and had to give up. At the age of 17, you happened to see Fang Chong secretly taking care of orphans and teaching them martial arts and swordplay, and you developed a liking for her. At the age of 17, you happened to see Fang Chong taking care of an elderly widow and giving her rice and food, and you developed a liking for her. At the age of 17, you accidentally saw Fang Chong sneaking out in the middle of the night to rescue a PR Street Ute, and you developed a crush on her. At the age of 17, you heard that there was a female hero in Wufang City named Feiyan, who often robbed evil and helped the good, saving people from danger. You guessed that this person was Fang Chong. At the age of 17, you heard Feiyan's name many times, and you were sure in your heart that Fang Chong was not acting, but had remained kind from beginning to end for 10 years, which was completely opposite to Fang Lang. At the age of 17, you once again tested Fang Chong's qualifications and confirmed that her talent was mediocre, even worse than yours, and that she would never be able to complete foundation building, and even chi refining 9th level would be difficult for her to achieve, which was a pity. At the age of 17, the Underworld Temple was about to open, and you were about to leave Wufang City. Before leaving, Fang Chong gave you a peace amulet without saying much. At the age of 17, you came to the southwest of Tianning Prefecture and successfully found the location of the Underworld Temple, waiting nearby. At the age of 17, you saw people from the cultivation coming one after another, gradually forming various forces, and discovered that Qing Yuanzi and Yang Originzi were also among them. At the age of 17, you used disguise to sneak into the crowd, but because you were low-key, you didn't attract anyone's attention. At the age of 17, you were stopped by 5 independent cultivators. They were very sincere and invited you to enter the forbidden area together to help each other. After thinking for a while, you nodded and agreed. At the age of 17, you discovered that outside the forbidden area, the forces were clearly divided, but there was intrigue among them. However, no one looked up to the independent cultivator, and they all looked down on you. At the age of 17, 10 years passed. On a full moon night, the forbidden area was opened, and a fight broke out outside the door. The fighting continued, and you were also affected. At the age of 17, you killed 3 teammates one after another before successfully entering the Underworld Temple. Everywhere you look, you see an extremely magnificent palace. At the age of 17, in the forbidden area, everyone stopped fighting temporarily and was blocked outside the city gate, unable to move forward. You saw many people digging at the city wall, and then you found that the entire city wall was made of sky meteorite iron, and you were immediately surprised. At the age of 17, you dug up a lot of sky meteorite iron, and prepared to try to break through the city wall, but found that the pressure here was extremely heavy, and ordinary monks were crushed into meat paste. At the age of 17, you relied on your ancient body and strong physique to rush through the city wall and enter the palace, but attracted the attention of other monks, who mocked the little independent cultivator for having such luck. At the age of 17, not long after you entered the palace, you suddenly saw a giant red striped python emerge from the palace, soaring into the sky and roaring continuously. At the age of 17, the red striped giant python roared at the sky. Just a moment later, a huge hand that covered the sky came down and crushed it alive, affecting a group of monks, and you were not spared. You were stained by the splattered snake blood, and your flesh was corroded, thus ending your life. Evaluation: died young, lived a confused life. Listen to my advice, cultivating immortals is a dead end, turn back now. Chapter 130. Pay-per-view. Without any surprises, the simulation results were still tragic deaths as usual. However, compared with the previous ones, this death law manifestation is more Taoist and the style has been raised by several levels. Although the result is the same, the change in the way of death also means that Duan Ming's strength is getting stronger and it is no longer so easy for him to die. Moreover, he discovered several key factors during this simulation and gained a clear understanding of future directions and developments. First of all, the system is more complete, at least it clearly tells Duan Ming which timeline is being simulated. Secondly, confirm that Fang Lang was not cheating and that there was indeed poison in his body, or to be more precise, this poison is so powerful that it can touch the soul. No wonder it is called Corpse CT. It is not surprising that it is filled with the resentment of the dead. Besides, this little girl Fang Chong is somewhat interesting. At least in this timeline, she is quite positive. Of course, there is also the fact that he really couldn't learn any more martial arts, no matter how hard he tried. Finally, the information about the Forbidden Area, the Underworld Temple, is of paramount importance, and its importance is unquestionable. Duan Ming pondered for a while and soon figured out the key to avoid death. Simply put, there is no need for any sophisticated means, you just need to enter the battle a little later and wait for the battle between the powerful to be over. If things get worse, you can even guide others to enter first, and then you can stay behind to pick up the bodies, which is also a good option. All in all, this simulation was very fruitful and the 10 simulation points were not wasted in vain. Simulation ends, you can keep one of the following. Point 1. The state of cultivation at the age of 17.2. My experience of cultivation at the age of 17.3. Life experience at the age of 17. Note: spend one simulation point and you can freely choose any time point to pay for on-demand viewing. The award selection popped up and Duan Ming was stunned, unable to react immediately. There was no change in the first two items, they were still realm and experience, but the last item had changed. The original, life experience, is actually equivalent to a death replay, which allows Duan Ming to see the true face of the enemy and the methods used. The effect cannot be said to be completely useless, but it is more or less useless and is rarely used. However, the current changes have invisibly greatly enhanced its practicality, and it is no longer as useless as before. The only thing that makes people can't help but complain is, pay-per-view, what the hell is this? Since there is paid on demand now, will there be advanced on demand, member only, high-definition quality, and full subscription unlocking in the future? There is almost no need to think about it. According to the crappy nature of the system, these ghost things will definitely appear one after another and continue to devour Duan Ming's wealth until it is completely drained. Because of this, Duan Ming was unable to react in a short period of time. He was immersed in deep sadness and sighed continuously. It's good, but a penny can make a hero. Fall. Duan Ming naturally had no objection to the system upgrade, but he felt more and more poor. How should I put it? This is the reality. After all, the things most people like are beyond their ability and are difficult to obtain. For example, most boys definitely love sports cars, but unfortunately not everyone can afford one. For example, most girls like tall, rich and handsome guys, but unfortunately the other party just wants to have fun. In short, Duan Ming is no exception. He really has a hard time grasping the disappointing system. Choose 3, pay on demand, and view the specific location of the Underworld Temple. After thinking for a moment, Duan Ming hardened his heart and spent one simulation point to try the paid-on-demand service. After all, the functions are out, there is no reason not to give it a try. Even if the effect is poor or not ideal, you have to try it to know. Anyway, it's only one simulation point, so you can still afford the loss. Soon, as the choice was made, Duan Ming's eyes went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at an open grassland. The endless grassland seems to have no end in sight, as if the boundary has merged with the sky, which is very beautiful. Sure enough, no matter whether immortal or mortal, it is difficult to escape the beauty of nature, especially when one is between heaven and earth, with no cover or shelter, one can still feel one's own insignificance. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ming saw a blurry shadow flickering under the moon. The phantom is huge, and its appearance is like a palace, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, with mountains upon mountains, extremely gorgeous and magnificent. However, before Duan Ming could see clearly, his vision went dark again, and then the system popped up a message again. The movie is over. If you want to continue watching, please renew one simulation point. FK, it's true. Duan Ming did not choose to renew the subscription, and his consciousness returned to his body, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. This trip allowed him to know the exact address of the Underworld Temple, which saved him a lot of trouble. However, he once again experienced the disappointment of the system, and for a moment, he felt mixed emotions. It feels like watching some movies that cannot be played. Every time when it comes to the critical moment, you always have to recharge or you won't be able to watch it. It can easily cause high blood pressure. It seems that the senior is also a wonderful person. There is something else behind his words. It seems like he is praising the senior who gave away the cheats, but his tone is full of awkwardness. I guess if the two parties really meet, they will have to settle the accounts. It's a scam, but I still understand the principle that you get what you pay for. At least the money was not wasted this time. After getting the information he wanted and glancing at the balance, Duan Ming decisively gave up on continuing the simulation. The current information was enough for him, no more, no need to advance. Next, he planned to recuperate in the winery for a while, rob the unlucky monks nearby to see if he could collect some wealth, and then go to the Mingdao temple. Once you have successfully avoided the first life and death crisis, that is, the hand that covers the sky, you will conduct a second simulation. In this way, there will be no waste and all simulation points will be spent on the best use. After planning everything, Duan Ming no longer stayed up late to study and went to bed early to rest. But just when he was feeling relaxed and comfortable, someone else met with misfortune and embarked on the road to exile. The winery is very efficient. After receiving the task from Duan Ming, Fang Chong immediately summoned the members of the clan to issue a wanted order for Duan Tian. Almost overnight, the entire Wufang city was covered with his portraits, and he was known to everyone. There are also people who transport the portraits to other surrounding towns and post notices there. The most important thing is, the winery is very generous. They actually put a price of 1,002 taels of silver for Duan Tian's head. If he is captured alive, he can get 2,000 taels of silver. This wealth, which was almost all the capital of the winery, was taken out all at once. From this, it can be seen that they took Duan Ming's words very seriously and did not dare to neglect them at all. Because of this, the unlucky Duan Tian became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill him, and he lived in exile from then on. Chapter 131. Intelligence to improve favorability. Time flies by, just like a mobile phone, which people always can't put down. About half a month later, Duan Ming left the Lang's brewery and headed to the Mingdao temple to start his adventure. He kept his promise and did not kill Fang Lang's descendants, and he also passed down the sword of the sea of maggots, flies and corpses. In a sense, he had no regrets, and his call of master was not in vain. However, just as Duan Ming was about to leave, the simulated timeline events still occurred. Fang Chong, feeling reluctant but never showing any intention to keep him, stuffed the amulet into Duan Ming's hand without saying a word. Duan Ming is not stupid. Even though he is a straight man, he can see that Fang Chong is truly in love with him without any falsehood. However, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Regardless of whether Duan Ming himself has any ideas or not, this identity alone is an obstacle between the two of them. If they really were together, decades later, Duan Ming would still be young, but Fang Chong would already be gray-haired, and there would be no good result. What's more, Duan Ming understood. Fang Chong's feelings were not actually love, but mostly gratitude. Girls, especially those living in the feudal era, tend to have a bit of a veneration for the strong and are more likely to admire and feel a liking for the strong. Therefore, in Fang Chong's eyes, Duan Ming naturally has unparalleled appeal, and her favorability towards him keeps rising. But this is not love, absolutely not. Because of this, Duan Ming simply accepted the amulet without saying anything and then left in a leisurely manner without ever looking back. About 10 days later, Duan Ming stepped on Ultraman and flew with the figure, and arrived near the Mingdao temple without any obstruction. At this moment, the night was dark and windy, and only half of the moon was visible, looking like a shy little girl. The surroundings were barren, with nothing but grass, and the howling of wolves could be heard from time to time. However, even in such a desolate place, a large number of people gathered and it was very lively. As soon as Duan Ming landed, he immediately attracted everyone's attention and they were all whispering to each other. Another old man has come. He looks like he will soon be buried. I guess he wants to go into the secret realm to try and find the life-extending pill. It's just an independent cultivator. Don't worry about it, you'll die if you go in. It's more like finding a feng shui treasured place as a grave than looking for a way to prolong life. That's right, just look at his weird-looking flying tool and you'll know, he's definitely another scumbag. No need to pay attention to this bunch of independent cultivators. With the two heroes leading the team this time, we in the Soul Palace will definitely get a piece of the pie. Just pay attention to the little bastards in the Sword Pavilion. Not only that, I heard that the demon hunting team is here too, which means there are hell demons among us. We must be on guard against this. It doesn't matter, the demon hunting team will naturally take care of the hell demons. We just need to focus on exploring the outer hall. If they really anger us, we will kill them no matter what kind of hell demon they are. The group of people spoke very loudly, without any concealment, so Duan Ming could hear them clearly, but he was not angry. Instead, He felt very happy and seemed to particularly hope that others would belittle him. After all, he himself has disguised himself. The more people look down on him, the more it proves the success of his disguise. So how can he not be proud? And you can also hear some information through the conversation among this group of people, so why not? From the conversation just now, Duan Ming keenly captured several key words. Twin Pride, Soul Palace, Sword Pavilion, Demon Hunting Team, Hell Demon. This information seems messy, but it can be connected into a line and is related to each other. Firstly, when the Twin Pride and Soul Palace were put together, it was hard not for Duan Ming to think of Qing Yuanzi and Yang Origenzi, and he guessed that they were these two people. Then there is Sword Pavilion. Duan Ming wants to make friends with this organization. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, Wang Fa should be among them. Once you are able to establish connections and make friends, it will be beneficial to both yourself and the law. Finally, there is the Demon Hunters, who, like the Sword Pavilion, also hope to make friends with them, but there are two reasons. The first is Zhang Feng, and the second is the blood of the Hell Demon. Duan Ming naturally couldn't forget the characteristics of the blood spirit root, which was that he needed to fuse the blood of the Hell Demon in order to seize the talent's superpowers. Therefore, the rarer the Hell Demon, the more powerful its blood essence, the more it will naturally arouse his interest. The demon hunting team is the experts in this field, so making friends with them will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. Thinking of this, Duan Ming glanced at the gradually full moon, frowned slightly, seemed to have made some kind of decision in his heart, and then walked towards the Sword Pavilion team. Sword Pavilion, one of the 12 major sects in Tianning Prefecture, specializes in swordsmanship and is good at attacking. For this exploration of the forbidden area, they sent out 8 foundation buildings. Compared with other sects, the number was definitely small, not large, but no one dares to underestimate this force. Even if there are only 8 people, they can be treated as 16. After all, monks who are good at using swords often have super strong attack power that ordinary monks cannot resist. After Duan Ming searched around, he found the Sword Pavilion team. They were all wearing long swords, so they were easy to identify, so he walked over. But just as he approached, someone immediately stood up to stop him, blocking his way. Fellow Taoist, wait a minute, this is the resting place of Sword Pavilion, please do not disturb us. The person who was speaking was full of heroic spirit, like a sword that had not been unsheathed, and the aura emanating from his whole body was faintly sharp. However, his tone was not bad. On the contrary, it was quite graceful and polite. It was obvious that he was from a respectable family and his behavior was quite disciplined. Duan Ming responded very well to this, and said politely with a bow, "Sorry for the long chat. Please let me know that old friends are here to chat." Old friend? The man who blocked the way was a little puzzled. After looking Duan Ming up and down, he asked, "Excuse me, which fellow disciple is this friend of yours? I can call him over." Hearing this, Duan Ming smiled slightly. "I am an old friend of the 8 people here, please be kind and let me go over to explain in detail, how about that?" He was telling no truth and was just making up a bunch of lies, but he used extremely simple lies that anyone could tell something was wrong. The blocker was naturally no exception. His first reaction was that Duan Ming was playing a trick on him, but there is no fool among those who practice cultivation. He quickly realized that Duan Ming probably had something to say, but it was just not convenient to tell him alone. After all, no one would be so desperate as to provoke Sword Pavilion without any reason, let alone provoke 8 people at once, which is really a waste of time. After hesitating for a moment, the roadblocker nodded slightly. "My name is Wang Xiao, a disciple of Sword Pavilion, please follow me, fellow Taoist." Soon, Duan Ming, led by Wang Xiao, arrived at the camp and saw the other 7 foundation building monks. "Everyone, my name is Han Li, an independent cultivator. I apologize for disturbing you today. Chapter 132 Brother, this is all I can do to help you, Han Li." All the Sword Pavilion monks looked at each other, and it was obvious that no one recognized Han Li. Finally, they all turned their gazes to Wang Xiao, with confused eyes as if asking, "You brought this person here, explain what the hell is called Han Li." Wang Xiao felt very aggrieved about this, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "I heard a hint of hidden meaning in the words of this fellow Taoist. I always felt that he had something important to say to us, so I brought him here. Han Li, fellow Taoist, just tell us what you have to say. Don't keep us in suspense." Facing the visit of a stranger, the 8 people had already shown good manners, especially Wang Xiao, who was very hospitable and did not make trouble. If everyone here were disciples of Demon Dao, they would have probably started fighting or scolding, and would not have had the patience to ask. Seeing this situation, Duan Ming did not think of pretending to be profound. His purpose of coming here was to make friends with the Sword Pavilion disciples, so after pondering for a while, he said slowly, "First of all, I have to apologize to fellow Taoist Wang Xiao. There is actually no old friend of mine here. I just told a small and immature lie in order to get closer to you." Hearing this, Wang Xiao's expression suddenly improved. He smiled unconsciously and nodded in agreement. In his opinion, since Han Li could face up to his lies, there must be a deeper meaning behind it, which also proves that what he did was absolutely correct. The 7 people on the other side also looked at each other. Although they did not see what happened just now, they had a rough guess in their minds. For a moment, no one spoke, waiting quietly for Han Li to continue. Duan Ming paused for a short while, letting everyone digest what he had just said. Seeing that they showed no signs of being angry, he continued speaking, as a way of giving an explanation to everyone. Certainly. If after saying this, if anyone showed any hostile emotions such as dissatisfaction or disdain, Duan Ming would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. After all, in his opinion, if a person gets angry over trivial matters, then he will never remember his kindness and there is no need to be friends with him. Fortunately, the current situation is good. Everyone has shown enough patience and no one shows any dissatisfaction, which is why Duan Ming said the following. The reason why I came here to meet with all the fellow Taoists is because I received inside information. It is a matter of life and death and cannot be taken lightly, so I thought of telling you all. He still paused and did not make his words clear right away, whetting everyone's appetite while secretly observing their reactions. 2 of them were obviously relatively impatient. They just opened their mouths to ask, but immediately restrained themselves and waited quietly without saying a word. He has good upbringing and inner qualities. He is not the kind of person that Duan Ming hates, the kind of person who only has a mouth but no ears. I learned from a certain channel that there is a giant python hidden in the secret realm. It has unfathomable power. Anyone who encounters it will die. It is difficult to escape. Moreover, this giant python is about to break through recently, and it will definitely arouse the wrath of heaven and suffer divine punishment. By then it will inevitably affect all of us. Death may be a small matter, but I'm afraid even the soul will be annihilated. Therefore, due to the critical situation, I have no choice but to come to you all to visit and convey the news clearly. After these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed, especially their eyes, which became much sharper than before. None of them doubted that Duan Ming's words were false. Instead, they all looked at each other in a serious manner, then immediately cast a spell to build a spiritual barrier to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. When the spiritual barrier was completed, one of them stepped out of the crowd and said with a bow, "I am Zhao Wu, a disciple of Sword Pavilion, and my teacher is the 5th elder Zhou Baihong. I am honored." Obviously, this Zhao Wu is the leader of this operation, and his status is higher than others. Especially when Duan Ming heard that his master was one of the elders of Sword Pavilion, his heart suddenly tightened and he couldn't help but come up with some evil ideas. "Fellow Taoist Zhao Wu, you're too polite." Glancing at the spiritual power barrier, Duan Ming said slowly, "In fact, there's no need to go to such great lengths. There's no one around, so it won't be leaked." Hearing this, Zhao Wu shook his head slightly, indicating his disagreement, but his tone was unusually polite. "Fellow Taoist Han Li, you may not know that we are here for the giant python, so, your words are highly credible, so I will inevitably be more cautious." Hearing this, Duan Ming was delighted. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it saved him a lot of trouble in explaining. Then he heard Zhao Wu's voice again, explaining word by word. "Where did Han Li fellow Taoist get his information from? Is it reliable?" After thinking for a while, Zhao Wu continued to ask, "I just heard Han Li fellow Taoist call it a certain channel, which means it is inconvenient to say it. If you have difficulties, we will not force you to say it. I just want to know how credible it is." Zhao Wu is very knowledgeable about the ways of the world and has a very intelligent mind, so it is not difficult to talk to such a person. The reason why Duan Ming used a certain channel as a substitute was that he really couldn't reveal the real source. He couldn't tell everyone that he had a system plug-in. Therefore, after careful consideration, Duan Ming seemed to have made up his mind and explained, "As Brother Zhao said, there are indeed some unspeakable secrets that I cannot disclose clearly, but the credibility is absolutely 100%, and I hope you will take it seriously. Of course, this problem is not unsolvable. We just need to let others enter the forbidden area first, and I can wait for some time. It won't be too late to enter after the giant python has finished causing trouble. Clarifying the details, stating the original intention, and providing solutions is a healthy conversation process. The Eight-Sword Pavilion disciples could not find any fault with this. As long as what Han Li said was true, they would actually owe him a favor invisibly, a favor that was a matter of life and death. That's all. Thank you, fellow Taoist Han Li, for telling us. But we don't understand why you told us such an important thing. I hope you can explain it to us. Zhao Wu was very polite and courteous, but he was still very vigilant. Instinctively he believed what Han Li said. After all, not many cultivators knew that there was a giant python in the forbidden area. Since Han Li can make the story sound so convincing, it is definitely not a fabrication. However, he still remained a little wary, not believing that Han Li would show goodwill for no reason, and not believing that Han Li had no intentions. Therefore, he did not ask until the very end what was in his mind, hoping to get a satisfactory answer, and this answer would determine their attitude towards Han Li. Because I have something to ask of you. Duan Ming was very straightforward and didn't hide anything at all, or rather, he was just waiting for Zhao Wu to ask about this topic and had already prepared an answer. Since fellow Taoist Zhao Wu asked, I will tell you straight away. I have a good friend who saved my life, but unfortunately he died at the hands of Demon Dao. To repay him, I am telling you all about it. My good friend has a descendant who worships Sword Pavilion and hates Demon Dao, so he wants to become his apprentice and learn martial arts. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be studying at Sword Pavilion at this moment, and it is unknown whether he has been selected. If possible, I hope you can give me some consideration and take care of me today. By the way, his name is Wang Fa, he has a pretty face, so he is easy to recognize. Chapter 133 Love Tips. After finding out Duan Ming's true intention, Zhao Wu smiled knowingly and sighed that it was just as he expected. At the same time, his vigilance was greatly reduced, and then he immediately assured, Thank you, fellow Taoist Han Li, for speaking frankly. We can now feel more at ease. It's just that we have been out carrying out sect missions in recent days, so we haven't heard of this person. Since we have received your kindness today, the 8 of us will remember it in our hearts. We will definitely look for Brother Wang Fa after we return to our sect. If he has good talent, I can introduce him to Master, and whether he will be accepted as a disciple depends entirely on his own luck. Zhao Wu was a little hesitant when he said this, especially when he used the word, if. He did not seem particularly sure, but because of this, Duan Ming felt much more at ease. He nodded slightly and said, Thank you. In his opinion, if Zhao Wu agreed very readily, he would probably not do his best and would just do things perfunctorily. After all, speaking doesn't cost anything, so anyone can lie and brag. But taking action does require costs and will cause trouble to a greater or lesser extent. Based on this, Zhao Wu's words are highly credible. Because he hesitated when he spoke, it means that he really thought about the possible costs of taking action, so he didn't say anything final. This situation is similar to, a girl asks a boy, Do you love me? If a boy answers very readily, it basically means that he has not thought about the answer and is speaking entirely based on his feelings. In most cases, his answer is fake and cannot be trusted. Instead, the correct approach should be silent first, then stare into the girl's eyes. After a few seconds, slowly and in a low voice say a word, love. Finally, don't say anything, just hug it. That way, the mission is accomplished and we will have the opportunity to play poker that night. This is the difference between words and actions. Many times, saying 100 dog-licking quotes is not as effective as one action, but actions often have consequences. When you hug a girl, you may get slapped in the face, and it may be very painful. But, as boys, you still have to be brave enough to take this risk, otherwise what's the point of having an iron rod? Time flies. After finishing his conversation with everyone at Sword Pavilion, Duan Ming did not stay but made up an excuse to leave. Then he asked along the way and finally found the demon hunting team's camp half an hour later. He followed the same method and used extremely crude lies to contact the members of the demon hunting team. Unlike the people in Sword Pavilion, the demon hunting team members seemed to be suspicious. They looked at Duan Ming as if they were examining a criminal, and their eyes were extremely unfriendly. But this time, Duan Ming endured it and didn't bother with them. There are two reasons for this. First, the demon hunting team has a special identity. Since they fight against hell demons all year round, they always encounter some monsters that are good at disguise. Therefore, it is normal for them to be suspicious of strangers. It is an occupational disease. Second, Duan Ming had something to ask of them. The hell demon's information, location, characteristics, blood essence, these are all what he needs, so he has to make friends with him no matter what. Therefore, even though the members of the demon hunting team were not easy to get along with, Duan Ming still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and told them the information he knew. Soon after receiving the intelligence, the two sides immediately established initial trust, sweeping away the previous atmosphere of vigilance. Fellow Taoist Han Li, thank you for your advice. We will keep it in mind, but this matter still needs to be confirmed. If what you said is true, you will be rewarded handsomely in the future. But if you have other plans, don't blame us for being ruthless. After some communication, the leader of the demon hunting team, Sung Wuhui, stood up and responded with equal goodwill. However, he still hadn't gotten rid of his suspicious habit. Even if he couldn't see any motive and had no evidence, he still habitually prepared for the worst. Therefore, when speaking, people always intentionally or unintentionally say ugly things first. Of course, it can also be seen from another perspective that this person is very responsible. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it also reflected how seriously he took the matter and how cautious he was about the safety of his teammates' lives. The most important thing is that if we can talk it out now, we can do the same later. In other words, no matter how harsh the words sound now, once something really happens, the rewards will definitely be huge. In short, this kind of person is difficult to get along with, but he is kind-hearted and worth making friends with. The situation is similar to, a boy asks a girl, "Do you like me or not?" The words are very direct and aggressive, which usually scares girls away, but in fact, the boy is really at his wit's end. He has been pursuing her for a long time but there is no response. He can't help it and asks such a straightforward question. Certainly. The correct approach should be, don't ask, don't chase, just slowly penetrate into the other person's heart through daily interactions, just like boiling a frog in warm water. When one day a girl starts to feel uncomfortable without a boy around her, then the matter will be settled. But this is just the first step, there is still a long way to go before you can play poker. Moreover, this approach is also very risky. In many cases, it will inevitably develop into, you cannot be a couple, but you suddenly gain a brother, for no reason. But then again, as boys, you should be brave enough to take this risk, otherwise what's the point of having an iron rod? What's more, brothers can also practice sword skills with each other, which is better than strangers. Please rest assured, the information is absolutely correct. If there is even a single word of falsehood, you can take my head at any time without frowning. Faced with Sung Wuhui's questioning, Duan Ming was not humble at all, but full of confidence, and immediately put forward his own requirements. To be honest, the reason I told you all the information is because I have something to ask of you. I have an enemy with whom I had a life and death feud. I finally killed him recently, and I can say that I have settled our grudge. But later on, he discovered that the other party had actually used his own child as an experiment and cast a curse on the other party, which was extremely abominable. As the saying goes, misfortune should not affect one's wife, children and the elderly. Seeing that his son was pitiful and had a kind heart, I advised him to join the demon hunting team in order to seek a way to get rid of the curse. If nothing unexpected happens, according to the time, he should have arrived at the demon hunter's headquarters by now, but it is unknown whether he has successfully become their disciple. Now that I have met you all, I have started to think about it. I hope I can take care of him in the future and give this poor child some hope of survival. By the way, his name is Zhang Feng, a teenager with masochistic tendencies. The novel was not read in vain, as Duan Ming made up the story very well and immediately convinced everyone in the demon hunting team, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 134 The stronger you are, the more you cherish your life. 3 days later, the moon will be full, and tonight will be the opening night of the Mingdao Temple. At this moment, the wilderness was bustling with people, with more than 100 explorers. Most people were in the foundation building stage, ranging from stage 1 to stage 9, gathering in 2s and 3s. There are also a small number of elite groups who have even reached the crystallization stage and become an existence that no one can ignore. However, none of the higher-level monks, such as Gold Core, Spirit Gathering, Nascent Soul, etc., appeared. There are actually only 2 reasons why this situation has occurred. First, although this place is a forbidden area, it is not a secret in the immortal cultivation world. It has been explored countless times in the past years. Therefore, everything that should be explored has already been explored, everything that can be taken has already been taken, and what remains are things that are untouchable. Based on this, except for a bunch of monks who want to try their luck, those high-level monks no longer look down on such forbidden areas and naturally will not come. Secondly, this reason is more realistic. Simply put, high-level monks value their lives extremely. Although the forbidden area has been explored for many years, there are still areas that have not been explored and developed, waiting for everyone to develop. Of course, if you want to explore all of this, you have to pay a price. In serious cases, you may even have to pay with your life. And how could a high-level cultivator, who had cultivated to this point with great difficulty, take such a risk easily? To put it bluntly, the stronger a person is, the less he dares to take risks and the more he values his life. It's not that the high-level cultivators are timid. When faced with a life-and-death fight, they are still extremely ferocious, but they are enjoying the beauty of the world, so how could they be willing to die? How could they be willing to leave this colorful world so easily? Therefore, under normal circumstances, high-level monks will only appear one after another after a certain child of destiny accidentally explores a new area. Either kill people and steal treasures, or continue to explore in depth. In short, they will never be the first to take the lead or be the vanguard. The foundation building and crystal monks gathered here are actually all cannon fodder and pawns of the high-level monks. Some of them come here voluntarily to explore and reap the benefits, such as independent cultivator, who have no resources and can only risk their lives. But most of the time they were sent by the sects and had to come, they had no choice at all. In short, no matter what the reason was, even if there were no high-level cultivators present, Duan Ming, after his disguise, was still inconspicuous in the crowd, both in terms of strength and appearance. He was so weak that people were too lazy to even take a second look at him. He is quite proud of this, as it saves him from a lot of trouble and keeps him in the driver's seat. Just like that, as time passed by, and the moon was about to be full, Duan Ming frowned, quietly retreated behind the crowd, found a safe area for himself, and waited quietly. Soon, just after Duan Ming left the crowd, fierce shouts and screams were heard in the distance, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's finally started. Looking into the distance, Duan Ming discovered that some cultivators had already started fighting, and the fight was extremely brutal. This also made him secretly feel fortunate that he had simulated it before and knew that he would encounter this incident before entering the forbidden area, so he avoided it in advance and avoided being affected. At this moment, the monks who were fighting were still his old acquaintances, Qing Yuanzi and Yang Origenzi. The twins had a conflict with the people from Sword Pavilion and a fight was going on between the two sides. The reason why the current fighting situation has occurred is actually indirectly related to Duan Ming. After he killed Fang Lang, Qing Yuanzi and Yang Origenzi were frightened and quickly cleared out the Duanyun sect and Lingyun sect and returned to their sects to curry favor with them. However, they both didn't know why, perhaps out of considerations of interests, or perhaps for some other purpose. Yang Origenzi, who was originally supposed to belong to Sword Pavilion, chose to rebel and join Soul Palace with Qing Yuanzi. Let me ask, how will Sword Pavilion react when it finds out about this? There is almost no need to guess. There will be no rage. After all, Yang Origin is just a foundation building. The loss is the loss, which is not a big deal. However, betrayal is a matter of face, and one will definitely feel uncomfortable and resentful, especially when it involves the face of a sect, and one will inevitably be criticized in the back. Don't underestimate face. Although it may sound empty, it can have real impact. In fact, if we just replace the word face with authority, influence, it will be easier to understand why all the major sects attach so much importance to appearance. It's not because I like it, it's just because I need it. Big sects need to be admired, making people feel that they are out of their reach. In this way, everyone will be in awe of the big sects, not dare to cause trouble easily, and avoid a lot of trouble. If it is a piece of fat meat, without any authority, then everyone will want to cut a piece of it and have a taste. But when the big fat meat has authority and influence, no matter who it is, they have to think twice before taking action. This is the invisible power of face, which cannot be seen or touched, but it really exists. It's like, when a boy is flirting with a girl, the most effective thing to do is to maintain his authority and uphold his bottom line, and never be a bootlicker. The more a boy has bottom lines and principles, the more he dares to refuse girls' requests and maintains his own authority, the more likely he is to attract girls' favor. On the contrary, unbridled flattery like a bootlicker will only make girls feel that this person is unreliable and has no principles. Not only will they not like him, but they will also damage his image. Why kneel when you can pick up girls while standing, right? In short, based on this situation, it is reasonable for Sword Pavilion to counterattack and kill Young Origin at all costs. Because of this, when the Sword Pavilion members encountered the twins, they immediately chose to fight each other, and the two sides started fighting. At this moment, golden swords cut through the night sky, engulfing all the darkness, making it as bright as broad daylight. Sword Pavilion has a total of 8 members, but each of them displays extremely strong combat power. There are hundreds of golden swords around them, exuding a strong murderous intent. Corresponding to this are the Soul Hall members, who are relatively numerous, with a total of 13 people, led by Qing Yuanzi and Yang Originzi. Although the combat power of each individual is not as good as Sword Pavilion, when combined together, it is a force that cannot be ignored. And because of the special nature of their skills, every Soul Palace member exudes thick black smoke all over their body. When the black smoke gathers together, it forms faces of resentment, like hell on earth, which is very terrifying. In short, on the battlefield, there is a clear distinction between light and dark, good and evil. They tried to test each other, but no one dared to break the deadlock first. After all, there were quite a few people watching the show around. Therefore, no matter Sword Pavilion or Soul Palace, they did not dare to fight with all their strength. If they were ambushed and taken advantage of by other sects afterwards, it would be a loss. Chapter 135, The Battle is Coming, Young Origin, the past should be resolved. Don't hide today. Wang Xiao stood in front of everyone, holding a long sword, with white clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal and was very charming. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, like needles. If you stare at them for too long, you might even feel as if your heart was pierced, filled with murderous intent. You don't even want to call me junior brother now. Facing the aggressive Wang Xiao, Yang Originzi smiled and said, "Second senior brother, are you going to attack this useless junior brother of mine?" If the master knew, he would be very sad. Hearing this, Wang Xiao immediately got angry. "Shut up, you are not qualified to mention master. I will clean up the mess today." The two sides argued back and forth, neither willing to lose the argument, and the argument continued. This also made the people watching on the side hear it clearly. It turned out that the young and energetic Wang Xiao was actually Yang Originzi's senior brother. You have to know that Yang Originzi is quite old. He looks like an old man with white hair, but surprisingly he is 1 generation younger than him. Sure enough, in the immortal cultivation world, it is difficult to judge a person's status based on their appearance. Although it is extreme, but sometimes, if you happen to see a 3-year-old child on the street, he may be able to beat Duan Ming to death with 1 punch. He might be the reincarnation of a powerful person or an immortal. This kind of thing seems ridiculous, but it actually happened. According to records, a total of 128 powerful people were born in Profound Heaven continent, and they were unrivaled in the universe. Among these people, some have particularly strange personalities and like to go on secret visits. The most famous event is the Great Emperor of Blood Boiling, who shocked the world since ancient times, once sealed himself off from cultivation and wandered around pretending to be a 3-year-old child, gaining experience in the world of mortals. However, one day, 3 unlucky people accidentally saw the Great Emperor urinating and defecating everywhere, and they decided to teach him a lesson on civility and setting a new trend. Their method is simple and crude, which is to play the little J, and the kind that turns red. Afterwards, the eternal Great Emperor, who did not want to reveal his name, revealed that the scene was extremely exciting. He had never seen such a big scene in all his years. The poor, Great Emperor with boiling blood, who was revered by millions and at the top of the pyramid, suffered a great humiliation when he was trying to prove his status as a master. He would probably never forget it for the rest of his life. There is no need to say much about what happened next. In short, from then on, the immortal cultivation world developed a very good habit. No one dared to urinate or defecate anywhere easily, and they had to hold it in no matter how hard or difficult it was. On the battlefield, the quarrel continued, and both sides tried to test each other, but it was only a test, and the situation did not deteriorate further. Especially Yang Origin, although he was smiling at the moment, his arrogance was extremely arrogant. He concluded that Wang Xiao had concerns and did not dare to act rashly, so he would definitely hold back and mentioned other people to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, with a clear conscience, the words that came out of young Origen's mouth became more and more unpleasant, making Wang Shao tremble with anger. It's not that I want to be a traitor. It's really that there's something wrong with the Sword Pavilion system. They claim to be righteous, but they don't dare to do any good. They kill people, set fires, steal treasures, and exterminate families. They are simply committing all kinds of evil. Second brother, I see that you are also dissatisfied with the system of Sword Pavilion. Why don't you just follow my example and defect to Soul Palace? Hey Tilda, don't be so quick to refuse. As long as you come, we can still be brothers in the future. Isn't that wonderful? Master can come too. How about announcing in front of everyone today that second senior brother and master have joined the soul? That way there will be a witness. It is a stereotype that villains die because they talk too much. In fact, the villains don't talk a lot, they just speak much better than the heroes. After all, if a guy can't even speak clearly, how can he become a villain and deceive the world? Since he can deceive the world, how could the villain's eloquence be bad? Therefore, talking a lot becomes a natural thing. Just like young Origin now, he can sow discord, slander people out of thin air, confuse right and wrong. He can do it with ease, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wang Shao was naturally very angry about this, but unfortunately he couldn't win the argument with the other party. In the end, he could only worry and hold the sword tightly without letting go. Seeing Wang Shao's unwillingness, Zhao Wu spoke up and comforted him, "Don't worry, let him talk. After entering the forbidden area, we will have nothing to worry about. It's meaningless to argue with him now." Zhao Wu is the team leader and he joined earlier than Wang Shao, so he has to listen to his words. "Don't worry, brother, I understand." Wang Shao glared at young Origin fiercely, temporarily suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, and assured him, "It's a pity that some things cannot be started or ended whenever you want." Just when Wang Shao and young Origins thought they could let it go, a talisman emitting black light flew in from the air and came between them. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang sound, and a large amount of black smoke suddenly spread out and continued to spread around, enveloping everyone. All of a sudden, everyone raised their vigilance to the highest level, holding their breath, guarding against the crisis that might occur at any time. However, when something happens unintentionally, no matter how much you guard against it, it will be of no avail. Soon, bursts of shrill screams were heard from the black fog. Anyone could tell that someone had definitely taken advantage of the opportunity to commit a crime. In this situation, who can endure, who can submit, and who can trust the people around them? In just a moment, the crowd who were originally watching the show gradually started to engage in small-scale fighting, which slowly turned into a melee. Some people did it on purpose, taking advantage of the chaotic situation to kill people, steal treasures, and seek revenge. In short, they acted quickly. Some were forced to do so. For the sake of self-protection, they just wanted to escape from the black fog as soon as possible and were unwilling to fight. However, the situation was stronger than the people. They would encounter strangers every few steps, and both sides were afraid that the other side had bad intentions, so their speed became slower and slower, and they were gradually affected. And most importantly, there seems to be a group in the black fog that is deliberately sowing discord. Duan Ming, who was standing far away, was not affected and could not see the specific situation clearly, but he occasionally caught a glimpse of several black shadows moving back and forth. This group of people never get involved in a fight with anyone. They basically just stab or chop at random, regardless of whether it works or not, and then turn around and run, as if they just want to s everyone off. Soon, in almost no time, the situation was disrupted by this group of people. Those who don't want to fight have to fight. Those who want to fight will cooperate even more. Especially the Soul Palace and Sword Pavilion, both of which were attacked one after another, and both blamed the other side. At this point, a melee was triggered and everything became a mess. Chapter 136. No sincerity. Duan Ming was far away, but was still affected. After all, it is a battle between immortals. Once the fight starts, it is indeed difficult to control. In particular, many times, people tend to pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. For example, after Duan Ming changed his appearance, he looked like an old man in his twilight years and seemed easy to bully. Even though he did not enter the battlefield area, he was still targeted by a group of black-hearted cultivators. While watching the show, 3 burly men quietly surrounded Duan Ming, stared at him with a sly smile and said, "Old man, be smart and hand over your storage bag." These 3 people are all independent cultivators. They don't have much ability, but they like to bully the weak. Therefore, the inconspicuous Duan Ming becomes a conspicuous existence. In response to this, Duan Ming glanced at the three people, and when he saw that they did not have any spirit weapons on their bodies, he immediately lost interest and did not pay much attention to them. He just threw an empty storage bag over. After receiving the storage bag, the three of them were delighted, thinking that the harvest was too easy to come by. You are smart. However, the next second, after the storage bag was opened, the three of them were stunned, their faces changed for a while, and then they reacted and yelled, "Old man, are you tired of living? How dare you play tricks on us? Are you guys annoying? You asked for storage bags, right? I've given them to you. What else do you want?" At this moment, Duan Ming was watching the battle between Sword Pavilion and Soul Palace. In his heart, he was even thinking about whether he should go over to lend a hand. While killing the twins, he could also take the opportunity to do a favor. It was a good deal that killed two birds with one stone. Therefore, facing the three ungrateful men, he was naturally a little impatient. If they didn't want to reveal their strength too early and attract unnecessary attention, the three of them would have been dead long ago. Unfortunately, no one appreciated Duan Ming's mercy. The three strong men insisted on rushing towards the gun muzzles, refusing to give in. One of them even jumped up and rushed forward with a vigorous step, swinging his fist to hit Duan Ming in the face, while shouting, "Don't cry until you see the coffin." Bang! The sturdy man is very strong. He must have practiced some kind of body refining technique and is good at close combat. However, everything is afraid of comparison. It is true that he is powerful, but it depends on who he is compared with. After a loud bang, the sturdy man's fist did not hit Duan Ming, but his neck was strangled tightly and he was twisted in the air like a chicken. This scene stunned the other two people. After rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they finally confirmed, it was indeed the frail old man who captured the muscular man. "Now that you've seen the coffin, why don't you cry?" Holding the burly man with one hand and pinching his neck tightly, Duan Ming glanced at him coldly and then turned his wrist. Crack! Before the strong man had time to cry, he was gone. His neck was completely broken and he died instantly. Everything happened extremely suddenly, so fast that people couldn't react, and there was a sense of unreality. However, in life and death crisis, people's instinct for survival is still very strong. Seeing their teammates killed in battle, the other two strong men subconsciously chose to escape. Apparently, they had already developed muscle memory before that. Unfortunately, this time they offended the wrong person. Adhering to the principle of cutting the weeds at their roots, Duan Ming stomped his foot suddenly, and flames shot up into the sky. A fire dragon about 7 or 8 meters long rose into the sky. The fire dragon circled in the air, immediately dispelling the darkness. It then let out a dragon roar, and then fiercely attacked the fleeing strong man. There were no surprises. No matter speed or defense, no one can escape the power of the fire dragon. It simply whizzed past them, leaving nothing behind as it was completely reduced to ashes. For Duan Ming, he had already shown some mercy and restrained himself. After all, he only used one of the 5-element spirit root, and he didn't use them in combination, but he easily dealt with the three strong men. It was for this reason that the onlookers who saw this scene acted as if they had seen a ghost, and chose to retreat one after another. No one dared to bring bad luck upon themselves again. Tisk, isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to seek torture? After killing the three people, Duan Ming picked up their storage bags. Fortunately, when he controlled the fire dragon to kill the enemy, he was particularly careful and used his spiritual power to wrap the storage bag, thus preserving it. But there were really few things, and after checking, I found that there was really no need to kill the independent cultivator. There were basically no useful things in the 3 storage bags except some spirit stones. They were extremely poor. "You three are so rude." Duan Ming was extremely angry. It was bad enough that they exposed their strength, but in the end they didn't get much spoils. He immediately felt that these 3 people were really uncultured and impolite. In the first place, it is wrong to take advantage of someone's misfortune, and yet you are so weak, it's clear that you don't respect your opponent. Moreover, after being killed, he didn't leave many relics behind. He really has no manners and no quality. This situation is similar to a certain signature. Hooking up for one night stand is wrong in itself. It is immoral and corrupts morals. But if he did, why would the weapon he took out be a toothpick? Isn't it inappropriate? Isn't that disrespectful? Where is the sincerity? There is no doubt that there is not a bit of sincerity at all. It is really uncultured and impolite. It has to be bigger at least, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Duan Ming felt at that moment as if he had been pricked by a Wu spear. It didn't hurt but was very disgusting. Especially when he saw the monks around him avoiding him as if they were wolves or tigers, he felt even more unhappy. I originally wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and then I would pretend and launch a sneak attack or something. Now it seems that everything has become an illusion and can no longer be implemented, and the worst part is, because of the little trick that Duan Ming used, it actually attracted the attention of the crystal monk. This was very unexpected. Even Duan Ming himself did not expect that his casual move would attract so much attention. In fact, it cannot be blamed on him for not being cautious enough, it is simply because of his lack of experience. 5-element spirit root is very strong, no doubt about it. However, Duan Ming did not know how powerful the 5-element spirit root was, and what kind of reputation it had in the immortal cultivation world. Since the raw materials of the 5-element spirit root are 5 highly qualified spirit root monks, even a single spell can produce extremely powerful power. And after the fusion, when all are gathered in one person, the effect exerted will be greatly enhanced. This is a passive skill, which is a buff bonus. It does not need to be released actively, and every attack can generate tremendous power. It is for this reason that the onlookers were surprised at Duan Ming's methods. Such a fierce fire spell was actually cast by a mere independent cultivator. It was really unbelievable and unsophisticated. Chapter 137 Saitagarba Taoist. After killing 3 blind extras, Duan Ming's presence indeed attracted the attention of the strong. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing a green robe, came flying with a sword. He landed slowly and came to a place not far in front of Duan Ming. He bowed and said, "This fellow Taoist has such exquisite skills. I wonder which school he learned from." This is a polite remark, but it contains a hidden meaning. To put it bluntly, he was actually trying to find out the background behind Duan Ming and to see if he had any backers. After all, being able to use such a powerful spell and kill 3 enemies with one blow is something that an ordinary independent cultivator cannot possibly do. Therefore, the middle-aged cultivator immediately guessed that Duan Ming might be a senior disciple of a large sect, and that's why he wanted to test him. Of course, he actually has his own purpose, but it has not been revealed yet. While the middle-aged monk was asking questions, before Duan Ming had time to answer, he heard whispers coming from around him. "He is the Saitagarba Taoist of the chess sect, right? Yes, it's him, a crystal strong man, so terrifying. Are you trying to recruit him? But that's true. If you can use such a powerful fire magic, it's inevitable that you will be targeted." Recruit? Haha, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The chess sect is one of the 12 major sects in Tianning Prefecture. Moreover, the chess sect is also known as the 4 Wonders Alliance together with the Zither sect, the Calligraphy sect, and the Painting sect. They are ironclad allies who share life and death, and have always advanced and retreated together from ancient times to the present. This also gives the 4 Absolutes Alliance a strong voice in Tianning Province, and people will give them face wherever they go. The Saitagarba Taoist is a disciple of the chess sect and a powerful person in the crystallization stage, a whole realm higher than Duan Ming. In general, he is a cultivator with strong strength and powerful background. Duan Ming did not dare to neglect this. After all, he did not want to offend 4 sects at once, so he could only bow and say, "I am Han Li, and my master is Sun Wukong from the Water Curtain Cave in the Flower Fruit Mountain." This is a small sect that is not worth paying attention to. Hearing this, Saitagarba Taoist was slightly stunned at first, but then he quickly reacted and smiled. "Sun Wukong. Oh, I've heard of your name for a long time. I've also heard of your master's name and have always wanted to make friends with him, but it's a pity that we've never met. It is a blessing to meet his disciple now. Han Li, fellow Taoist, please do not refuse. You must introduce me to the master someday." Saitagarba Taoist is talking complete nonsense. There is no story of Journey to the West in Profound Heaven Continent, and he has absolutely no chance of ever having heard of the name of Sun Wukong. Therefore, after all these words were spoken, Duan Ming was completely confused, and he was secretly wondering in his heart, what was going on with the other party and what was he doing. I wonder what fellow Taoist Han Li is going to do next. Saitagarba Taoist pointed at the people in the melee. With this poor Taoist here, this kind of trouble is not a big deal, but it's hard to say what will happen in the forbidden area. I wonder if fellow Taoist Han Li is willing to act together. Although we don't know what exactly Saitagarba Taoist is up to, the goodwill he showed at the moment was genuine. As a result, Duan Ming began to think that the other party was trying to win him over and probably wanted to recruit him into the chess sect. After thinking it over, Duan Ming was a little hesitant about Saitagarba Taoist's proposal. After all, he didn't want to go on an adventure with someone he didn't know the details of. Who knows what kind of trouble might arise? However, the other party's strength is obvious to them. If you don't agree, it would be equivalent to not giving them face, which will inevitably offend others. Therefore, in the end, Duan Ming could only take one step at a time and nodded. Then it is better to obey than to be respectful. Don't go, he wants to hurt you. Before Duan Ming could finish his words, a familiar voice was heard from the side, and then the demon hunting team came over, led by their leader, Sun Wuhui. Ignoring the murderous look in the eyes of the Daizang Taoist, only Sun Wuhui from the foundation building stage didn't care at all. He walked slowly to Duan Ming and said softly, "There is a checkpoint in the forbidden area that requires the help of a fire spirit root monk to break through. However, this level is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. I think he wants to use you as consumables. Don't fall into his trap." It has to be said that the demon hunting team is very loyal. Duan Ming has just informed them of the intelligence and done them a favor, and he has not yet verified whether it is true. But the demon hunting team can step forward at this moment, expose the evil intentions of Saitagarba Taoist, and help Duan Ming overcome the danger. In this situation, it is just like what Teletubbies said, when you are out, the more friends you have, the more ways you can survive. Sun Wuhui, what does my business have to do with you? Saitagarba Taoist was very dissatisfied. The duck that was about to be in his mouth flew away. He couldn't help but feel unwilling. Why don't you just go and hunt down the hell demon and meddle in the affairs of the chess sect? These words clearly show that he is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. He is trying to use the sect to pressure others and force Sun Wuhui to retreat. It's a pity that this method doesn't work on Sun Wuhui, or in other words, it doesn't work on the demon hunting team. Don't meddle in the affairs of the chess sect, are you sure? Half a year ago, disciples of the chess sect were killed by the hell demon. Dozens of people were abducted and their lives were in danger. Who tracked them down and fought all the way to rescue them? 1 year ago, a disciple of the chess sect was bewitched and activated the hell demon summoning array, which led to the destruction of an entire town. Who rushed over without stopping to clean up the mess? 2 years ago, a disciple of the chess sect accidentally entered a forbidden area and was possessed by a prison demon. He became an undercover spy and stole a lot of information about martial arts, causing heavy losses to the chess sect, who helped to investigate thoroughly and avoid a greater disaster. Now you tell me not to meddle in the affairs of the chess sect, but what were you doing before? Why didn't you tell me? As the saying goes, if you have something in your head, you won't feel guilty. Sun Wuhui is in this state at the moment. He almost pointed at the Taoist's nose and spoke without worrying that the other party would hurt him or even talk back. How should I put it? This situation is really weird. It is obviously only Sun Wuhui from the foundation building stage, but he can scold the Saitagarba Taoist from the crystallization stage like an elder. The latter really couldn't say anything back and just stood there in a daze, feeling very embarrassed. That's right, every question Sun Wuhui asked had the same answer, which was just 3 words: demon hunting team. In general, the chess sect owes a lot of favors to others regarding the matter of the hell demon. Therefore, facing Sun Wuhui's rebuke, Saitagarba Taoist could only hold his nose and admit defeat, not daring to say a single harsh word in reply. After all, he was just a disciple of the chess sect. How could he have the right to interrupt and comment on the debt of favor owed by the sect? Okay, I am the one who made a mistake. Fellow Taoist, please don't be offended. The chess sect has no intention of slandering the demon hunting team. It's all my fault for saying the wrong thing. Knowing that he couldn't possibly win the argument over Sun Wuhui, Saitagarba Taoist didn't hesitate and apologized immediately, showing his attitude. If this matter were to be reported back to the sect, he would not be punished. At most, he would be scolded and warned not to provoke the demon hunting team. Chapter 138, Forbidden Land opened. I have absolutely no ill intentions, I just want to make friends with Han fellow Taoist's master, that's all. I just sincerely invite Han fellow Taoist to explore the forbidden area with good intentions, and I have no ill intentions at all. Saitagarba Taoist was still quibbling. Although he didn't dare to offend the demon hunting team, he dared to frame Duan Ming. Sun Wuhui couldn't find any fault with this. After all, he had said everything that needed to be said. If Duan Ming didn't appreciate it and insisted on following Saitagarba Taoist, he couldn't stop him. Fortunately, Duan Ming had already seen through the true face of Saitagarba Taoist in his heart, so he didn't do anything stupid. If Sun Wukong really existed, I might have hesitated for a while, but it is just a fabrication, so it is impossible to believe the Taoist nonsense. Seeing this, Duan Ming smiled and responded, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. However, I have other plans, so I will not go with you. I hope you can forgive me." The refusal was very direct, but it also gave Daizang Taoist a way out and did not completely break up. At least on the surface, everyone could get along. When things developed to this point, Saitagarba Taoist was also very tactful and did not continue to pester. "In this case, I will not bother you anymore. We met each other in the mountains and rivers. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future." After saying this, Saitagarba Taoist turned around and left without hesitation, regardless of other people's reactions. However, his seemingly free and easy back looked miserable in the eyes of those who cared. For a moment, the crowd watching was talking about it. Who is this person? How could he get the demon hunting team to come out and help him? What is his background? It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that I'm afraid he won't live long. Saitagarba Taoist has suffered a loss. I guess he will try to get back at me. By then, not necessarily. After all, he is someone who can be protected by the demon hunting team. His background is definitely not that of an independent cultivator. The Saitagarba Taoist will definitely have to think carefully. It's none of my business anyway, just watch the show. On the other side, Duan Ming, who had accepted the favor, decided to strike while the iron was hot. He looked at Sung Wuhui with a smile and said politely, "Thank you fellow Taoist for your help. Otherwise, I really don't know what reason I would give to get rid of him. I just don't know if it will cause you some unnecessary trouble." "Fellow Taoist Han, you're too polite." Sung Wuhui was a very old-fashioned person. As soon as Han Li put on a polite and courteous appearance, he also became reserved and responded with the same etiquette. "Don't worry about the trouble. The demon hunting team has been able to develop to this day because of our own reasons." Looking at the well-behaved Sung Wuhui, and then recalling the scene of him arguing with others just now, they were two completely different pictures. For a moment, Duan Ming just felt in his heart, "I have made this friend for sure. Anyway, thank you." Duan Ming had only said half of his words when a loud noise was heard from the sky, resounding throughout the world. The sound was so loud that it even forced the people in the crowd to stop, and everyone retreated and held their breath. At the same time, the moon hanging in the sky is also becoming full at this moment. As the last trace of black shadow dissipated, a full moon appeared in everyone's eyes, mysterious and bright. Then the view of the underworld changed. The underworld temple, which was supposed to be a phantom, gradually solidified into a solid entity, just like a mirage that suddenly became real, which was extremely magical. The whole process took less than a dozen seconds, and a huge palace appeared in the wilderness. Looking at the majestic palace, Duan Ming immediately turned to Sung Wuhui and said, "Fellow Taoist son, let's retreat first. It won't be too late to take action after the disaster is over." Hearing this, Sung Wuhui's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly nodded in agreement. He stepped back with Duan Ming and watched from afar as everyone rushed into the Mingdao temple. In Sung Wuhui's opinion, Duan Ming did not escape or find excuses to leave. Instead, he took the initiative to invite him to step back and observe the situation together. Therefore, the information he provided before was most likely correct. Otherwise, when the truth comes out and things are not as Duan Ming described, then he will definitely get into trouble. Therefore, facing the open-minded Duan Ming, Sung Wuhui had nothing to hesitate about. After all, it would only take a little time and he could afford to wait. Strange, why don't they just fly over there, but have to grab the teleportation array? After observing for a while, Duan Ming found that none of the cultivators in front of him wanted to fly into the palace on their swords. Instead, everyone gathered near a teleportation array, apparently planning to use the array to enter the palace. Naturally, he was extremely curious about this, so he asked, hoping that Sung Wuhui could answer it. "Because I can't fly in." Straight to the point, Sung Wuhui gave the answer directly. "The underworld palace seems to be right before our eyes, but in fact, it is all just an illusion. If you fly with a sword, you will find that you can never reach your destination. It is always in front of you, but you can never touch it. According to my master, this place is still an illusion. The real underworld temple is not here at all, and it can only be transported in through the magic circle. Duan Ming listened to Sung Wuhui's explanation while observing the situation on the battlefield. He found that everyone's behavior was quite strange. Almost everyone wanted to be the first to enter the forbidden area, and they were even willing to fight for it. According to the information obtained previously, the Mingdao Temple has been explored many times and all the treasures that should have been taken away have been taken away. Therefore, Duan Ming really couldn't understand why they had to fight to the death. What difference would it make if they went in first or last? Of course, he also saw that the people from Sword Pavilion were doing something bad. They pretended to steal the teleportation array while secretly forcing the people with broken souls into it. It was obvious that they were going to use the information given by Duan Ming to take a gamble and see if they could kill a few people. Son, before Duan Ming could finish, Sung Wuhui spoke up, I know what you want to ask. Even though the underworld temple has been explored many times, it has been restored every time. At this point, Sung Wuhui felt that his expression was not accurate enough, so he paused and said again, to be precise, the underworld temple itself has some mysterious reason. No matter how badly it is damaged, it will be restored the next time it is opened. Of course, those standalone spirit weapon law treasures are not included. You can understand it as, gates, walls, stone pillars and other items can all be restored. All of these things are made of special materials. For example, the city walls are made of a large amount of meteorite iron, which is an excellent material for forging law treasure. So they already have a goal before entering, and naturally want to be one step ahead of others and get what they want first, which will cause competition. Duan Ming was amazed after hearing this. He felt that Mingdao Temple was just like the divine ability, the immortal demon, which had the power of recovery and could not be killed, no matter what. Chapter 139 Red Python, Humph. It's fine that the demon hunters ruined my good deeds. But you little scoundrels are trying to stop me. You are really overestimating yourselves. Relying on his crystallization period cultivation, Saitagarbha Taoist entered the underworld temple very smoothly. However, during this period, there were still a few short-sighted minions who took action. Although they did not do it on purpose and it was just due to confusion, they could not escape the clutches of Saitagarbha Taoist and were killed one by one. In short, he became one of the first monks to enter the Mingdao Temple. After passing through the teleportation array, we arrived outside the hall. The first thing that caught our eyes was a towering city wall, solid and thick. The underworld temple can be divided into two parts, the outer hall and the inner hall. There are 3 obstacles in the outer hall, and the first one is this city wall. Just like the situation Duan Ming encountered in his simulation, this city wall has another mystery. In addition to being made entirely of meteorite iron, it also has a gravity that makes it difficult for people to move. Any monk who wants to pass through this city wall can only use the most primitive method, that is, climbing, to break through little by little, but the whole process is by no means easy. Almost every time you move a certain distance forward, the gravity will increase until it crushes you into meat paste. Therefore, it is impossible for ordinary cultivators to break through. They can only slowly chisel at the city wall nearby, dig out some scraps, and get some meteorite iron, which is considered a good harvest. At least, Duan Ming's master, the ruthless Fang Lang, was unable to break through the city wall. He once felt very frustrated while digging for meteorite iron under the city wall. However, such problems are not a big problem for cultivators in the crystallization stage. Without any hesitation, Saitagarbha Taoist quickly climbed up the city wall and looked around to see who was competing with him. Red Tower Zhao Xuan, Painting Sect Zhou Mi. Hey, these 2 little guys from the Soul Palace are quite interesting. At a glance, almost all of them are familiar faces, all of them are powerful people in the crystallization stage. Only Qing Yuanzi and Yang Originzi are particularly eye-catching, as they are the only 2 foundation-building monks. Therefore, it immediately attracted the attention of Saitagarbha Taoist, who was secretly amazed. Although these 2 are only foundation-building monks, due to their shared destiny, their physical bodies have been trained to be quite powerful, at least twice as strong as monks of the same level. Therefore, relying solely on their uniqueness, they have a hope of breaking through the city wall and entering the palace. Boom! Just as everyone was climbing hard, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky and struck the palace directly. Everyone didn't have time to react and were shaken and fell off the city wall. However, before they could curse, they heard another loud noise. But unlike before, the sound this time was full of mourning, like the roar of an ancient beast, exuding a strong aura of resentment. For a moment, everyone in the forbidden area was confused. They had no idea what was going on and stood there in a daze. It was only the instinct of survival that made them all feel the approach of danger, and they subconsciously became much more cautious without any need to think. This situation is like, while you are together, you suddenly receive a message from the girl you like, asking you if you like her. Sudden accidents can instantly make boys panic and at a loss. And usually, most boys will subconsciously choose to answer, yes. Some boys even want to open their hearts to express their sincerity. However, unfortunately, this is a wrong behavior and will often cause girls to be disgusted by it, and they will soon avoid boys and dare not meet them. In short, most boys don't realize that this question is not asking whether you like her or not, but asking whether you want to deceive her feelings. After all, girls are naturally more defensive and tentative than boys, so it is inevitable that they will behave in this way. Anyway, the correct approach should be: don't answer directly, use a tactful and safe way to express your love. The simple answer is, we've only known each other for a while, so how can I say I like you so easily? But it's true that we're attracted to each other, and I don't deny that. This answer is a universal template and is invincible. It not only expresses the meaning of liking, but is also not aggressive. At the same time, it shows that the boy is not frivolous and has a very steady mentality. In short, he treats feelings very carefully and does not treat girls with a playful attitude. This way, girls can know boys' feelings while feeling safe, which is definitely a perfect answer. At this moment, Saitagarbha Taoist and other monks were like shy little boys who didn't know how to answer love questions. They only knew how to be passive and vigilant, but they didn't understand that some dangers were irresistible and the correct approach was to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they didn't understand and missed the last chance to escape. Just as everyone was looking around alertly, trying to find the source of the scream, a giant red python suddenly rose into the air from the inner hall. It is so large that it can be seen clearly from a long distance. It is completely red and covered with black lines. In particular, there is a yellowish-brown horn on its head. Although it is not long, it does exist. Seeing this situation, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all ran towards the teleportation circle like crazy, trying to escape from the forbidden area. But if I didn't leave just now, how can I leave now? As the giant red python soared into the sky, it was followed by a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. In an instant, all the cultivators in the forbidden area fell to the ground, bleeding from all their orifices. The mental attack could even be described as the residual power emitted by the superior. Just a little bit of murderous intent spread to everyone and created this situation. For a moment, no one could stand up. They all fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Unfortunately, the giant red python doesn't care about the ants' feelings. It continues to roar at the sky, venting its dissatisfaction. As the roars continued, casualties began to appear among the monks. But what is surprising is that the first to die were not the twins with only foundation building cultivation, but the crystallization monk. Li Xuan from Red Mansions was the first unlucky guy. Logically, he should have been the one who could last the longest. After all, most of the Red Mansion's skills involved spiritual power. However, his misfortune was that he was in a bad position. The roar not only knocked him down, but also knocked down a section of the city wall above his head, which fell heavily on him. Under the successive blows, he became the first victim. He was extremely unlucky, as if he was possessed by Duan Ming. At the same time, outside the forbidden area, everyone stopped. They all saw this scene, and no one dared to step forward to fight for the teleportation array. Especially the members of Sword Pavilion and the demon hunting team, their eyes looking at Duan Ming at this moment became much friendlier, and the meaning was self-evident. Duan Ming naturally accepted this with pleasure. He said nothing and continued to observe silently, waiting for the opportunity. Chapter 140 Void. Great Emperor, Brother Han. As the saying goes, what you hear is false, what you see is true. As the situation changed, Sun Wuhui's attitude also changed. The way Duan Ming is addressed has also changed from Han fellow Taoist to Brother Han. Although there is only a slight difference in words, the meanings they imply are worlds apart. At this moment, his expression was serious, without any casualness, and he said respectfully, "Brother Han, thank you so much. We are able to save our lives today because of your reminder. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." Faced with the bloody reality, Sun Wuhui felt a sense of fear in his heart, but at the same time he was secretly glad. Did he ever doubt Duan Ming? Of course there are. Human nature is suspicious, not to mention when facing strangers you meet for the first time. It is impossible to quickly establish trust. But in the end he chose to believe, and fortunately for that he chose to believe, he was not affected and was able to save his life. And he had just seen Han Li's methods and knew that the other party was no ordinary person and possessed strong strength. The life-saving grace plus the strong strength, the combination of the two, led to a major change in Sung Woohui's attitude, and they became closer. Although Duan Ming sometimes had brain problems and was occasionally stupid, his IQ was still online when it came to serious matters. Therefore, he could also hear the meaning of the change in the title and immediately agreed, "Brother Sun, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. It's nothing to mention. I just made an effort to make friends with you because I need your help. It's my luck that we can form a good relationship." This was a very respectful statement, as it not only affirmed his own contribution, but also gave Sung Woohui enough face. It was much better than those scoundrels who would act like a good kid after getting an advantage. As soon as he finished speaking, before Sung Woohui could respond with any polite words, a hearty laugh came from behind him. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Han, why are you being so modest? Thanks to the information you provided, I was able to trick the Soul Palace today." It was really satisfying. The person who came was none other than Sword Pavilion Zhao Wu. At this moment, he was in high spirits and felt very happy, even walking with the wind. The companions following him all had smiles on their faces, and they nodded and smiled at Han Li. Especially that kid Wang Xiao, he was laughing so hard that he could hardly close his mouth and his saliva was almost flowing down. He didn't have any of the immortal spirit that a cultivator should have. "Brother Zhao, I still say the same thing. I took the initiative to provide information because I have something to ask of you. You and I are just meeting each other's needs. There is no need to be polite. Be high profile in your work and low profile in your life, and you will never be disliked wherever you go." At present, Duan Ming adheres to this principle, does not take credit for his achievements, and says some nonsense that he himself does not believe in. He seems very hypocritical, but he is likable. For a moment, both the Sword Pavilion members and the Demon Hunting Team members were all infected by the joyful atmosphere and laughed. On the other side, the monks in the forbidden area were howling like ghosts and wolves. In addition to the unlucky guy Li Xuan at the beginning, many foundation building stage monks who came in later also followed in his footsteps and died. And as the roar of the red python grew louder and louder, the number of casualties continued to increase. Boom! The giant red python stood in midair as several bolts of lightning flew towards it, all of them hitting its torso accurately. However, some creatures are destined to be extraordinary, just like the red python at this moment. Even though he was struck by lightning, there was not a single wound on his body, not even a scratch. Obviously, it is no ordinary creature, and even the power of heaven and earth cannot harm it in the slightest. However, there are always things in the world that restrain each other, or in other words, even if it is as strong as the red python, there will always be someone stronger who can conquer it. Just as it continued to roar towards the sky suddenly opened up, revealing a gap like a black hole, deep and unfathomable. On the other side, the expressions of the monks who saw this scene changed drastically, and many of them were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe. Yes, the Void Great Emperor, he's still alive. He's still alive. The moon is bright and the sky is silent. Full moon, black hole, it is indeed the Great Emperor of the Void, there is no doubt about it. But, he clearly fell. Why did this happen? We are finished. Once the Great Emperor appears, corpses will float everywhere. No one can escape. Everyone was stunned, all of them fell into a daze, and their faces looked deathly pale. Of course, there are always exceptions. Among all the people present, Duan Ming was the only one who was completely confused. At this moment he was thinking. It's indeed cool and powerful, but who is the Great Emperor of the Void? Is he very domineering? He wanted to ask, but found that everyone around him was stunned. Both Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu looked like idiots at this moment, and they didn't know how to start asking questions when the words came to their lips. In desperation, in order to fit in, Duan Ming could only pretend to know what the Void Great Emperor was. He also acted like a fool and cooperated with everyone. Just as the bunch of idiots were stunned, a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the black hole in the sky and grabbed straight towards the red python. There were no surprises, no resistance. As powerful as the red python, it can kill many crystal monks with just its roar, but it has no power to resist the giant palm. After just a few breaths, the giant red python was like a small earthworm, tightly grasped in the palm of the giant hand, unable to move at all. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and countless blood flowers scattered. The giant red python was crushed and its entire body exploded. the mission was accomplished, and everything returned to calm. The huge palm also slowly disappeared between heaven and earth like a phantom, as if it had never appeared. This scene shocked everyone, and at the same time they were all thankful that they had escaped and were not affected, otherwise this day next year would be everyone's death anniversary. Brother Sun, Brother Zhao, please close your mouths. After waiting for a while, Duan Ming saw that the people beside him had not come back to their senses, so he couldn't help but remind them, "It's over, we should be able to enter the forbidden area now." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wuhui, Zhao Wu and others who were still in a trance, turned their heads to look at Han Li, and everyone's eyes were filled with indescribable complex emotions. They chose to believe Han Li's information, so they did not enter the Mingdao temple, escape the disaster and save their lives. But they never imagined that the scene would become so big and so earth-shattering. I believe that after today, this matter will spread throughout the profound heaven continent and cause a huge sensation. However, all of this was actually known in advance by a cultivator named Han Li. Just wonder what mood would Sun Wuhui, Zhao Wu and others be in at this moment, and what speculations would they have? Without a doubt, they would think that Han Li's background was extremely scary, and even related to the great emperor. How else can I explain it? How can I make it clear? Chapter 141. Picking up corpses. More than 10 minutes later, Duan Ming and others successfully entered the Mingdao temple. As soon as the transmission ended, before I had time to see the surroundings clearly, I could smell a strong smell of blood. Looking around, I saw piles of corpses and not a single living person. Tisk, 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 how miserable. Under the city wall, there was smelly blood everywhere. The unpleasant smell permeated the air, it was extremely pungent and made people feel nauseous. The most important thing is, blood is corrosive, and wherever it goes, there is devastation. This blood comes from the body of the red giant python. After being crushed, it scattered throughout the underworld temple, and was everywhere. Anyone who got touched by it would be corrupted and worn away bit by bit. Very unfortunate. Most of the monks who rushed to enter the underworld temple were caught in the trap, stained with the blood of the red giant python, and died. Some even have only half of the body left, and the body is still continuing to corrode. It is estimated that it will not be long before the entire body disappears completely. Save me. Duan Ming was walking slowly among the corpses when he suddenly heard an inaudible voice. He turned around and saw that it was the Saitagarbha Taoist who had intended to murder him before. At this time, Saitagarbha Taoist is already in the dying stage. Although his body was still healthy and had no missing limbs, there was not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body. It was rotten beyond recognition and looked nothing like his previous immortal appearance. Save me, both eyes of Jizo Taoist are gone, probably because they were unfortunately stained with blood and corroded. Now all he had left were a pair of empty eye sockets, dark and terrifying. He couldn't see who was around him, but he could only try his best to grab the last straw and shout weakly, hoping that someone could save his life. Unfortunately, the person who came was Duan Ming, so he couldn't lend a helping hand at all. He just watched coldly from the side. Save me. Saitagarbha Taoist heard the footsteps and crawled over with all his strength, tightly grasping Duan Ming's trouser legs, wailing, "I am a disciple of the chess sect. Save me, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Duan Ming was still extremely indifferent to this, but this time he did not stand still. Instead, he bent down and took off the other party's storage bag. "Thanks for the gift of nature, you can rest assured." After taking off the storage bag and expressing his feelings, Duan Ming raised his foot and kicked the Saitagarbha Taoist away, no longer caring about his life or death. Of course, there will definitely be people who think that Duan Ming's behavior is inappropriate. Is he stupid? Is he out of his mind? Why not just stomp him to death? After all, Saitagarbha Taoist had no good intentions before, so if Duan Ming were to kill him now, he would definitely not feel guilty. But he did not kill the Saitagarbha Taoist, he just kicked it away and left it to fend for itself. In fact, this is the most appropriate approach, which can achieve the goal and avoid trouble. Saitagarbha Taoist is, after all, a disciple of the Qi sect, and the Qi sect is one of the 4 absolute sects. Let me ask you, when a sect loses a crystallization period monk, will they just ignore it? The answer is obvious, absolutely not. On the contrary, there is a high probability that the matter will be investigated to the end and made clear. In this case, if Duan Ming made a fatal move, who would the chess sect vent its anger on, since it could not seek revenge on the great emperor of the void, nor on the red python? Obviously, the answer can only be Duan Ming, there is no other option. Therefore, he could not kill him and could not let the Saitagarba Taoist die in his hands. Even if the matter is investigated afterwards, we can just say, the situation was already very serious and there was really no way to save it. What's more, judging from his current injuries, Daizang Taoist is almost dead. Killing him now would be a quick death for him, while leaving him to struggle would be the real torture. In a sense, Duan Ming's decision not to kill him would have been even more cruel. In short, with just one kick, he obtained the storage bag of the crystallization period monk and avoided many troubles afterwards. At the same time, he also solved the potential risk of enemies. It can be said that he had a fruitful harvest. Ignoring Saitagarba Taoist no longer, Duan Ming glanced at the cultivators who were entering the forbidden area one after another, and immediately took action, walking towards the corpse of the crystallization stage strongman. There is no doubt that this move is to pick up corpses to make money, without any disguise. Of course, it's not that the others didn't see it, but no one cared. In other words, they also maintained the same tacit understanding and all started picking up corpses to make money like Duan Ming. Suddenly, the scene became extremely strange. A group of people shuttled back and forth in the sea of corpses, no one disturbed anyone else, and they just focused on turning over the corpses. On the other side, some monks who were not completely dead kept wailing and desperately calling for help. It's a pity that no one offered to help and everyone chose to stand by and watch. What Duan Ming cares about most is the Soul Palace, which are his old enemies, Qing Yuanzi and Yang Origenzi. These two people were also very unlucky, as they were all stained with the blood of the red python. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to be fatal. After all, the two of them were only at the foundation building stage, so there was no way they could survive. However, their luck was pretty good and they managed to hold on to the end, barely surviving. However, what greeted them was not rescue by their companions, but plunder by them instead. A group of Soul Hall disciples, after finding Qing Yuanzi and Yang Origenzi, not only did they not help them, but they also raised their swords and stabbed them to death as if they had planned it out beforehand. The whole process was so fast that Duan Ming was dazed and he didn't even have time to stop it. After killing the twins, the Soul Palace disciples started quarreling over the uneven distribution of the spoils. None of them wanted the storage bag, they just wanted the twins' bodies, and they were arguing over it until their faces were red. If they hadn't been concerned about the presence of people from other sects, they would have probably already broken out into a fight and killed each other. This is Demon Dao, without any humanity or even humanity, and everything is based on profit as the top priority. Duan Ming did not make any judgment on this and just watched everything coldly. In his opinion, if he encountered such a situation, he would probably make the same decision. After all, it is the corpse of a foundation-building monk. After all, they share a common destiny. How can such good materials be wasted? If they hadn't already lost their skills and were no longer able to refine the corpse, there would have been a huge fight for it and they wouldn't have let it go no matter what. Of course, he could give up the corpse, but Duan Ming had no intention of letting go of the storage bag, just as the Soul Hall disciples were arguing. He quietly walked over, said nothing, and simply stretched out his hand and made a "take it" gesture. At the same time, in order to show his strength, he deliberately used fire magic, causing several tiny fire dragons to coil around him to intimidate everyone. As expected, this trick is very effective. The Soul Palace disciples had seen Duan Ming's methods before and knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. Plus, the people from Sword Pavilion are waiting behind us with eager eyes. Especially Wang Xiao, his eyes were almost spitting fire, and he seemed to want to chop Yang Origen's body into pieces. This resulted in the Soul Palace disciples not daring to act rashly despite their large numbers, and they could only give in and hand over the twins' storage bags with both hands. Chapter 142 Timeline No. 94,602 Time passed quickly, and soon the bodies were looted by everyone. Duan Ming gained a lot. He got a total of 7 storage bags, which is a relatively large number. Among them were the storage bags of 2 crystallization stage monks, so it was a great harvest anyway. He quickly opened the 7 storage bags and checked them one by one. There are 3 spirit weapons, namely a short sword, a dagger, and a spear, and all of them are yellow rank low grade. How to put it, these 3 items alone are enough to make Duan Ming happy for a while, and it is definitely a big gain. Then he also looted a lot of medicinal pills, but only 2 of them were useful to him, both of which were body tempering pills. The quality of this elixir is not very good, and it belongs to yellow rank low grade, but its effect is not small. As you can tell from the name alone, it is used to enhance physical strength. By the way, These 2 pills were found in the twins' storage bag. It seems that in order to break through the first level, the city wall, the 2 of them took a lot of such pills, which is why they have such strong bodies. After putting the 2 pills away, Duan Ming prepared to use them repeatedly in the simulation until they had no more effect. Then he dug out a small number of spirit stones. Adding the 7 storage bags together, there were a total of 547 spirit stones. It's not much, it can even be considered relatively little. I guess it's because everyone spent all their savings and bought a lot of resources in order to explore the forbidden area. This is also why Duan Ming found quite a few talismans and medical items. As I said, thanks to the gift of nature, such items are no longer needed by the dead. In this case, it is better to leave it to Duan Ming. I believe he will make good use of it, which can be regarded as being thrifty and not wasting. Finally, what made Duan Ming both happy and sad was that he found 3 books of martial arts. The first one is the technique of Li Xuan in Red Mansions, the art of the fusion of yin and yang. Second, the chess master Saitagarba's Taoist technique, black and white double evil chess. Third, the Soul Palace, the twins' technique, the method of possession of 10,000 souls. All 3 books of martial arts are very good. I believe that one will be able to greatly increase one's strength after learning them. It's a pity, Duan Ming can only sigh in despair. However, a martial art is a martial art after all, and its importance is self-evident. At the very least, it can be used to exchange for items such as Spirit Stone, which can still bring Duan Ming a lot of resources. After sorting out all the spoils, Duan Ming turned his attention to the Mingdao Temple. At this moment, many people have been trying to climb the city wall, and many people have given up on breaking through and are digging for meteorite iron. In short, everyone had something to do, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious and friendly, with no one disturbing anyone else. After all, everyone had just divided the spoils together, and they all had done something wrong, so they felt embarrassed to do anything dirty again and avoid becoming the target of public criticism. Should I simulate it first, or should I do it after I pass the first level? Duan Ming first glanced at the members of Sword Pavilion, then looked at his friends from the demon hunting team, and saw that they had all started to act. In addition to Sword Pavilion and the demon hunting team, many other people have also taken action, and some have even climbed nearly half the distance. For a moment, Duan Ming was a little undecided. We must break into the Mingdao Temple, but the trouble is that we can neither act in a hurry nor fall behind others. If the treasures left by Senior Transmigrator are taken away by others, I will not even have a place to cry. Because of this, Duan Ming was a little hesitant. He wanted to simulate first to ensure his own safety, but at the same time he didn't want others to get ahead of him. Fortunately, this hesitation did not bother Duan Ming for too long, and he soon got the answer. However, it was not Duan Ming's own decision, but many people could not bear the pressure when climbing the city wall, fell down, and had to start all over again. After seeing this scene, Duan Ming had an idea in his mind that the overall quality of the second batch of cultivators entering the forbidden area was far lower than that of the first batch. The first group of people had been completely wiped out, with no one left alive. Therefore, he doesn't have to worry too much about someone running too fast and causing him to be unable to catch up. Things have come to this point, there is no need to think too much. Duan Ming immediately opened the simulator. Excuse me, do you want to use the life simulator? Each time you use it, you will need to consume 10 simulation points. Recharge successful, current balance is 250 simulation points. Duan Ming easily converted his gains into simulation points in exchange for resources. However, he did not expect that the system seemed to be playing a trick on him, giving him particularly auspicious numbers that were vaguely mocking. In short, this time I sacrificed 2 spirit weapons, a large number of unused pills, talismans, and all spirit stones, in exchange for a large amount of simulation points. Judging from the balance, it should be enough to support us for a period of time without any need to restrict our hands and feet. Confirmed for use, this simulation is timeline number 94602. At the age of 17, you broke into the underworld temple and tried to break through the first barrier, the city wall. Due to your excellent physical strength, you did not encounter much trouble and easily surpassed the other monks. At the age of 17, you are climbing the city wall and are near the end. Suddenly, you feel that your physical fitness has improved slightly. When combined with the Xiaoyao Ju, the effect is doubled. At the age of 17, you suddenly climbed the wall in the opposite direction, leaving everyone confused. For a moment, everyone was talking about it, but no one dared to come forward to talk to you. At the age of 17, you repeatedly climbed the city wall 99 times, making the monks below who were unable to break through the wall feel ashamed and embarrassed. For a while, you were envied and hated by everyone. At the age of 17, after you climbed the city wall 100 times, your physical fitness has improved. You can clearly feel that your body is a level stronger than before and has become more resilient. At the age of 17, you break through the first level, the city wall, and enter the second level of the outer hall. Suddenly, you encounter Teletubbies holding a knife and fighting you, as if they want to cut you into pieces. At the age of 17, you were confused and speechless. You didn't understand what was going on and could only passively engage in battle. You fought the Teletubbies for nearly 300 rounds, but there was still no winner. At the age of 17, you are about to win and kill the Teletubbies, when suddenly Jesus, Buddha, and boundless heaven appear, holding folding stools, and join the battle, beating you back step by step. At the age of 17, your brain is no longer sufficient. You are in a state of extreme confusion, and gradually you have some spirit partitioning. Jesus finds you vulnerable and knocks you away with a folding stool. Then you are besieged by the Teletubbies and hacked to death. You died, and ended this life. Comment, died young, lived a confused life. Listen to my brother's advice, cultivating immortals is a dead end, turn back. If you don't stop, Ultraman may come. After the simulation, Duan Ming was in a daze and completely ruined. His head was buzzing and he felt as if he was being fed medicine by Pan Jinlian. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't figure it out. What was going on with the Teletubbies? Why did they appear in the forbidden area? Chapter 143 Physical Transformation. Why is this happening? Am I really transmigrating, or am I dreaming? Duan Ming carefully watched the simulation process over and over again, and after almost a dozen times, he was sure that he was not mistaken. It really was the Teletubbies slashing people with knives, and the characters from Mythical really appeared, hitting him with a folding stool. This situation is just like Pan Jinlian is actually a chaste and heroic woman, Zhang Fei likes to sing and imitate the cat's meow, and Li Yuanba is just a weak scholar. In short, it was very outrageous and illogical, leaving Duan Ming confused and extremely puzzled. In the end, after much thought, Duan Ming could only blame everything on Duan Fuyong. After all, the other party is also a transmigrator, and it is not impossible that he will make strange moves and give unexpected tests. At least, in Profound Heaven Continent, besides Duan Ming, only Duan Fuyong knew about the existence of Teletubbies, otherwise there would be no explanation. Simulation ends, you can keep one of the following. Point 1. The state of cultivation at the age of 17.2. My experience of cultivation at the age of 17.3. Life experience at the age of 17. Note: spend one simulation point and you can freely choose any time point to pay for on-demand viewing. Without any hesitation, choose option 2 to gain cultivation experience. Faced with the benefits of climbing the city wall, Duan Ming said there was no way he would miss it. The moment he confirmed it, his bones suddenly crackled like thunder, with a huge noise. But the strange thing was that the other monks around seemed to be collectively deaf. They seemed to have heard nothing and did not notice anything unusual. Soon, Duan Ming realized that only he could hear this sound, and the others were like deaf people and knew nothing. In short, the whole process was quite magical. He was amazed at the wonder of the immortal cultivation world while also feeling from the bottom of his heart that Xiao Yao Ju was extremely extraordinary. Not long after receiving the message, Duan Ming felt refreshed. Although the realm is still foundation building, the combat power has been greatly increased. At that moment, he finally understood the magic of Xiao Yao Ju. To put it bluntly, Xiao Yao Ju has two major advantages. First, change the physique and make Duan Ming become an ancient body. Although there are pros and cons, and I can no longer use the skills, but overall the pros definitely outweigh the cons. Second, the ancient body can comprehend the divine ability. Starting from foundation building, every time you advance to a higher realm, you will be able to comprehend a divine ability, which is what all cultivators desire. Third, physical fitness is constantly improving. As long as he continues to practice, Duan Ming believes that sooner or later he will be able to achieve true immortality of the body. And after this incident, he discovered that when the Xiao Yao Ju is practiced to a certain level, a transformation will occur. Just like animals shed their skin, such as snakes. After the transformation, one can gain a new life in a sense, with greatly increased strength and physical fitness enhanced unprecedentedly. Just like snakes shed their skin, in Mythical, after shedding their skin enough times, They can also transform into a dragon and change their fate. At that moment, Duan Ming felt that the Xiaoyao Ju he was practicing was following this path, which could make him stronger little by little. But in reality, he didn't know, he had only guessed part of it. In fact, Xiaoyao Ju can indeed use transformation to gain stronger strength. But the most important thing is to allow Duan Ming and his body to gradually achieve the unity of man and soul. The reason why other monks could not hear the sound was certainly not because they were deaf, but because the sound was extremely special and came from the depths of their souls. Simply put, after this transformation, Duan Ming, as a transmigrator, has further integrated with his physical body, which has alleviated the world's will's rejection of him to a certain extent. After packing everything up, Duan Ming stood up and walked slowly to the city wall. He planned to climb over the city wall first, then randomly capture a few unlucky guys and throw them into the second level to see if he could find any clues before conducting a second simulation. Otherwise, if we continue the simulation now, it will be too difficult to gain anything and find out the truth of the matter. Even if he had enough simulation points, he couldn't withstand such a waste of time. Therefore, without much hesitation, Duan Ming began to climb the city wall in full view of everyone. However, due to his previous performance, most of the cultivators were not very friendly towards him, and they all wanted Duan Ming to make a fool of himself. He has abundant spiritual energy and powerful spells. He is indeed a rare genius. I don't know how high he can climb before he falls. Come on, spiritual power is not the physical body. I don't need to explain the difference between the two. He will definitely not last long. That's right, people always have their own strengths. For a cultivator like him, since his magic is so powerful, his body can't be that strong. Otherwise, it would be unfair. I guess he can only climb 100 meters at most. That's the limit he can go. No more than that. 100 meters, isn't that a bit too much? Look at those perverts at Sword Pavilion, they only managed about 150 meters. Can he do it? Everyone is in the foundation building stage. If you don't have some special means, don't even think about getting through. Just poach people. There's nothing to see. It will all end in failure anyway. That's not necessarily true. I saw several people crawling over there, including the Sword Pavilion, the demon hunting team, and a few guys I didn't recognize. It's strange to say, I don't know what happened this time, but such a strange phenomenon occurred. It seems that everyone is hiding something. Everyone was chatting and watching the monks passing the level. During this period, Duan Ming was extremely hardworking and was sweating profusely. After climbing up the city wall, he could feel a pressure coming towards him. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling, and a simple description of it was, bearing a weight. The only difference is that the weight will increase every time you climb about 10 meters. And the farther you climb, the harder it is to bear the weight, until you can no longer hold on and fall down. However, for Duan Ming, all of this was just a piece of cake, a small matter that could be easily handled. If he had no worries, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily pass the city wall. After all, he had walked through it 100 times in the simulation. Only, when looking at other people around him, Duan Ming couldn't help but have the idea of hiding his incompetence and didn't want to show off and attract attention. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. This is such a simple truth that it is not difficult to understand. Moreover, if the climb was extremely easy, with so many people watching, the matter would inevitably get out, and who knows if it would cause any other unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Duan Ming had no choice but to use all his strength to start acting. In short, he pretended to be very tired and hard climbing, and he dawdled on the city wall bit by bit. Chapter 144 Qinzong Zheng Shuer, Brother Han, I think we should just forget it. If you really can't hold on any longer, just go down and rest for a while. Don't force yourself. When they climbed to about 80 meters, Duan Ming finally caught up with the vanguard and met Sword Pavilion Wang Xiao. When the two met, Wang Xiao couldn't help but admonish Duan Ming, who was sweating profusely and gritting his teeth. In his eyes, Duan Ming was just holding on at the moment, and would get hurt if he wasn't careful, so it was not advisable for him to continue trying. Therefore, Wang Xiao, who had received favors, naturally could not just stand by and watch, and began to persuade them with kind words. Brother Han, forget it. If it doesn't work this time, we can come back next time. It won't be a problem. Brother Han, you better be careful. Otherwise, I will discuss with my brothers later and find you some pills to strengthen your physique. How about that, Brother Han? Be careful with your steps. Don't step on empty air. Don't continue. Your body won't be able to take it. Brother Han, How can you still hold on? I can't climb anymore. Brother Han, you are awesome. I can't climb anymore. I will go down and wait for you first. Climbing the city wall is a very tiring task. At first Wang Xiao could still hold on, but when Duan Ming joined in, he was no longer just physically tired, but mentally as well. How to say it? Wang Xiao would never have thought that he was the one who advised others not to continue climbing, lest they could not hold on and fall down and get injured, but in the end he was the first one to give up. Let me ask myself, in this situation, do you feel awkward, uncomfortable, suffocated, and tired? In short, Wang Xiao returned to the city wall with a depressed look, aggrieved, and sincere admiration. This scene also allowed the other monks to see the truth. From the initial sarcastic remarks, they gradually changed and became much friendlier. Fellow Taoist Han is really determined. He is so exhausted, but he is still holding on. Alas, I am not as good as him. If I had half of his perseverance, I wouldn't be doing nothing until today. Look, his limbs are shaking so badly, but he's still holding on. This energy is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Oh no, fellow Taoist Han missed a step. Be careful, why are you so nervous? What does his missing step have to do with you? You are not his son. Get lost. People who work hard deserve respect. What's wrong with that? Of course we should cheer for him. Yes, he is also an independent cultivator. His achievements today are definitely not just luck. Why shouldn't we support him? That's right, fellow Taoist Han, come on, beat the disciples of those big sects and make us independent cultivator proud. With the cheers of the crowd, the exhausted Han Li seemed to be greatly encouraged. No matter how difficult it was to hold on, he gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Even when he climbed to 100 meters, he turned around and smiled at everyone to show that he could still hold on and would never embarrass independent cultivator. This instantly ignited the crowd, and for a moment, everyone sincerely hoped that Han Li could climb a little longer. Sure enough, success can only be achieved through hard work and be respected by others. If you rely on your father, luck, or even the system, you will basically not be welcomed. In short, Han Li conquered most of the cultivators with his amazing perseverance, and they all looked at him with admiration. However, no matter how beautiful the environment is, there will always be a few blind guys. Just when Duan Ming climbed to a distance of about 100 meters, he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing, followed by a stinging pain in his skin. Without time to think, Duan Ming could only dodge temporarily and retreat a few steps. The next second, the place where Duan Ming had just been was instantly blew away by the strong wind, leaving 3 deep scratches. You should know that the city wall is forged from meteorite iron. The force of the strong wind alone is enough to destroy it into this state. If it hits a person, the consequences will definitely not be good. Fortunately, Duan Ming retreated fast enough. If he was a second slower, he would be the one in trouble. FK, they are from Qin sect, how shameless of them to launch a sneak attack. Wind Blade Qin Zheng Shuer, you can climb as you please. Why are you interfering with Han, fellow Taoist? Are you so bored? Fellow Taoist Han, be careful. This person is narrow-minded and sarcastic. Don't fall into her trap. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Fellow Taoist Han, just move aside and don't argue with her. After dodging the attack, Duan Ming looked up and saw a woman with a beautiful figure and appearance, smiling at him and winking at him. Coupled with the constant reminders from the independent cultivators below, he immediately realized that he had met a willful princess. There is no competition in the first stage. At most it is a question of who is faster and who is slower. There is no need to fight. But Zheng Shuer is really amazing. She chose to cause trouble for Duan Ming at this very moment, and no one knows why. However, Duan Ming was dismissive of the reminder from the independent cultivator below. He saw clearly that this woman had a broad mind, so how could she be narrow-minded? I guess it won't even shrink if I get hit by a punch, so it doesn't look narrow at all. Of course, for the sake of the integrity of his character and in order not to expose his true strength, he endured it for the time being. He did not choose to confront Zheng Shuer head-on, but followed the advice, moved aside and continued to climb forward. It's a pity that Zheng Shuer didn't know what was wrong with her. After seeing Duan Ming avoid her, she stuck to him like a piece of taffy, as if she was determined to knock him off the city wall. Girl, there is no grudge between us in the past and in the present, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Facing the arrogant Zheng Shuer, Duan Ming was also a little annoyed and had the urge to take action. But before that, he still wanted to try to persuade him with words, and only when he had no other choice. Would he choose to kill him? However, Duan Ming still underestimated Zheng Shuer's dominance. She completely ignored Duan Ming's warning and simply replied, "Why should I explain what I did? If you behave yourself, you won't be beaten. Just do it yourself." After saying that, she once again used Wind Blade to attack Duan Ming. Duan Ming couldn't tolerate this anymore. After all, the other party had already stepped on his head. If he continued to tolerate it, it would not be hiding his incompetence, but being a coward. But just as Duan Ming was about to make a move, when he saw Wind Blade rushing towards him, he suddenly hesitated and stopped moving. The next second, the Wind Blade blew past Duan Ming's ear, but he dodged it. No, to be precise, the Wind Blade blew past Duan Ming's ear, but he himself didn't move at all. For a moment, Duan Ming was a little confused and puzzled. He didn't believe that at such a close distance, Zheng Shuer would be so weak that she couldn't hit anyone. It was really unreasonable. However, before Duan Ming could think clearly, he heard Zheng Shuer say loudly, "Good trick, you can dodge this, you really have some skills." Chapter 145. Open attack on the secret gang. Several more wind blades came, and without exception, all of them passed by Duan Ming, who didn't even move, and only grazed the edge and cut his clothes. What a terrifying body movement, it actually touched the subtle realm. Zheng Shuer was really showing off. She caught Duan Ming, who didn't react the whole time, and started praising him non-stop, almost praising him to the sky. The latter was also very confused. He really couldn't figure out what Zheng Shuer was doing. To say that the other party was attacking me was indeed true, and it was not wrong. But the attack was carried out in this way, doesn't it seem wrong? Is it reasonable that you can be safe and sound without having to hide? Is there something wrong? Is it extremely confusing and puzzling? Duan Ming couldn't figure it out, but that didn't stop Zheng Shuer from continuing her show. She kept using Wind Blade and exclaiming how awesome Duan Ming was. For a moment, the scene looked like a live show. Zheng Shuer treated Wind Blade as a gift and shouted 666. Duan Ming performed his talent in front of the camera. Although his talent was just daydreaming, it was enough to make the rich people give him gifts crazily. After 520 wind blades, Zheng Shuer finally couldn't hold on any longer. She gritted her teeth, let go of her hands, and fell off the city wall. At the same time, she did not forget to yell, "Han Li, right. I will remember you, I will take revenge for today another day." After saying that, she turned in the air, turned her back so that the people below could not see her expression, and then gave Duan Ming an extremely seductive look. This seductive look may seem tempting, but it is actually full of deep meaning. In short, it definitely has nothing to do with love and must have other intentions. Fortunately, the mystery did not torment Duan Ming for too long. At the moment when Zheng Shuer threw him a wink, Duan Ming received a voice message in his mind. "Thanks to Han, fellow Taoist, for teaching Saitagarba Taoist a lesson. This person is extremely hateful. He has been my enemy for a long time and I must avenge him. However, due to the rules of the Four Absolutes Alliance, it is not convenient to take action against them, and no opportunity has been found until today. Today, Korean fellow Taoist used the power of the demon hunting team to humiliate the other party in public, which really made me feel happy and I am very grateful. But this matter will certainly be investigated, and now that Saitagarba Taoist is dead, the people of the chess sect will certainly not let it go. Based on this, I am stupid and have resorted to this desperate measure, pretending to attack Han, fellow Taoist, and making an enemy of you. If the chess sect wants to harm you in the future, they will definitely come to me to discuss and consult. At that time, I will definitely inform fellow Taoist Han to avoid disaster. Good deeds will be rewarded. Fellow Taoist Han helped me to vent my anger, so I will definitely repay him. There is still a long way to go, and we will continue in the future." After he finished speaking, Duan Ming reacted and finally figured out what was going on. He was no longer as confused as before. It turns out that Zheng Shuer was repaying a favor. It seemed that she was attacking and making enemies, but in fact she was helping secretly. Her mind was very meticulous. Duan Ming was naturally grateful for this. Although he achieved this unintentionally, it made it even more obvious that Zheng Shuer was someone worth making friends with. You know, if she didn't say it herself, who would know that she had a grudge against Saitagarba Taoist? Or, even if someone knew the inside story, Zheng Shuer never asked Duan Ming to do this from beginning to end, so naturally she didn't owe anyone a favor. But she spoke it out and took action to repay Duan Ming. This kind of person is worth making friends with. At least you don't have to worry about him being ungrateful or repaying your kindness with enmity. Based on this, Duan Ming silently kept Zheng Shuer in mind, thinking that he would find a chance to talk to her after the trip to the forbidden area. Maybe he could sell the 3 martial arts books he had just seized to her, and he wouldn't have to worry about being at a disadvantage. After ending an episode, Duan Ming continued to climb and gradually caught up with the leading team. Sword Pavilion Zhao Wu, Demon Hunting Team Sung Wuhui are both on this list. When they saw Duan Ming catching up, they both smiled knowingly but said nothing. In their opinion, Han Li was definitely not a simple person and his background must be amazing, so the first level was not enough to stop him. After all, he could even predict the appearance of the Void Great Emperor, so how simple could such a person be? Of course, because of this, neither of them thought about repaying Duan Ming and only dared to owe him a favor. The reason was very simple. Both of them misunderstood. They thought that a person like Duan Ming must have everything he needed and would not be interested in their belongings. So after looting the bodies, they all started to climb the city wall, trying to pass the first checkpoint, and no one went to find Duan Ming to share the spoils or give gifts. Fortunately, Duan Ming didn't know all this, otherwise he would probably have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from anger. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be explained or compensated, and it will only cause him to go directly from cerebral hemorrhage to cerebral palsy. Brother Han, this wall is 200 meters high and 150 meters wide. If we hold on a little longer, we will reach the top soon. Sword Pavilion Zhao Wu was quite relaxed at the moment and did not show much pressure. It seemed that he had also practiced some body refining method. On the other hand, not to mention Sung Wuhui from the demon hunting team, he didn't even sweat and was very relaxed and casual throughout the whole process. After all, they have been fighting against hell demons for many years, and in many cases spells are far less effective than the physical body, so the entire demon hunting team focuses on flesh refinement. And the most important thing is, some hell demons are edible, just like monsters, and can enhance physical fitness. This also meant that Sung Wuhui did not feel too much pressure when facing the first level. Brother Zhao, Brother Sun, you two don't have to slow down and wait for me. I can do it myself. Duan Ming was acting while climbing, but with 2 familiar faces around him, he felt a little tired and a little uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Zhao Wu and Sung Wuhui seemed to have deliberately slowed down because of what happened to Zheng Shuer before, and moved forward, flanking Duan Ming on the left and right. They could obviously go faster, but they chose to slow down. As a result, Duan Ming fell into a very embarrassing situation and had to continue acting, pretending that he was about to die or fall down at any time. It's okay, let's go together. Sung Wuhui was a ruthless man who didn't talk much, and he directly rejected the proposal. Since I have accepted Brother Han's favor, I must help with this little thing. After saying that, Sung Wuhui took out a rope from the storage bag and tied it around himself, then slowly crawled to Duan Ming and tied him up. Brother Han, please don't be offended. I don't look down on you. I really hope that you can make it to the second level. It will be very beneficial. Great benefit. Duan Ming naturally did not feel insulted by Sung Wuhui's actions. Instead, he felt a little warmed. However, he could not show it at the moment, so he could only change the subject and ask, what are the benefits of the second level? Hearing this, Sword Pavilion Zhao Wu took over the topic and started to explain, the second level is an illusion. We will all be hypnotized and dream about the most familiar things, or the things we fear the most, and eventually be tortured to death. Chapter 146 failed at this point. Zhao Wu paused for a moment. It was obvious that he was not as relaxed as Sung Wuhui. After taking a breath, he continued, but Brother Han, don't worry. Although the process is painful and you may be tortured to death in your dreams, it will not affect reality. When you wake up, you will find that your spiritual sense has slightly increased, which is a rare opportunity, and the longer you stay in the dream, the better the effect of spiritual sense will be. In short, this thing should not be missed. When Zhao Wu finished explaining, Sung Wu nodded and agreed. This is why a large number of cultivators come to the forbidden area every time. Even if they can't get any benefits, their strength can be improved. The two of them explained it very clearly, but Duan Ming had no intention of listening anymore. At this moment, he had already thought about what happened during the simulation, and for a moment he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The most familiar or the most feared thing, this is simply the end of the transmigrator. There is no doubt that what is Duan Ming familiar with? Teletubbies Ultraman, and Calabash Brothers, the entire Gundam Girls, and then Goku Iron Man. What the hell is this? Being tortured to death by these things would be simply life-threatening, it's unbearable. In this situation, Duan Ming felt guilty and scared. He didn't know if he could get through or if he would become mentally ill after getting through. Just like that, with great worries, Duan Ming and others finally climbed to the top of the city wall. As mentioned before, the city wall is 150 meters wide. Once you climb up, you can see a walkway that is tall enough to be opened, and it is extremely wide. This section of the road is a walk, and as long as you walk through it, you have passed the first level. It is much easier than before. Therefore, any cultivator who can reach the top will basically not be eliminated at this level. Of course, this trip is not without any danger, or in fact, it is more dangerous. If someone suddenly couldn't walk for some reason halfway through the journey, then as time went by, he would definitely be crushed to death by gravity. As for why he suddenly couldn't move, the reason was very simple, because this place was the most suitable place to attack or launch a sneak attack. Almost every time someone takes action, there are also people who fall victim. Fortunately, something unexpected happened during this journey to the forbidden area. The appearance of the giant red python and the great emperor of the void directly destroyed the first group of people. This will indirectly lead to a rapid drop in the intensity of competition, and not many people will choose to make dirty moves at this stage. Moreover, Duan Ming is the person who has least to worry about this matter. Not only is he strong enough, but he is also escorted by 2 bodyguards. No matter how you look at it, he is not someone that you would want to mess with, and it is unlikely that you will run into any trouble, as expected. When Duan Ming, Zhao Wu and Sung Wuhui were walking side by side through the city wall, the other cultivators around them chose to give way, and no one dared to bring bad luck upon them. In short, under the current circumstances, Duan Ming and the other 3 are doing good things by not making a sneak attack on others, and they don't have to worry about others provoking them at all. Soon, with the help of Sung Wuhui and Zhao Wu, the exhausted Han Li finally passed the first level and arrived at the gate of the outer hall. This palace is called the Underworld Palace. I don't know what its meaning is, but it was given such an unlucky name. The main hall is similar to the palace of the Ming dynasty. It is simple and elegant, yet magnificent and majestic, with an aura of wanting to swallow up the world and use it for my own benefit. After arriving here, Duan Ming and others did not rush forward, but rested on the spot. After all, they had just passed the first level and everyone was not in a very good condition. Especially, Han Li, at least in the eyes of Sung Wuhui and Zhao Wu. This guy was almost exhausted to death, his legs were shaking so much that he couldn't even stand steadily. Brother Sun, Brother Zhao, you don't have to worry about me, go first, ahem. Duan Ming clearly had nothing to do and was not tired at all, but he had to play the role to the end. Besides, he really didn't dare to walk into the hall at the moment, for fear of being beaten by the Teletubbies again. Therefore, he could only order them to leave, hoping that Zhao Wu and Sung Wuhui would leave first. He also had to simulate it several times to accumulate some experience. But, facing Duan Ming's request, Sung Wuhui didn't understand what he meant. He thought that the other party didn't want to delay him, so he said this. Don't worry, Brother Han, we will never abandon you. That's right, take your time to rest, we'll be waiting for you. Zhao Wu also said. Duan Ming almost vomited blood. He realized that these 2 people could not be driven away. He felt like a man would die for his friend. And in the face of kindness, Duan Ming couldn't curse, he could only swallow his anger. Helplessly, he could only sigh and say, to be honest, I'm afraid I can't walk anymore. I probably won't be able to get through the second level, and I don't plan to try. At this point, Duan Ming paused deliberately and sighed repeatedly, I just wasted your kindness and you took great pains to drag me here. Unfortunately, I am not good enough. Duan Ming became sadder and sadder as he spoke, as if he had inherited Fang Lang's true teachings and his acting skills had reached movie emperor level, and he acted very convincingly. For a moment, Zhao Wu and Sung Wuhui were both infected and accepted Duan Ming's sadness. After all, they are cultivators. Even though they have good talents, they have encountered insurmountable difficulties on the path of cultivation. Therefore, when seeing Duan Ming looking aggrieved and uncomfortable, after putting himself in his shoes, he could immediately empathize with him. In an instant, Zhao Wu and Sung Wuhui both sighed silently, and the 3 of them suddenly became speechless. However, if nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen soon. Just as Duan Ming continued to sigh, Sung Wuhui and Zhao Wu suddenly looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Then the 2 of them took advantage of the situation and lifted Duan Ming up, saying in unison, Brother Han, we said we would not abandon you. X2. After saying that, the two of them carried Duan Ming all the way to the underworld palace, as if they were determined to carry him in even if they died. During this process, Zhao Wu also shouted, "Brother Han, don't blame us for being ruthless. We have come this far, how can we give up so easily?" Sun Wuhui on the side also chimed in, "Yes, the process will be painful, but if you endure it, you will definitely make it through. You won't die anyway, so don't be afraid." Duan Ming was stunned, and fell into deep self-doubt. He just wanted the two to leave, he just wanted to simulate a few more times before entering the Hades Palace. Why was he carried in? At this moment, Duan Ming was completely panicked, and it was the kind of panic that made him unable to resist. Now, if he dares to move or escape, it will prove that everything he did before was just an act and a lie. Although he had no ill intentions, he did disappoint Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui's good intentions, inevitably leaving a bad impression and causing all his previous efforts to go to waste. However, if he doesn't move now, he will be beaten up by the Teletubbies soon, and maybe Big Head Son and Small Head Dad will also appear. In short, Duan Ming's current situation is a dilemma and he has no idea what to do. Chapter 147 Illusion. Even though he was unwilling, Duan Ming was still carried into the underworld palace. As soon as they stepped in, Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui fell to the ground with a thud and fell into a coma. Soon after, Duan Ming also felt dizzy and slowly lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desert, and everywhere he looked was people, endless. Duan Ming stared blankly at everything in front of him, a little dazed, with an incredible look on his face. Naruto, the Third Ninja World War. Seeing people wearing ninja forehead protectors all around him, Duan Ming immediately recognized where this scene came from. Without a doubt, this is one of the more famous scenes in anime, the Third Ninja World War in Naruto. For a moment, Duan Ming couldn't hold it anymore. He knew that he would definitely encounter strange events, but he never expected that they would be so unscrupulous and become so big. However, the reality was cruel. Before he had time to adapt, he suddenly felt a heat wave coming from not far away, and then he heard the famous line. "Do you want to dance, too? FK, Uchiha Madara." Duan Ming stared blankly at the man in red armor not far away. It was the Uchiha Madara in his impression. This is outrageous. It was not until this moment that Duan Ming realized that he was actually a member of the Konoha Ninja, fighting with Uchiha Madara, and the distance between the two sides was very close. Without any surprise, after Uchiha Madara easily dealt with a few minions, he quickly attacked Duan Ming. He seemed to be extremely confident in his physical skills. He only attacked and did not defend. He raised his hand and punched, trying to knock Duan Ming away. But this time, Uchiha Madara miscalculated. This was the first man he met who could be called an opponent after entering the battlefield. Uchiha Madara threw a punch, hitting Duan Ming directly. The latter did not dodge, but raised his leg sideways and kicked the aggressive Uchiha away. The force was so great that it kicked him more than 10 meters away and he fell headfirst into the yellow sand. For a moment, the other ninjas around were stunned, all with puzzled looks, as if asking, "Who is this kid? A rising star, really good." Uchiha Madara crawled out from the yellow sand and looked at Duan Ming coldly. "It's been a long time since anyone could hurt me. Very good, you can tell me your name." After some twists and turns, Duan Ming finally accepted the reality. No matter how outrageous it was, he could only choose to enjoy it passively. After all, he couldn't escape it. "It seems like they want me to participate in the Ninja World War." Duan Ming couldn't help curling his lips after taking a look at the confident Uchiha Madara at the transcendent level. "Are you underestimating me? Can someone who studies ninjutsu compare to someone who practices immortality?" After saying that, he was too lazy to think anymore. He raised his hand and cast a fire spell, forming a fire dragon that surrounded him. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Madara was very unhappy. What is his status in the ninja world? Has he ever been ignored? But now Duan Ming turns a deaf ear to what he says and shows no concern at all. How can he tolerate this? What's more, the opponent actually used fire-based ninjutsu in front of him. Isn't this a naked provocation? After all, the Uchiha clan is best at fire-based ninjutsu, so how could they tolerate others being presumptuous? Fire style. Great fireball technique. Faced with Duan Ming's disregard and provocation, Uchiha Madara naturally could not tolerate it, and immediately used ninjutsu to prepare to attack him. The next second, a huge fireball appeared above the battlefield. The temperature was high enough to melt steel, forcing the surrounding ninjas to dodge quickly. However, Duan Ming turned a blind eye and released the fire dragon casually, which collided with the fireball. The next second, just when the ninjas thought that Duan Ming was about to die, the fire dragon suddenly sucked the fireball into its belly, and after instantly growing larger, it continued to attack Uchiha Madara. Boom! Explosions sounded, and flames filled the battlefield and burned the earth. With just one strike, the arrogant Uchiha Madara was burned to ashes. If he was not a living person at this moment, but a body of reincarnation from the impure world reincarnation, with unparalleled recovery ability, 9 lives would probably not be enough to die. Tisk! I thought he was so amazing, but he's only chi refining 9th Dan at best. There is no doubt that Uchiha Madara is very strong, but it also depends on who he is compared with and what power he is compared with. Can ninjutsu be compared with immortal law? Can ninjas be compared with immortals? Isn't this nonsense? The two are not even on the same level. Therefore, Duan Ming, as a cultivator, effortlessly defeated the famous Uchiha in the ninja world with just one move. Moreover, he could see that the opponent's strength was at most chi refining 9th stage, and he had not yet broken through the mortal level, so he could not be called an immortal. In other words, even if Fang Lang took action, he could still beat Uchiha Madara to the point where he would doubt his life. Watching Uchiha Madara recovering little by little, Duan Ming prepared to take action again to deal with him. However, at the moment when he was running true chi, everything in front of him suddenly went dark again. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a new scene. Shit! One Piece! At this moment, Duan Ming was standing on an execution platform. Kneeling at his feet was Fire Fist Ace, and in front of him were the Navy and pirates engaged in a melee. He also saw many familiar figures, including Luffy, Buggy, Kizaru, Akainu, and the most eye-catching character, Whitebeard. I'm on the Navy's side. That means I have to defeat Whitebeard, right? Taking a look at the Navy uniform he was wearing, Duan Ming instantly understood his position, but he didn't intend to care. How could a small piece of clothing bind him? It's a battlefield, it's a brawl, and they're all just a bunch of chi refining stage guys. There's nothing wrong with beating them all. Thinking of this, Duan Ming couldn't help but curl his lips. Since it's an illusion, let's play it bigger. After saying that, he smashed the seastone handcuffs that locked Fire Fist Ace and kicked them away, kicking them next to Luffy who was fighting hard. For a moment, the battlefield was silent, and everyone glanced at Duan Ming. What are you doing? Zhang Guo roared and yelled. The sudden accident caught him off guard. In a hurry, he quickly used the ability of the Devil Fruit and transformed into a giant golden Buddha. After transforming into a golden Buddha, not only did Zhang Guo become huge in size, but his aura also increased dramatically, which was truly extraordinary. It's a pity that his target of venting his anger was Duan Ming. He really chose the wrong opponent. Zhang Guo, who was so huge that he was almost 10 stories tall, raised his hand and pressed towards Duan Ming, as if he wanted to smash him into a pulp. However, the latter did not dodge or evade, but just snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. The next second, Duan Ming soared into the air and floated in front of Zhang Guo. That's right, he devoured the essence and blood of Chi. What he displayed was teleportation, one of the talent abilities granted to him by the blood spirit root. Facing the exposed Zhang Guo and the collective hostility of the Navy, Duan Ming did not retreat. He waved his hands in the air and suddenly condensed a sky full of swords. I can't use the golden sword, but I can use the myriad swords returned to the sect. Duan Ming did not stop running true chi, and continued to condense his weapons, as if he was planning to go big. During this period, he flew higher and higher, and when he looked up, only a small black dot was left, which was difficult to see clearly. After countless swords and knives were made, Duan Ming suddenly shouted, and all the weapons were instantly stained with flames. There is no doubt that he used 2 spirit roots this time, namely gold and fire. The next second, with a slight flick of Duan Ming's finger, countless flaming swords rushed down, launching indiscriminate attacks on the pirates and navy below. Boom! There were constant explosions and screams. Everyone suffered unprecedented damage from the sword attack, and it was a horrible sight. Damn it! Faced with the fierce attack, both the pirates and the navy had to stop temporarily and join forces to fight the enemy. The first to take action were the 3 admirals of the navy, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. They each used their own unique skills to fight back. Suddenly, golden light, lava, and ice filled the battlefield, blocking the attack of the flaming sword. Unfortunately, even with the full strength of the 3 of them, they could only hold on for less than half a second before their defense collapsed. As I said, how can a bunch of guys playing with superpowers compare with those who practice Taoism? They are simply overestimating their own abilities. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield became like hell on earth, with people dying every second in wailing. Finally, looking at his sons, who suffered heavy casualties, Whitebeard, the strongest man on the sea, couldn't help but take action. He shouted loudly and punched out fiercely. The space around him suddenly cracked and shook. Cracks spread in the air and approached Duan Ming. For a moment, Duan Ming even felt the threat from the foundation building monks. Obviously, Whitebeard is worthy of being the strongest man on the sea. With a full-strength attack, he was able to break through a realm that no mortal could ever reach and barely touched the threshold of the foundation building. Unfortunately, his level is still not good enough, at least in Duan Ming's eyes, it is just child's play. Facing Whitebeard's full-strength attack, Duan Ming didn't even bother to dodge and just swung his hand casually. The next second, the sea churned, and countless water dragons rose into the sky, directly overturning the battleship where Whitebeard was, forcing the other side to stop the attack. If the world has levels, then One Piece is just a low-level warrior, so there's nothing to worry about. Looking at the sailors and pirates dying below, Duan Ming suddenly gained a lot of confidence. He was forcibly brought in by Sun Wu and Sun Wuhui, and was very worried about encountering some unmatched people. However, now it seems that the two illusions I experienced were nothing special and I can deal with them easily. As long as this situation continues, it shouldn't be difficult to break through the second level of the underworld temple. Unfortunately, before Duan Ming could be happy for too long, everything in front of his eyes suddenly went dark again. When he opened his eyes again, he came to a new scene. This is the grassland, quiet and peaceful, full of laughter. But Duan Ming couldn't be happy because he was in a boiling boiler. And there is a group of talking sheep around him, busy as hell. Some of the sheep were peeling garlic, some were preparing seasonings, and some were tasting Duan Ming's bath water to test the saltiness. Mei Yang Yang, have you peeled the garlic? You can put it in now. Fei Yongyang, have you sharpened the B****** G knife? Now you can cut the meat. Pleasant Goat, quickly bring some wood over, the fire is not strong enough. Looking at the busy flock of sheep, Duan Ming had an awkward feeling of being a lamb to be slaughtered. At the same time, he didn't dare to act rashly, and he didn't even dare to make a sound. The reason is simple, because before this, he had been taught by the Teletubbies how to behave. The more inconspicuous and weaker a person is, the greater the threat he can pose. Helplessly, Duan Ming could only suppress his uneasy mood for the time being and observe quietly. Unfortunately, the temperature of the boiler continued to rise, just as powerful as a high-level spirit weapon, making it unbearable for Duan Ming. In the end, he only lasted less than a minute before he jumped out of the boiler with a bang. Hey, why did you run out? Go back and stay here. After jumping out of the boiler, Duan Ming happened to land next to Fei Yongyang, who grabbed him without thinking. Duan Ming naturally couldn't just sit there and surrender, and subconsciously pulled Fei Yangyang's hand away. However, both parties frowned at the same time as soon as they made contact. What a powerful force. FK, Foundation Building Stage. The first sentence was said by Fei Yongyang. He did not pull Duan Ming, but felt a huge force. The latter sentence was said by Duan Ming. He had been mentally prepared, but when he really felt the other party's strength, he still found it hard to accept. As expected, Duan Ming and Fei Yangyang started fighting immediately. On the other side, seeing this situation, other sheep also rushed to help and joined the battle. After all, they didn't want Duan Ming, who was right in their mouths, to fly away like that. In just such a moment, the unlucky Duan Ming was unlucky again and was immediately beaten up by a group of people. All of his opponents were from the foundation building stage, and each one was stronger than the other. Fei Yongyang is extremely powerful and cannot be fought head-on. Mei Yangyang is extremely agile and her attack angles are extremely tricky. He is lazy and soft all over, and will not be hurt no matter how hard he is beaten. The most hateful one is Pleasant Goat, who has countless spirit weapon law treasures, and can be called a rich second-generation cultivator, such as super dumbbells, guardian guns, lightning running shoes. For a moment, even someone as strong as Duan Ming could not hold on and was beaten back step by step. In this situation, he didn't know how to express his depressed mood. He was beaten by a group of sheep. Where could he go to seek justice? Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. With the sound of a wolf howling, the sheep stopped and looked into the distance. The extinct werewolf, Big Wolf, wearing a Harley hat and riding a skateboard, made a grand appearance in front of everyone. As soon as he appeared, Duan Ming felt an extremely powerful aura, and his heart immediately turned into despair. Are you kidding me? Grey Wolf in the crystallization stage is trying to kill me. As arrogant as Duan Ming was before, and as domineering as he was when facing Uchiha Madara and Whitebeard, so miserable and helpless he is now. He figured out that the second level of the Underworld Temple was specifically designed for transmigrators. It is impossible to pass this level without losing half your life. Chapter 148 Three Great Demons Gather in the Illusion. What's going on? Why hasn't Brother Han woken up yet? What kind of illusion has he entered? Why is he shaking so violently? You said, should we not bring him in? Something seems to be wrong. Inside the Hades Palace, Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui had already awakened from the illusion. They had each gained corresponding benefits, and their spiritual sense had increased slightly. However, they could not be happy at this moment and just looked at each other in bewilderment. The two had been awake for nearly 10 minutes, but there was no sign that Han Li had woken up. All of a sudden, they both felt worried and didn't know what to do. According to common sense, the second level is a test of illusion. No matter what kind of scene you encounter in the illusion, whether you die or survive, it is considered a successful clearance and there is no risk. If I have to say something, it's that the process is not pleasant and is unbearable. It's just that for the sake of benefits, most cultivators will not be afraid. Otherwise, why would they cultivate to become immortals? They could just retire and enjoy their retirement. However, although the illusion was risk-free, the two of them had never seen anyone persist for more than half an hour. They have been awake for nearly 10 minutes now, plus they had held on for about 20 minutes before. If nothing unexpected happens, Han Li should have woken up by now. But, in the current situation, neither of them dared to guarantee anything, and no one could predict what would happen. The reason was very simple. It was simply because Han Li was trembling all over at this moment, and at the same time, he was muttering in his sleep that no one could understand. Pleasant Goat, Big Wolf, Calabash Brothers, Little King Kong, and the tadpole looking for its mother. Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui were both confused about this. They had no idea what it meant and didn't know how to help Han Li. Brother Zhao, what is Pleasant Goat? How come I have never heard of this person? Could he be some hidden boss? Sun Wuhui looked puzzled and tried to understand Han Li's words, but he couldn't find any clue no matter how hard he tried. He could only ask Zhao Wu, who was equally confused. Zhao Wu naturally had no idea about this and shook his head. I don't know either. They are all characters I have never heard of, but I am more curious about what is going on with the tadpole looking for its mother and why it is looking for its mother. Is the tadpole a real tadpole, or is it referring to something else? The two of them chatted back and forth but still could not come to a conclusion. Moreover, they were unable to provide any help to Han Li. They could only squat aside and wait silently with frowns on their brows. On the other side, in the illusion, Duan Ming suffered the biggest disaster in his life and was beaten to the point of doubting his life. At this moment, he is fighting with a group of cartoon characters including Balala the Fairies, Cooking Master Boy, Big Ear Tutu, etc. This group of strange characters not only caused a great impact on Duan Ming's spirit, but each of them was a crystallization stage cultivator, with strength that was a whole realm higher than his. Therefore, Duan Ming could only be beaten throughout the whole process and did not even have the ability to resist. He was then held down on the head by the fairy Balala, and all his beautiful hair was stripped off, leaving his entire head bald. Then, he was treated like flour by the Chinese chef, who kept rolling and flattening him, as if he wanted to steam him into buns. Finally, and the most hateful one, Big Ear Tutu. The opponent had no intention of humiliating Duan Ming, and the whole fight was a serious one, but because of this, Duan Ming felt deeply insulted. The reason is simple, because we can't beat them. Big-eared Tutu seemed to be possessed by the Dragon King, the god of war, and his body was extremely domineering. No matter what moves Duan Ming used, the opponent could break it with one punch. After several fights, Duan Ming was completely beaten to the point of doubting his life. He kept making babbling sounds with his mouth open, and looked dazed. This went on for a long time. Duan Ming, who was tortured to the point of mental breakdown, suddenly saw blackness in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he came to a new scene. At this moment, he had completely given up struggling and was too lazy to even think about how to escape from the illusion. Even his eyes were so distracted that they reflected two words, accept his fate. Bah! Duan Ming, who was lying limp on the ground and drooling, suddenly saw a pair of feet appear before his eyes. Because he was lying on the ground, I could only see the other person's legs, but not his true appearance, but just the leg injury had already caused him to feel a shock both physically and mentally. He had a sense of déjà vu, as if, "Fellow Taoist, why are you worried? If you have any troubles, please tell me. Maybe I can help you solve your worries." The other party's voice seemed to be full of magic, which made Duan Ming couldn't help but look up. The next second, Duan Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt as if struck by lightning. Li Xuan. Duan Ming was definitely not unfamiliar with the person in front of him, and could even be said to be extremely familiar with him. It was exactly in his heart, one of the three great demons of a mortal cultivation world, Li Xuan. "Oh, it's interesting that fellow Taoist knows my name." Li Xuan was stunned at first, then he smiled friendly and spoke casually. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, wanting to help Duan Ming stand up. However, the latter was as if he had been electrocuted. Without waiting for Li Xuan to touch him, he ran away very quickly. The reason was simple, because Duan Ming didn't believe that Li Xuan would be so friendly and kind. This guy is extremely scheming and cunning. This guy can abandon everything to achieve his goal. A guy who doesn't even care about his own dignity, humanity, and emotions. As long as you smile, as long as you show kindness, nothing good will happen. So Duan Ming ran away. He was 100 times more scared than when he met the crystallization period of Big Bad Wolf and Balala the fairies. Unfortunately, he could escape the first day but not the 15th. After running just 2 steps, he had to stop and dared not move forward any further. Gu Fang Yuan. As luck would have it, Gu Fang Yuan, one of the 3 great demon leaders, happened to be standing in front of Duan Ming, staring at him coldly. "Huh, you actually know my name too." When he said this, Gu Fang Yuan's eyes were narrowed, and he looked Duan Ming up and down as if he was looking at a commodity, without any emotion or malice. But it also shows that Gu Fang Yuan didn't treat Duan Ming as a human being at all. Even in his eyes, Duan Ming was not even an ant, just a small stone on the roadside at most. "You too, why bother scaring him? No matter what the matter is, just talk slowly and calm down." Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, another voice sounded from behind Duan Ming. This time, without even looking back, Duan Ming had already guessed the other person's identity. He was so familiar with her. Han Li, there is no doubt that the person coming must be Han Li. 3 minutes later. There was no fighting in the illusion, and no one was involved in a violent conflict. But Duan Ming's situation is still not optimistic. At this moment, he was like celebrating the spring festival, sitting next to the 3 elders, smiling all the time, as if he was possessed by a fool. "Brother Li, I'll fill your glass. Have one more drink. Brother Gu, please eat more vegetables. This tastes good. Brother Han, can you please stop laughing? I feel uneasy." I don't know if Wanjing was deliberately trying to tease Duan Ming by preparing a banquet so that they could sit down and eat and chat. However, there is a hierarchy of big and small at the dinner table, and it is obvious that Duan Ming is the younger brother. Therefore, in order to protect himself and not be tortured by the 3 demons, he could only humbly pour wine and serve dishes, and provide the utmost attentive service. Fortunately, the 3 demons are very good at disguising themselves and never reveal their inner thoughts easily, so they do not show their domineering, tyrannical, or ruthless side. On the contrary, facing the humble Duan Ming, they had no intention of suppressing him at all. Everyone was polite and greeted him with a smile. "Duan Ming, right, your name is not nice, and you are likely to die young." After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Xuan was the first to joke, "My life is bad enough. I have been plotted against since I was a child and was poisoned. At that time, I had to fight against the powerful. I didn't expect you to be." "Oh." Hearing this, Gu Fang Yuan beside him also nodded and said slowly, "I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Humans are meant to fight against the world, otherwise what's the point of living? But you just said you have a cousin, right? I also have a younger brother. He is a very upright person, extremely pedantic. I suggest you try to exploit your cousin, be as cruel as you can, and even use him to refine Gu." Han Li just smiled and said nothing. When everyone looked at him, he had no choice but to respond, "Everyone is right." Han Li has no objection. Although this was what he said, who could not understand that Han Li must have his own thoughts in his mind, but he just didn't want to show them. Seeing this, Duan Ming couldn't help but secretly sigh. He was indeed worthy of being called Old Demon Han. He did things flawlessly, never said a word more, and never revealed any flaws. In this way, the four of them spent the banquet in laughter and joy. Of course, three of them were laughing sincerely, but Duan Ming was the only one who was smiling with his lips folded. He was terrified throughout the entire banquet, fearing that if he said something wrong, he would be tortured to death on the spot by the three evil heads. On the other side, outside the illusion, Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu were completely confused. They have been worried that something might happen to Han Li since the beginning. However, as time went by, the unexpected thing they had expected did happen, but it was slightly different from what they had expected. Although Han Li was still not awake at this moment, he was laughing very happily in his sleep, as if he had won the lottery. This resulted in Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui looking confused, completely unaware of what was going on. "Brother Zhao, what do you think is going on? He was crying and shouting just now, but now he is smiling. Is Brother Han going crazy because of the torture?" Sun Wuhui's eyes never left Han Li, and he almost memorized all of his expressions. But because of this, he became more and more confused, and finally could only come to one conclusion, that is, Han Li was crazy. For a moment, Sun Wuhui felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so reckless and shouldn't have forcibly carried Han Li into the underworld palace. Zhao Wu felt the same way. He felt regretful but helpless at the same time. 40 minutes have passed. No one has ever persisted for so long. I can only hope that this is a blessing in disguise. Please don't let anything unexpected happen. As the two were talking, Han Li, who was lying limp on the ground, suddenly started screaming, which scared them. "No, no, Brother Li Xuan, don't be like this. I really didn't mean it. Don't use me to refine a corpse. Don't, Master Gaiyu Fangyuan, I am really not a corpse-born child, and I am not suitable for refining Gu, so please let me go." "Ah, Brother Han Li, don't run away. Why are you always the first one to run away? Save me, I was wrong, I was really wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ming suddenly woke up, sat up with his eyes wide open. The sudden action startled Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu, but fortunately they reacted quickly, hurriedly moved closer and began to check Duan Ming's condition. After a thorough inspection, Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu looked at each other, nodded, and felt relieved. However, although there is nothing wrong with the body, it is hard to say whether there is any mental problem. Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu watched for a long time but didn't see any reaction from Han Li. They didn't know what to do for a moment. "Brother Han, we just used our spiritual power to check you, and there is nothing wrong with your body. How do you feel now? Brother Han, can you hear us? Can you give us a reaction? Brother Han, I'm going to point a number with my fingers now, can you recognize it? Brother Han, Brother Han, Brother Han." After shouting for a long time, Duan Ming still didn't respond at all. His eyes were always blank, staring blankly into the distance, like a wooden man. This also made Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu feel even more guilty, blaming themselves for forcibly carrying Han Li into the underworld palace. Could it be that something went wrong with him? Seeing Han Li not responding for a long time, Zhao Wu couldn't help but make a note on his head and said worriedly, "If something really went wrong, we would both be guilty of a big crime." Hearing this, Sun Wuhui felt very regretful, but he did not lose heart. Good things happen to good people. Brother Han is such a kind person, it is impossible for him to suffer such misfortune. Let's wait a little longer, maybe there will be a turn for the better. Just like that, the two of them didn't dare to disturb Duan Ming anymore. They just sat aside and observed quietly, waiting. It was not until about 10 minutes later that Duan Ming suddenly shuddered, as if his soul had returned to its place, and his eyes regained their luster. "Brother Zhao, Brother Sun, where am I?" Duan Ming's expression was still a little dull, but he was able to speak now, which was a good sign. All of a sudden, Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu came over and started explaining at once. However, Duan Ming's brain was still a little slow. It was not until Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wuzhong talked him out of his mouth that he finally understood and gradually returned to normal. But every time he recalled the things in the illusion, he couldn't help trembling and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He was just about to cry out loud, "Brother Sun, Brother Zhao, please don't treat me like this again. This fantasy world is really not a place for humans to stay. It's too scary. Hey, my spiritual sense seems to have become much stronger." Chapter 149 Bronze Door. About 10 minutes later, Duan Ming gradually returned to normal and finally recovered from the stimulation of the illusion. Seeing this situation, Sung Wuhui and Zhao Wu felt relieved and began to discuss the next steps. We have already passed the first 2 levels, but the 3rd level is beyond our ability to pass. I wonder what Brother Sun and Brother Han are planning. Sword Pavilion Zhao Wu was the first to ask for the opinions of the other 2. He actually had 2 purposes for this trip, both of which were achieved. First, to explore the red python, but since the python is already dead, there is no need to do it anymore. The second is to pass the first 2 levels of the outer hall so that both the physical body and the spiritual sense can be strengthened to a certain extent. If there are other gains, it will be a pleasant surprise, but I will not pursue them deliberately. Of course, the most important thing is that the outer hall had long been turned upside down by the monks in previous years, so there must be no treasures left. Therefore, Zhao Wu no longer had any interest in exploring and began to think about leaving. Regarding this, Sung Wuhui hesitated for a while, first looked at Duan Ming who was still confused, then looked at Zhao Wu who was full of vigor, and suddenly sighed and said, "It would be a good idea for you 2 to leave now. A war may break out here soon. A big battle." Zhao Wu was confused and frowned. "What do you mean, Brother Sun? Generally speaking, there is unlikely to be a battle in the 2nd level, at least not in previous years." Could it be? In fact, there was no need for Sung Wuhui to explain it clearly. Zhao Wu already had some guesses in his mind. What is Sung Wuhui's identity? Member of the demon hunting team. So it goes without saying who the battle he is talking about will be fought against. However, Zhao Wu was a little confused and couldn't help asking, could it be that the battle that Brother Sun is referring to is related to the hell demons? But why did they appear here, and how did Brother Sun know about it? Regarding this, Sung Wuhui did not hold back and explained openly, this is actually not a secret. To be honest, almost every time the underworld temple is opened, the hell demon will lurk inside. We have fought with them several times in previous years, but we have never encountered any major trouble. As for what they are planning, we don't know. When the Soul Palace was fighting with you guys before, the black fog was caused by the hell demons. I guess they were trying to create chaos, causing the human monks to fight among themselves, so that they could benefit. When the black fog was mentioned, Zhao Wu's brows furrowed even more. He certainly had not forgotten the sneak attack and also wanted to get back at the enemy, so he immediately responded, in that case, I can't leave. I might as well stay and help Brother Sun. It can also be considered as a help. That's great. Hearing this, Sung Wuhui was overjoyed. In his heart, he actually hoped that Zhao Wu and Han Li could stay and help him. After all, there are too many variables this time. First, the red python appeared, and now his teammates have not shown up yet. It is inevitable that he feels a little insecure. At this moment, it would be great if Han Li and Zhao Wu were willing to stay and help. However, since they were not close friends, he did not dare to ask for anything from the other party, so he never mentioned the matter from beginning to end. Brother Han, what do you think? Do you want to stay and help Brother Sun? Although Zhao Wu agreed, he could not make the decision for Han Li, and asked, the hell demon can be killed by anyone. If the 3 of us join forces, there should be nothing to worry about. At that moment, although Duan Ming had recovered from the stimulation of the illusion, he still had some side effects. After a long while, he responded, just now you said that you can't get through the 3rd level. What exactly do you mean? Can you explain it to me? Duan Ming did not nod in agreement, but did not explicitly refuse either. He just changed the subject and asked about the 3rd level. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that the reason why he came to the Mingdao Temple was because of the guidance of the transmigrator predecessor, otherwise there would be no need to wade into the muddy water. Therefore, for Duan Ming, he must continue to pass the levels, otherwise this trip would be in vain. Hearing this, Sung Wuhui and Zhao Wu looked at each other in bewilderment, hesitating for a long time and not knowing how to answer, and finally replied, hey. We don't know how to explain the 3rd checkpoint, so let's take you there. You'll understand once you get there. Neither of them quite understood why Han Li was so persistent in breaking through, but this was also a disguised agreement to stay and fight against the hell demon together, so they did not ask too many questions, just thinking that he was just curious and wanted to find out everything clearly. Soon, the 3 of them left the Hades Palace and moved forward. After passing through the magnificent mansions of the crowd, they came to a bronze door. This is the 3rd level. Once you pass this door, you can enter the inner hall. Sun Wuhui pointed to the bronze door in front of him, but so far, no one has passed through it, not even one. Zhao Wu on the side also introduced at the right time. This door is called Ultimate, and it has many ancient characters carved on it, which no one can recognize or decipher. It was said that the great Emperor Tianyan had tried it himself, but failed and was still blocked from the door, so the immortal cultivation world tacitly accepted that the forbidden area of Mingdaoguan can only pass the first 2 levels. Brother Han, now you understand that this level is not something we can enter. Only those with great luck can enter. Zhao Wu said a lot in one breath. After he finished speaking, Sun Wuhui took over and introduced. I once heard from the elders of the demon hunting team that the underworld temple was built by that person. There are many secrets hidden in it, so it is not surprising that it can prevent the great emperor of Tianyu from entering it. That person, Duan Ming asked subconsciously. He naturally knew who that person was referring to, but he didn't understand why he didn't call him by his name or title, but used an abstract title instead. Hearing this, Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu were both stunned, then nodded slightly and said, Brother Han is an independent cultivator, so it's not surprising that he doesn't know the secrets. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll tell you about it. That person actually refers to the biggest traitor of the human race, reincarnation Great Emperor Duan Fuyang. This person's talent is inferior. He is a spirit root without attributes, his physique is like a corpse-born child, and he is rejected by the heavenly Tao. However, with his extraordinary intelligence and cruelty, he refined the blood fiend 5 elements pill, and obtained the funeral body, and 6 spirit roots. After that, he was out of control and he killed immortals and gods step by step, established himself as an emperor and became a hegemon. But, for some unknown reason, after he was promoted to the immortal ascension realm, and became the great emperor of Samsara, he suddenly joined forces with the hell demon to massacre his fellow human race people. The war lasted for hundreds of years, and 23 great emperors fell before it was finally settled. Because of this, in the immortal cultivation world, reincarnation Great Emperor Duan Fuyang has become a taboo, and few people dare to call him by his name, let alone mention it. This place was also built by him in his early years. He estimated that many secrets of the hell demons were hidden in it. Therefore, whether it was the human race, the hell demons, or even the monster race, they all wanted to try to break through. It's a pity. Since the Great Emperor of Reincarnation was able to single-handedly slaughter 23 great emperors to be buried with him, how could it be easily cracked? Therefore, we can only stop at the first 2 levels and cannot go any further. Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui explained it in great detail and clearly, which could be considered as a popular science lesson for the newbie Duan Ming. But after hearing all this, he couldn't calm down for a long time and always felt that he was going to be doomed. Transmigrator, surname Duan, attributellus spirit root, corpse-born child, blood fiend 5 elements pill, special physique burial body or ancient body. Isn't this exactly the same as Duan Ming? If other cultivators knew that Duan Ming was also like this, he would probably be torn into pieces by all the major sects out of hatred for the whole clan, and even the great emperor might take action. For a moment, Duan Ming was very worried. He even suspected that he was the reincarnation of Duan Fuyang. After all, the other party was the great emperor of reincarnation, and might have abilities related to life and death. At the very least, Duan Ming and the other party were from the same hometown, and he had even been plotted against for a long time, so he would definitely not be able to escape the other party's clutches. I'm still the foundation building stage, I'm still a kid, can you please not make such a big deal about it? I can't afford to be a traitor to the human race. The voice was barely audible, but it still caught the attention of Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu, who asked in unison, Brother Han, what did you just say? Ah, nothing, I just want to take a look at this bronze door. Duan Ming didn't know how to explain, so he quickly concealed his embarrassment and walked towards the bronze door alone. Soon, he arrived in front of the gate and observed the ancient characters spoken by Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu. The bronze door was so huge that one couldn't see the end at a glance. But after just one glance, Duan Ming exclaimed in his heart, as expected. Chinese characters again. The characters carved on the bronze door, the so-called ancient characters, are nothing more than Chinese characters. No wonder no one knows it, no wonder no one can solve it. It is obviously a question left for the transmigrator. How could the natives of the immortal cultivation world know it? And its content is very simple. I guess as long as you answer the questions above correctly, you can enter. To put it simply, there is only one question engraved on the bronze door, with 5 words and 2 symbols: what is the ultimate? This question is not difficult. Or rather, if you have read Grave Robbers Chronicles, you will definitely not find it difficult. There is no doubt that Duan Fuyong is also a fan of online literature. It is very likely that he, like Duan Ming, stayed up late to read novels and then suddenly transmigrated. In short, this is what happened. Duan Ming already had the answer in his mind, but because Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu were present, he couldn't answer the question and could only wait for the time being. On the other side, when Duan Ming, Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui were exploring the forbidden area, the cultivators behind them suffered. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place near the first checkpoint, the city wall, with corpses and blood all over the ground. But theirs is not an internal fight, but a fight between the human race and the hell demon. Retreat quickly, there are more basilisks. Zhao Shuer, a cultivator in the crystallization stage, was currently being besieged by dozens of humanoid snake monsters and was struggling to resist. Each of these basilisks is 2 meters tall and has 4 limbs like humans, and can stand and walk. However, their necks are extremely long, and they can suddenly stretch them out from time to time, like sharp arrows, to attack and kill human race monks. The most important thing is, these snake monsters are all from the foundation building stage and are quite powerful. As for where they came from, the answer is also despairing: they are all condensed from the blood of the red giant python. There is no doubt that the giant red python is no ordinary creature, otherwise there would be no need for the Great Emperor of the Void to personally take action to kill it. Therefore, no matter how weak the snake monster condensed from the red giant python is, it has the cultivation level of foundation building stage. Moreover, the entire underworld temple was almost covered with the blood of the giant red python, which meant that snake monsters would continue to appear and could not be killed. This resulted in the human race monks still suffering heavy casualties even with the presence of crystallization stage monks, and being beaten back by the snake monsters, forcing them to withdraw from the forbidden area. However, they were defeated, retreated, and escaped, which made life difficult for the human race monks who passed the first level. This group of people had no idea what was happening behind them. As they were climbing the city wall, they suddenly saw a large number of snake monsters emerging from behind. There is no need to think too much about what happens next, another big war is inevitable. And because the number of basilisks is so large, even if they do not have the means like the human race monks, they can still create a crushing situation. Soon, from the gate to the city wall, there were corpses everywhere, like hell on earth. And this situation is still spreading, constantly breaking through to the 3rd level, the Bronze Gate. Just as Duan Ming was thinking about how to get rid of Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui, he suddenly saw several black shadows emerging in the distance and rushing towards them. Here it comes, it must be the hell demon. Relying on his professional qualities, Sun Wuhui was the first to stand up and shout. He was not wrong. To be precise, the red python was not a monster race, but a type of hell demon. Therefore, the snake monster condensed from its blood is naturally also a hell demon. However, Sun Wuhui has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He does not know how many enemies he will face and how terrifying they are. Of course, this situation did not last long. As more and more snake monsters gathered, Duan Ming, Zhao Wu, and Sun Wuhui all showed shock and solemnity on their faces. Brother Sun, you said before that there are always hell demons sneaking into the forbidden area, right? Zhao Wu looked at the densely packed snake monsters in the distance, his scalp tingling, as this considered lurking. Are you sure this is not an attack? This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Something is wrong. Sun Wuhui was also confused. The situation had completely exceeded his imagination. He didn't know how to answer. Duan Ming, who was the calmest and most confident about the situation, was not that scared. Behind him was a bronze door, and he could enter at any time he wanted. He just didn't believe that these snake monsters could answer the questions correctly and enter with him. Therefore, with a way out, Duan Ming didn't have much worries in his heart, but he didn't know how to explain to Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui, or what to do with these 2 people. Leave them behind. Then the 2 of them would definitely die. There was no other possibility. Take them with you. Then they would certainly suspect that Duan Ming was related to the Great Emperor of Reincarnation, which would likely cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, this is a dilemma, and the time has come to test Duan Ming's conscience. Chapter 150, The End of the Road. Brother Han, Brother Zhao, it looks like we are in great danger. Looking at the densely packed group of snake monsters, Sung Woohui's expression was uncertain, but his heart was extremely turbulent. He had been fighting against the hell demon for many years, and this was the first time he had seen such a situation. There were countless basilisks, all of which were at the foundation building stage, the same level as the three of them. This basically concluded that the three of them had no chance of survival and there was absolutely no possibility of winning. Regarding this, Sword Pavilion Zhao Wu showed a different expression. His eyes repeatedly moved between Sung Woohui and Han Li, as if he was thinking about something, hesitating about something. Seeing the snake monsters approaching, Zhao Wu finally couldn't help it and said in a deep voice, "Brother Han, brother Sun, I have a way to leave this place and escape danger, but..." At this point, Zhao Wu couldn't help but pause, but this made the slow-tempered Sung Woohui anxious, and he hurriedly asked, "But what? It's already this time. If you have a solution, just tell me now." But Zhao Wu knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I have a space teleportation talisman, but it can only take one person away." Upon hearing this, Sung Woohui fell silent, his eyes constantly glancing at the indifferent Han Li. The so-called space teleportation talisman, as the name suggests, is actually similar to spells such as instant teleportation, but the characteristic is, this kind of talisman has no restrictions and can be used in most environments. Even if you are trapped in a binding array, you can still use it to save your life. In other words, within the confines of the forbidden area, Zhao Wu can still use the space teleportation talisman to avoid danger and teleport back to a preset location. However, as he also said, this talisman can only be used by 2 people at most and cannot support more than 2 people. However, there are 3 people at the moment: Sung Woohui, Zhao Wu, and Duan Ming, who is pretending to be Han Li. Zhao Wu is the user of the talisman, and the talisman cannot be activated without him. After all, unlike ordinary teleportation talismans, this kind of special item has been soul-bound in advance, so he himself must be counted as one of them. Then next, he must choose between Sung Woohui and Han Li, and take one of them away. Because of this, Zhao Wu was unable to speak for a long time, not knowing how to make a decision. If it is purely based on considerations of interests, they will definitely take away Sung Woohui from the demon hunting team. After all, the other party has a strong background and is worth making friends with. But Zhao Wu also couldn't forget that Han Li was able to predict unexpected events in the forbidden area, and he also needed to take this into consideration. Certainly, if measured by emotion, Han Li is more important. After all, he saved my life and I must repay him. Based on this, in his heart, he naturally wanted to take Han Li away, but because he was an upright person, he didn't know how to say it. Just when Sung Woohui and Zhao Wu didn't know what to do, Han Li suddenly stood up and said righteously, "Don't worry about it, just go." "Brother Han." X2 Zhao Wu and Sung Woohui said in unison, looking at Han Li with a hint of surprise and admiration. It is absolutely impossible that they don't want to leave and are willing to stay and wait to die. Everyone is afraid of death. There is nothing shameful about it. It is the nature of all living things. Therefore, they will be entangled, hesitate, and fail to make a decision. However, Han Li's decisiveness moved and embarrassed Sung Woohui. He always felt that he owed the other party a lot and had a guilty conscience. "No need to persuade me." Duan Ming shook his head and smiled at the 2 of them. "If I don't go to hell, who will? What's more, I have similar personalities to you too. If a man dies for his friend, his life will not be in vain." But Sung Woohui was so moved that he was speechless, but he still stammered and tried to persuade him. However, before he could finish his words, Duan Ming interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Don't hesitate any longer, there is no time to waste. I am already running out of energy, and I am not as good as you 2 who are young and strong. It's better for me to die than to die." After saying that, Duan Ming pushed Sung Woohui towards Zhao Wu and said, "Let's go, don't say anything else, let's go." Duan Ming's attitude was so decisive that it was hard to believe. There was really someone in the world who could die for his friend. For a moment, both Sung Woohui and Zhao Wu were holding their breath and could not express it. But neither of them continued to persuade, but silently activated the space teleportation talisman, and looked at Han Li meaningfully. It's not that they don't want to continue persuading him, but they all know that when a man makes a life or death decision, he should be supported regardless of whether he is right or wrong, not to mention that they are friends. Now that things have come to this, and since Han Li has made up his mind, all Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui can do is to respect each other's decision to the greatest extent possible. The talisman was activated, and a blue light enveloped Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu. Their figures gradually faded, and only when they were about to disappear did a sound come out. Brother Han, take care. We will definitely keep your entrustment in mind. As the words ended, the figures of Sun Wuhui and Zhao Wu completely disappeared without a trace. It was only at this moment that Duan Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally I'm leaving. Acting was really tiring, but now they will definitely remember me for the rest of their lives. This is a good thing for Wang Fa and Zhang Feng, and they will definitely take good care of them." After saying that, Duan Ming glanced at the group of snake monsters that were trying to pass the second level, and immediately walked towards the bronze door without looking back, saying loudly, "The ultimate is a trap. The ultimate is delaying the update. The ultimate is to stop updating. The ultimate is Nanpai Sanchu himself hasn't thought it through yet, and he just randomly sets traps to amuse the readers." Duan Ming's voice was almost a roar, and it was obvious that he was really moved. It was estimated that he had also been tortured by Nanpai Sanchu and was seriously injured. Boom! As Duan Ming gave the answer, the bronze door made a dull sound and slowly opened. It seems that Duan Fuyong is also one of Nanpai Sanchu's victims and has deep resentment against him. Without any hesitation, Duan Ming raised his leg and stepped into the bronze door and walked in. The next second, he was surrounded by a sea of white, not knowing where he was. Looking at the vast expanse of white in front of him, Duan Ming knew that he had come to another space, which was definitely not the illusion like before. Faced with this situation, he didn't dare to move, but he had to move. He stood there, unable to move forward or backward. If I walk around aimlessly, I'll definitely get lost. It's useless to stay where I am, but at least I have bronze behind me. Hey, where's the door? While Duan Ming was observing the surrounding environment, he did not notice that the bronze door had disappeared at some point, as if it had never appeared. This time, there is no way out. With no way out, Duan Ming could only move forward. He didn't know the direction or the destination, so he could only run around like a headless fly. However, adhering to the principle of making the best of a situation, and believing that Duan Fuyong would never intend to harm him, he was not too worried about his current situation. It's always a bad feeling not knowing where the road ahead lies but having to move forward. It's like, no matter how good Detective Conan is, everyone is always wondering when it will end. Fortunately, Duan Ming himself has an unlucky attribute, and the boring situation soon disappeared. Just as he was walking slowly and looking around, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. When he looked closely, he found that it was a snake monster. In an instant, Duan Ming's hands were faster than his brain. Driven by instinct, he raised his hand and shot out a fireball. Suddenly an explosion sounded, blowing the newly appeared snake monster into pieces and killing it completely. What's going on? Although he succeeded in killing the enemy, Duan Ming was not happy at all. This thing is like a cockroach. Even if you kill one, there are still hundreds of them hiding in the dark and will appear again sooner or later. And he was very puzzled, why did the basilisk appear again? Was it a test from Duan Fuyong, or could the basilisk also answer the questions correctly and open the bronze door? If it is the former, then it is not difficult and you don't have to worry about too much trouble. But if it is the latter, then it will be a big trouble and it is definitely not something Duan Ming can handle now. Moreover, when he thought about what Zhao Wu and Sun Wuhui had said before, Duan Fuyong was a traitor of the human race, who had once joined forces with the hell demons to attack humans, resulting in the deaths of 23 great emperors. Then it is not impossible that this group of basilisks, these hell demons, know the answer to the bronze door. When he thought of this, Duan Ming's hair stood on end and his pace quickened. He didn't know where he should go, but he knew clearly that he must not stay here for too long, otherwise he would probably encounter troubles that he would find difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, he still underestimated how unlucky he was. He didn't need to stay for too long, just a short while would be enough. After taking just 2 steps, several black shadows appeared. No need to guess, it was another basilisk. Without any hesitation, Duan Ming opened fire at full power and activated all 5 spirit roots at the same time. In an instant, sand and rocks flew, flames shot up into the sky, and waves surged. In the blink of an eye, the newly appeared snake monster was completely swallowed up, leaving no trace. Although the battle seemed to be resolved easily, Duan Ming's powerlessness was revealed. After all, he is a 6 spirit root monk, which means he is basically invincible at the same level, and he can even kill enemies of higher levels. However, facing several basilisks from the foundation building stage, he had to use all his strength and did not dare to hold back at all. This is the current situation. If more snake monsters come, the situation will only get worse, so bad that Duan Ming will not be able to cope with it. No, it seems that this group of snake monsters really know the answer to the bronze door. If I delay any longer, I will definitely be doomed. Anxious, Duan Ming ran wildly while thinking rapidly about how to break the deadlock. He believed that this place was definitely not a desperate situation. At least there was no reason for Duan Fuyong to cheat him. Or to be more precise, before Duan Ming grew up and before his value was squeezed out, it was not worth it for Duan Fuyong to harm his life. On the contrary, if it is because of the characteristics of the transmigrator, Duan Fuyong should even protect Duan Ming and would never harm him. Therefore, Duan Ming firmly believed that there must be an exit here that would be able to solve the current troubles and difficulties, but the world is unpredictable. Even though Duan Ming reacted quickly, he still could not escape the clutches of fate. Black shadows appeared one after another, and snake monsters descended one after another, sticking out their tongues like tongues towards Duan Ming, making rustling sounds. Without any surprise, the two sides soon engaged in a fierce battle. In order to protect himself, Duan Ming could only go all out and use all his strength. He condensed several sharp swords and surrounded them around him, like a loyal guard, protecting safety and killing any enemies who dared to invade. Moreover, in his hands, one hand was boiling with flames, and the other hand was controlling the water ball, which was constantly being stimulated. Under the joint attack of flames and water waves, a large amount of white mist that was enough to burn the human body evaporated in an instant, forcing back many snake monsters at once. Although there were still other snake monsters breaking through the barrier and attacking close, Duan Ming would stomp his feet again, and countless stone pillars and vines would suddenly emerge, killing the enemies one by one. If he really can't handle so many enemies, he will use Blood Spirit Root to instantly move to another location and hide temporarily. In this way, under the siege of the basilisk, Duan Ming withstood the pressure with his own strength and even killed a large number of enemies, but anyone could see that he couldn't hold on for long. Not to mention the endless appearance of snake monsters, the spiritual energy consumption alone is not enough for Duan Ming to squander like this, and he will be defeated sooner or later. Damn it, it never ends. After casually igniting a fireball and a water ball, creating a large amount of high temperature steam and instantly killing 5 snake monsters, Duan Ming couldn't help but complain. He had already realized that his situation was precarious, and even felt a little regretful for not leaving here with Zhao Wu. But the cruelest and also the most beautiful thing in the world is, there is no medicine for regret. At this moment, no matter what emotions or thoughts Duan Ming had, he had to face them squarely. There was no other way but to move forward courageously. In desperation, Duan Ming could only fight and retreat, hoping that he could hold on longer and that a turning point would appear sooner. 10 minutes passed, Duan Ming was still fighting, and one of his arms was cut off. If it weren't for the divine ability, 100 refinements of a mortal demon, his combat power would have been greatly damaged at this moment. 20 minutes passed and Duan Ming was still fighting. This time, both his legs were chopped off and he almost died. 30 minutes later, Duan Ming was exhausted, his vision was blurry, and he saw double when he saw his enemies. It was obvious that he had reached the end of his rope. 40 minutes passed, Duan Ming's spiritual power was exhausted, and he no longer had the slightest ability to resist. He collapsed to the ground, and could only allow the snake monsters to surround him and slaughter him at will. Russell, the basilisks were spitting out their tongues, stepping on blood, and approaching Duan Ming step by step, with the butcher knives in their hands shining brightly and the ferocity in their eyes undisguised. Finally, their chance came and they were able to kill this horrible and damnable human. One of the huge snake monsters walked forward and slowly came in front of Duan Ming. Without any nonsense, it raised its knife and started chopping. The next second, in full view of everyone, blood splattered and the head was separated.